Stop trying to. Stop trying to.
Check. Hi everyone, how's it going? Nice to see all of you again. It's dolltr or Claire, as most of you know me. But we are back again with 343 Labs for 343 TV. It is the fourth week of the month of June, and as you know, if you've been tuning into our previous streams, you'll know that 343 TV is something that the 343 Labs family has put together for the month of June. But in case anyone's tuning in for the first time, hello! We were at the 343 Labs YouTube channel, and 343 Labs is a school that is based in Manhattan, usually when we're not in quarantine, but now we're kind of just all over the internet, which is really neat too. We can all do these really cool streams with all of you. And as you know, if you've been tuning into 343 TV, you might have seen that we've had lots of really great programming every day. Like you've got me doing Mondays. I'm doing some tips and tricks in Ableton Live. And then we've got John Selway on Techno Tuesdays. And then we've got Justin for Stuck in the House on Wednesdays. On Thursdays, we've got Max, who's in the chat and is our co-founder of 343 Labs. And we've also got TAETRO doing some talks. And we've also got Abe on Friday for Bitwig Basics. So there's a lot of cool programming. And of course, Saturday, we have wonderful live performances from the 343 Labs family. I did a performance a couple of weeks ago, and Satni just did a performance over the weekend, which was amazing. I hope you tuned in for that. And if you missed it, no problem, because we have replays on Sundays. And you can also check out all of these replays on our YouTube channel, which is 343 Labs, youtube.com/343labs. So you can find us over there. And don't forget to subscribe if you like our content, because you can be notified of whenever we go live next or whenever we do our programming. But on that note, yes, my name is Claire. I'm an Ableton Certified Trainer, and I do teach with 343 Labs. One of the things that I love teaching about that I've been sharing with everyone is kind of this like method of on-the-fly production, if you will. And as you can see, I have a controller over here to my right, which is the Ableton Push. And Push is a really great performance instrument, in addition to being a really good production instrument. And if you tuned into my previous streams in the last couple of weeks, we talked a little bit about how to build productions really quickly on the fly, and how to do some looping-based stuff on Push. So I thought for today, it might be cool to actually take you through some considerations that I think of when I do live performances. So like I mentioned, dolltr is kind of my artist project. I keep her pretty separate from the stuff that I do as Claire. Most of the time when you're seeing me on these 343 TV streams, apart from my performance that I did as dolltr, my live set, most of the time you're seeing Claire. Claire is also the person that you're meeting in class if you take a class with us at 343 Labs. But yeah, so I thought I'd go through a little bit of performance stuff that I do when I'm prepping for my dolltr sets, which then dolltr doesn't have to think about, and she just does the set. But also, please give a shout out to Thomas from 343 Labs, who's helping us manage the chat. And as Thomas has put in the chat, we're also doing a giveaway today. We have been doing giveaways at pretty much every stream. We managed to give away some cool Stencil stuff and Ableton vouchers in the last couple of weeks. Today, though, we are giving away a license for Pigments by Arturia, and that's a VST, a virtual instrument. So you'll be able to use it in whatever DAW you're using, honestly. You could use it in Live, you could use it in Logic, could use it in Pro Tools if you wanted to. So lots of different options, but we're giving that away today. If you would like to enter the giveaway, oh, thank you, Thomas. Thomas just put it in the chat. So please head over to that link and you can enter the giveaway by heading over there. That's a link to our website also. Maybe on that note, I'll also share that our website has really useful information if you're ever interested in taking a class from us or finding out more about our programming. We're going to start doing some Ableton Live programming for the summer, because as you know, summer's around here starting to get a lot warmer. It's weird because for summer, I was kind of like stuck in winter mode for a long time just because winter happened and then we had the lockdown or shelter in place happen, and then now it's like summer. So weirdly enough, I still have all of my winter clothes kind of out, but that's okay. I look forward to the day where I can finally perform live in person again with everyone. But in the meantime, let's go through some tips and tricks right now. Doll tips and doll tricks that I like to share with all of you today. So what you're seeing over here in live is a quick set of loops that I put together. So aside from streaming with 343 Labs, I actually do stream on my own every day. I do daily live production streams on my own YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/dolltrick, DOLLTRICK. And the thing about my streams is I try to have this philosophy of, okay, when you are doing these loop-based things and building up productions, it's really like a muscle that you're exercising. So the premise is to create something super quickly in the fastest time possible. So that's kind of the rationale for doing this. So every day I take like half an hour or so to basically put this entire thing together and then do a little performance at the end. So let's take a listen to what I have over here. If you want to follow me on my other YouTube channel, you can tune in tonight. I think I'm doing another of these later. But let's see what I've got over here. From Push, I'm going to launch this particular scene. So again, what we're looking at, everyone, is a software that's called Live. It's developed by a company called Ableton. And the unique part about Live is that it has two different kinds of views. You've got a linear view that kind of goes from left to right, which is maybe something that you might be more familiar with if you've ever seen producers do like track breakdowns of a linear arrangement. However, Live also has a non-linear session view, and this lets you kind of loop things, play different kinds of clips indefinitely in a way. So let's see what I have here in this giant 8-track loop going. And hopefully it's not too loud. Let's see. Okay, cool. Cool. So I made that really quickly in a pretty short period of time, a couple of days ago. Oh, there's an airplane near my house. No problem. But yeah, so I put that all together in this view, which is session view, and in a way that basically would give me essentially the equivalent of a drop in my music. So one thing that I do based off of this is then think of different sections that maybe a piece of music might have. So I'm going to show you a really quick way of forming different sections in Ableton Live using session view. So like I said, we've got this giant loop hanging out over here. And if I wanted to perform this, of course I could, immediately go about just launching different kinds of clips, playing these at different points in time, taking loops in and taking loops out. But it would nice to have certain combinations of loops in a specific order and have them be prepared for me, without having to necessarily, think of different sorts of ways to flesh them out in real time while I am performing. So I'm going to show you today a couple of quick ways that I like setting this up in Live. And the first thing that I usually do is duplicate this giant loop so that I maybe have it, say, 4 or 5 times. And those can, in a way, be my different sections. So let's hold down the duplicate button on Push and select this scene. And that immediately creates a copy below that. So now you can see in Live, I have 2 rows. Any row that you see in Live is a scene. And I'm going to do that again, maybe a couple more times. Let's do it 4 times for now. So I have 4 different kinds of scenes. And as you can see, they all have the same content. But what would make sense maybe is to have different combinations of these. So maybe in a couple of these scenes, I will take away certain sounds. Let's also go through the kinds of sounds that I have. I do believe that there are some drums here. Cool. I've also got some bass here, I think. So this is more of like a mellow type of bass. Then I do think I have a copy of that bass sound. Might be more aggressive, yeah. Cool. And then I also have some chord sounds. So just to take one step backwards, usually when I do these jam type of things, I always think of my 4 main parts of music production, which is what I talked about in my very first week of live streaming, actually. I talked about how I generally think of productions as having bass, drums, bass, chords, and melodies. So kind of going in these 4 pillars of music. So I got my drums, I got my bass. This should be my chords part. Let's see what I got. Ooh, I got a cool art type of thing. More of like a texture or droney type thing. A little bit of a mix of the two. Cool. So I got that. And there's a pretty interesting delay that I put on it, I think. I've also got this. These are my chords. I think it might be some kind of an FM piano. Yes. Cool. Then what do I have here? I've got a high pad sound. Cool. And I've also got this, which I believe is a, yeah. I remember when I was playing around with this sound, I did like it. How it has that pitch drop at the end. Cool. So we kind of got that melody, and I think we also have a counter melody to that. Cool. So we got that floating on top. Cool. So what I like to do now is start arranging different parts of my my session that I like to play through. I would like at this moment the fourth lane to kind of be my main drop, if you will. But to that end, I think a great place to start off is to think about different kinds of drum patterns. Right now, all of these clips in my drums track they're all the same. So what would be nice though is if we could create some variation. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, delete the original 3 drum clips that I made. So delete those. So now I've only got one drum clip in the fourth scene that I have over here. But what I like to do is duplicate this clip and go into this drum clip over here and create some edits. So what I just did is I went on to Push and I went into something called note mode. What note mode lets you do whenever you have a drum kit loaded up is play with a step sequencer that's loaded up at the top of Push over here. So because of this, I can change different kinds of sounds that I have. I do know that I did program in some kicks, so I can see that over here. I can see my kick drums. I also did some snares and claps, I believe. Cool. So those are also here. What else did I have? I had some closed hi-hats, and I can see them programmed out here as well. I also had some tambourines, so that's the pattern in which they're programmed. And was that it? No, I had some cowbells also. Always more cowbell. If I could, I would put all the cowbells here. But cool. I think that's about it. Might have had a ride over there. Good. So I know now what I have in my loop. So let's take away a couple of these elements. One thing I do a lot of, and you will know this from my other streams also, is that I build up a full loop and then I start taking parts away. So it's a little bit like building the most exciting part of the song and then figuring out which parts you can omit in order to make things more exciting as time goes on. So it's a little bit of reverse engineering to that end. But let's start by taking away some of the higher frequency elements. So maybe let's take away the tambourine and hold down the delete button on Push and select that pad. Now all of the tambourines are gone. So all the tambourines are goodbye. Let's also take this opportunity to delete the ride that I had. So now, just straight up. Cool. So this loop that I have now is a little bit lower in energy than my previous loop because this is what I have. And this is what I had. And because of those higher frequencies changing, we have variations in energy. So great, that's exactly what we want. Let's duplicate that stripped down version of the drum loop that I had, and let's take away some more parts from it. Maybe for this particular loop, we can take away the hi-hats. So let's delete that. So now we got this. I do quite like that. Great. Cool. Let's duplicate it one more time. And maybe for this last loop that's currently in the intro, let's take away the claps and the snares. So we got a kick drum and some cowbells. I always feel like cowbells are so underrated. So what I'm going to do right now also is make a copy of the very first row over here. So let's duplicate this scene, excuse me. And in this very first scene, maybe I don't want any drums at all. So we'll completely remove the drum loop. Now we can start to also think about different ways of slowly bringing in various elements of this tune. And maybe off the bat, I want the bass to not start off immediately in the song. So we can go ahead and delete those. And let's see what our first scene sounds like now. Let's listen to it. Cool. And this is, of course, compared to, say, the next scene, where we might have more things. Cool. And maybe off the bat, we can even think of certain parts that we kind of want to hold back on first. And maybe it might be the melody. So let's see if we can delete a couple of the melody clips. So now my intro is like this. I'm wondering what it'll sound like if we delete the arc part. So let's take it away. That's pretty neat, actually. I do quite like that. So that's one thing to consider, kind of like just the various levels of this. So let's also experiment with different sections. I've got my intro over here, which is just this. And I do kind of like how it's pretty simple. And then maybe we could add in a bass part after that. Or the other bass part. The lower one could be good also. And maybe we'll do that. Let's do that. Cool. So now I've got already some collections of different kinds of scenes that I have. I've, of course, got my drop scene over here. But in kind of the opposite way of, working with different sorts of scenes and taking them out, and how we did with the drums just now, the different drum parts, we could also kind of do a little bit of the reverse and instead have more variation by keeping the drum part full, but taking out different parts of the other clips. So let's duplicate the scene now. Okay. And let's keep the drums where they are. But let's decide... Oh, I'm also going to decrease the overall volume of each track. And we'll readjust the volumes later, so no worries. Let's bring these down. Great, cool. So here we are. We've got the drums. Let's make them even softer so that you can hear me properly over. And I'm not shouting too loudly. Great, so we got the drums. They're the full drums. But let's experiment a little bit with and see which parts we can take away while also creating variation, but not creating too much of an energy change. So a little bit of an interesting paradigm to think about. Maybe might be different for some of us. And it was certainly different for me when I started thinking about this. But let's mix and match different parts and figure out whether we want to have certain parts in or not. Cool. So maybe for this breakdown part, I don't actually want my melody part, but maybe we could use it to have the counter melody in it. So, cool. So we'll keep that in. That might be nice. What else could we take away? Let's see how this sounds with maybe, let's take away that, but let's keep playing our drums. Cool. Maybe we could take that away as well for the secondary section. And maybe let's have... Cool. So I do like this combination of 3 parts together, so I might keep them in. We might be able to take that away though. and add this back in. Cool. So I kind of got like a rough breakdown section of what I would like to do. But I like to do a little bit of more variation. And now I'm going to basically construct a little bit of an outro type of scene. So there's a couple of ways that you can do it. And like I mentioned just now, you might be able to, duplicate full scenes in order to make them appear below. You could also duplicate individual clips. So maybe that's what I want to do. I know that I have a kick drum over here with a cowbell. So what I can do is I can duplicate this clip directly and paste it below into another scene down below. And you can see that also show up in live, which is pretty neat. Another thing I might do for the outro is decide on certain other non-drum parts that I want to have. So let's do this specifically for the other counter melody part that we had. So now we got these two parts in the outro. And maybe we could also have the ARP part in the outro. Or we could also have the chords part. Maybe the chords part. Ooh, so I actually just thought of an idea. And maybe this would be possibly better or a little bit more varied. Now, instead of just duplicating the clip that I had wholesale and taking the kick and the cowbell, let's maybe find the clip that we had with the kick and the snare and the clap and the cowbell, which I believe is here. And now I do think that I would prefer this as the outro. So let's duplicate the clip over there. So now my outro clip is with the clap. And then let's revisit the outro clip and take away the kicks. So a different sort of way of working with the loop. And you might notice also that I'm frequently switching between session mode and note mode on push. It's a little different. The terminology is a little bit different from using stuff directly with live. Like in live, you got session view, but on push, it's session mode. So it's a little bit different. And on push, the views are all descriptions of like the LED screen on top, which is probably one of my favorite parts about using push also. It integrates so well with live. And we're going to dive into that a little bit more in a moment when we talk about, building effects. Ooh, a little bit of a treat. But yeah, now I've kind of got a basic arrangement of all these parts. Let me see if I can do a quick demo of the different parts. Won't play through everything, but just maybe give you a quick idea of the different things that you'll be able to do once you have all of these different scenes prepared for you in live. So we've got our intro. And then maybe we've got some kind of verse. And maybe let's take away the melody. So this could be a verse/intro type of part. And then melody comes in with more drums. So starting to build up. And we've also got that arpeggiator come in. Maybe we have a drum dropout before the next part comes in. And this is kind of like our drop. We've got a second drop. This could be like a verse or a second post-chorus. And we can skip to the outro after this. And this would kind of like be our outro for the end. We can stop clips one by one. and launch an empty scene in order to stop all of the other clips. So that's kind of a really quick way of doing performance-based stuff. Now, at the end, and also at the intro, I was kind of thinking to myself, wow, it would be really nice if somehow we could have some effects that go on the master, maybe as like a global effect that we're using on all of these sounds. So let's see if we can do that. What I'm going to show you now in live is how to build very quickly a kind of audio effect rack that maybe you could put into to good use in in anything that you're doing on a live performance setup. One thing that I usually develop a lot of is effects racks, and I usually start off on the master track building them. Now, what does it mean to have an effects rack? Usually if you ever see like live performers or DJs turn knobs, and it's a little bit of a joke of an inside a running joke, if you will, but you see people turning knobs and you'll be like, oh, is that knob actually doing anything? A lot of the time, yeah, it is doing something and it's putting an effect on a specific kind of sound. Sometimes it's the entire chain of sounds, which is the master track. So let's develop some effects on the master track. I'm going to introduce to you a couple of effects that I enjoy putting on a lot of my music, and specifically in live performance context. So that's why I developed these in the first place. But let's take a look at maybe one of my go-tos. One of my go-tos is delay. So let's pull up a delay preset, or maybe a delay, just a default delay device from live. But what I'm doing over here now is I'm in live and I'm over in the browser on the left hand side and I'm looking for an audio effect in the category audio effects called delay. So I've got delay over here, and let's see what happens if we drag and drop it onto the master. And once you so that kind of preceded me, but I was going to say once we've put that on, let's see what happens. But you'll notice that once I did put it on the master track, you even heard some interesting things happen to my voice. And that's because by default, when you put an audio effect in live onto a track, there are a couple of settings that come up automatically. And in the case of delay, the delay is automatic. So we heard this, which is a type of synced delay to the tempo, which means that it's matching a little bit of how fast my song is. But what I was doing and what I did in order to bring this down a little bit so that you wouldn't be hearing me delay all the time was playing with this knob over here called the dry wet knob. So there are a lot of ways to work with different kinds of effects in live, but I'm going to show you a very simple, straightforward way to do it. I have also done a lot of other tutorials that go super deep into building like the best CPU friendly racks and stuff, but that's a little bit that's really complicated for a lot of the beginners that we might have who I know usually tune in a lot. But if you're more advanced, we can totally talk about it like in class if you take a class with me. But right now, just know that the dry wet knob is probably one of the most important knobs that you will ever see on any audio effect. It usually affects how much of an effect you're hearing and how much of it you want to intensely show up audibly. One thing you can also do from Push is control effects directly from Push because of the way Push integrates so tightly with live. So if I wanted to, I could turn this knob on Push to change the effect that I have. So now I'm not even touching my computer at all. I'm really just touching the hardware. That said, the way Push works is that it often automatically maps any of its knobs to parameters that it thinks are best controlled in live. So what this means is basically there are automatic assignments for every knob that you see to the 8 best controls. Why 8? That's because there are 8 knobs on Push. So that control effects. So for most part, it is because of the hardware that you're only having like these 8 parameters that you can control at once. But what if we wanted to maybe have a series of effects? So what if we want delay? What if we want reverb? A couple of other effects. So maybe on that note, I might take a moment to take a pause and hit back over into the chat. And maybe before I get there, let us know what your favorite effects are. Maybe we can even use them in today's stream. So let us know what your favorite effects are. I'm going to pop back over into the chat just to make sure everything is looking okay. Sorry, I do apologize. I need to make sure I'm in the right place at the right time. Here we go. Great, cool. Oh, yay, hi. Just saw a couple of the numbers pop up. Welcome to anyone who just tuned in. I'm dolltr, and I also go by Claire when I'm teaching at 343 Labs, which is my main teaching persona. Ooh, TWD Industries. Hi, how's it going? Oh, you had a question. How do you plan for multi-song performances? Quick swap live session files or make a master file that contains several songs of stems in one session? That's a great question, TWD. And it is oftentimes the latter that I do. So I tend to put everything in one master session. One thing that you might notice about live compared to a couple of other DAWs is that at any point in time, you can only have one session open. So because of this, I tend to put everything into one session. It's just a lot more convenient switching between songs. You wouldn't have to wait for an entire new live set to be open. As a live experience designer and a performance designer, I feel that the only time I would ever swap out specific live sessions and have them separately is if I'm working with different artists. So for example, I've done like certain festivals or certain live shows where I'm teching or being the playback engineer or artist for different artists who are performing main stage. So like they're kind of in front, I'm off to the side, or I'm like doing DJing for them in whatever capacity. And that is when I would use different sessions. So I would have one session for artist A, and then I would have one session for artist B. And that's really so that I don't have either of their songs playing at the same time in the same session, and also because each different artist, depending on how I've designed the live set, would be different with them. So some of them might have more effects, some of them might have no effects on vocals, but maybe a lot of effects on a guitar. And that's something that I do professionally outside of my artist stuff. I'm a live experience designer and a music technologist, so I deal a lot with that kind of thing. So yeah, definitely, if it's a multi-song performance under dolltr as her live set, then yes, I absolutely use one master session. Oftentimes it is in session view, but sometimes it's also in arrangement view, depending on exactly what I'm doing and the nature of the performance. And I did go into that in one of my presentations that I did at the Ableton user group, which you can also find a replay of on the 343 Labs YouTube channel. I think it was from our, when was it? It was from our April user group from earlier this year. It was our very first virtual Ableton user group meetup that we had for the New York side. So I did cover more about that and how I go into doing that for other artists. But great question. So yeah, if anyone wants to give suggestions for, I'm not sure if we did get any suggestions for favorite audio effects. But if you are watching and if you have a favorite audio effect that you would like us to include, or that you'd like me to include in my stream today, let me know and we can see if we can work with that. But in the meantime, I'm going to head back over into live. Ooh, here we are. And I'll check out the chat in a little bit once I've shown you this. But one thing I like to do is specifically map this to a knob. So right now, my dry wet control is all the way to the right on my push that I have over here. What if I would like it to be on the left or on a specific knob? One way I could do this is MIDI map it directly to that knob, but that means I can only use that one knob to control the one thing. So because of this, what I tend to do with a lot of audio effects is put them into an audio effect rack. And I'll show you how I usually do this. So the first step I usually do is group the device immediately. What this does is automatically puts it into an effect rack. So I just pressed Command G or Control G on my computer keyboard. Command G if you're on a Mac, Control G if you're on a PC. And what this has done is it's placed my delay device into a group. So you can kind of see that now I've got my delay device encompassed in a little bit of an external container, if you will. I'm going to undo that and redo it again. So here was the original device. And when I pressed Command G or Control G, got encapsulated. Now what I can do over here is take a closer look at a couple of these knobs or little buttons, really, not knobs off the bat, but buttons on the left hand side of my audio effects rack, and I can open up a group of macros. Now macros in pretty much any kind of digital audio workstation, anytime you hear someone call macro, more often than not they're referring to some kind of control that affects multiple things on a higher hierarchy and maybe a global level for some types of macros that you have. So yeah, let's see what we can do over here. Like I said, I want my dry wet knob on my delay to be on my very first knob here on push. So because of that, macros come in super handy. Macros on push will automatically show up left to right depending on whether they're macro 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 8. And conveniently, there are 8 macros as well. So let's see. Let's head over here into the delay device. And if I right click on my dry wet knob, you might not be able to see this depending because OBS does a little bit of a weird capture thing. But if I right click on my dry wet knob, I have the option to map it to macro 1. So what this does is now macro 1 in my audio effect rack, you might be able to see it over here, is called dry wet. And what does this mean? It means now my first knob on push is my delay knob. So yay, we've managed to do a bit of that, which is great. One thing we can also do once we've put this in an audio effect rack is maybe make a little bit more, organization be present in the set, because I do like being as organized as possible so that you can find the best types of workflows for you. For me, I do like making sure that things are properly named. So I can go ahead and rename this dry wet macro. I can call it something like reverb. So that's going to be Command R on a Mac or Control R on a PC. But in this case, I'm not going to call it reverb because it's actually a delay. Not sure why I said reverb, but it's a delay. And now I have my delay pop up also on push, and I can see it on the LED screen here too. So I can go delay, and have that appear. I can also recolor this. So I can pick a color for it. Maybe I'll make it pink. Maybe my delay will be pink. So that's immediately one effect that I've had. Delay. Great. Let's see if I'm going to pop over into the chat again. I'm not sure if we had any suggestions. Maybe we did. Yay, suggestions. Cool. Let's see. Reverb and reverb, Lisa. No, reverb and redux. Cool, let's do that. And also, Alfred said, I just use compressor, EQ, or dynamic to adjust audio. Yeah, that's fine. Also, you can do whatever you want, pretty much. But maybe to that end, let's do a little bit of EQ related things, maybe relating to changing the timbre of something, but we'll do it with a filter. So let's absolutely do that. Let's do reverb, redux, and filter. So let's do the reverb first, since that was suggested immediately after. So I'm going over into the browser again in Live. And now, instead of dragging and dropping the reverb directly onto the master track, what I'm going to do is drag it within my audio effect rack. So now I've got my delay, and behind that, I've got my reverb. And you can hear the default that it has. Again, if I play with the reverb's dry wet knob in Live, you can kind of hear it. But what I like to do also is make this a longer reverb. So I'm going to increase the decay time on this reverb, and cool. So that's pretty neat. So similar to what I did just now with my with the knob that I had for delay, let's also map this reverb knob to maybe macro number 2. So now macro number 2 on push as well as in Live is another dry wet knob, but this time it's dry wet for reverb. So that's pretty neat. And now if I turned both of these knobs, let's see what happens. So you kind of got both delay and reverb happening at the same time, which is really neat. So let's, do the same housekeeping that we need to do. Let's call this reverb, and let's also color it a different color. And here's maybe one of the things that is unfortunately not possible. Like you see all these colors popping up in Live. Unfortunately, they don't get reflected on push, just because on push, the color of the track and the controls that you see on the LED screen will match whatever track is selected. So for example, in this case, my master track is blue. It's light blue. You can see it over here. So on push, my effects are all going to be a light blue color on the LED screen. We don't have individual colors yet. Maybe that'll be something to do in like another iteration of push, if there's ever a push 3 that comes out at some point. So yeah, let me also cool. So we have reverb, and then was it redux after that? Yes, it was redux. Oh, we also had a couple of other questions. From Braulio Soto. Hi, welcome. I think it's the first time that we've seen your name. Also, hello to Capel Table. Yay, welcome back. So Braulio had a question. Can you do that in a Launchpad? You would be able to do that with an individual button on a Launchpad, but as you know, Launchpads do not have any knobs. So you wouldn't be able to physically map a knob to it, but you might be able to manually MIDI map it using some kind of individual button if you were to put your Launchpad in user mode. So that's something to consider as well. And then we had, welcome everybody who just joined. Thanks, Thomas, again. Thomas from 343 Labs is doing an amazing job in the chat room. And please give Thomas a hand. He's providing us with the giveaway link. So don't forget to enter the giveaway, which is for Arturia Pigments. It's a VST that we're giving away today as well. And below that, Carl had a question. How did I assign it to knob 2? I assigned it in the same way that I did for knob 1. So all I was doing was right-clicking on a certain control. Any of these little dials that you see in live, you can right-click on them and assign them to a certain macro if they are in some kind of rack. So we're going to do this again with the Redux that Liso suggested earlier on. So we are going to go through this one more time. But that's it. Oh, Lisa also had another question. What is Max for Live? So without going too in depth, feel free to check out. Let me see if I got the link for this. Max for Live intro. Yes, cool. It seems like I do have a link for it. So Liso, that's a great question. If you'd like to find out what Max for Live is, you can check out a video that I just linked over here in the chat. So I just put a link over there in the chat. Feel free to check that out, Lisa, if you'd like some clarification. Capel Taple had a question about a blue hand. Yes, so the blue hand actually it applies to any selection that you're making. So not just with controllers, but anything that I click on and that is currently selected in the moment, that is the blue hand that's popping up. So it's just telling me that regardless of whatever controller I have or whatever I have selected. So great question. Let's keep doing some mapping over here. Let's do the Redux that Liso suggested. So I'm going to, again, drag it over from the browser. I've got Redux over here. Let's click. Ooh, whoops, let's not open that. But let's click and drag it behind the reverb. And, let's see if this one will be an interesting one. So I'm going to show you exactly what Redux does. And it does a couple of things. It does bit reduction and downsampling. When you downsample something, it'll sound like this. Cool. So you can also change the type of downsampling that's happening. You can make it hard or soft. Soft is a little bit gentler, so it gives you a little bit of a more softer, as the name implies, edge to the sounds that you have. You can also do something called bit reduction, which is a little bit different also. So be careful of your ears. It's a little bit crazy. Usually I tend to use the downsample function in Redux if and when I am using it. But a couple of things. First of all, I do think that this, in order to make sure that I'm not affecting things too much, I want to make sure that whenever I'm not using this Redux, it's going to be off. So I don't necessarily want the Redux to be in effect when I have it going. So what I'm going to do is, instead of assigning this downsample knob to a macro straight away, what I will do is also assign the on-off button of this device, which is, over here. What I'm going to do is assign this on-off button to the macro as well. And this is also going to help me change a couple of things. So now, let's say if I made this downsample control a little bit higher, I could then use this macro to turn the device on and off. So here's the device on with the macro up, and here is the device off. And I can even do this from push as well. So I'm turning my knob, here is the device off, but now here it is on. So on and off, on and off, on and off. So I can do that as well. And I can combine different kinds of effects. So now I've got my reverb and also some of the delay and the redux on and off. I can also, of course, map two controls. Not of course, but I can also map two controls to one macro. So let's say I wanted to do the device on and off, yes. But I also do want to do a little bit of downsampling. So if I right-click on the downsample knob, I can also assign that to the same control. So now on one control, on push, on one macro, I've got both the downsampling and the device on and off. So here's the device off, and then eventually when we get to a point, we have the downsampling kick in. Cool. So one thing that I do notice though is that off the bat, the downsampling is kind of, loud and don't necessarily want it super aggressively. And that's where the mapping controls come in. So if you get into the audio effects rack here, on the left-hand side of Live, you might notice that in the name of the audio effect rack, there's also a little control next to it that says Map. Ooh. So I'm wondering what'll happen if we click on Map. Ooh, yay! We get into this kind of green-colored mode that's a little bit different. This mode might look a little bit familiar to you. It mirrors MIDI mapping mode in that it's, shows you controls that can be edited. If I needed to MIDI map a controller, that'll be this blue mode that I have. It's Command M or Control M if you're on a PC to get into that. And it's also similar to key mapping mode, which is the orange mode. So that's going to be Command K or Control K. But for this mapping mode that's specific to an audio effect rack, you can only access that from the audio effect rack in question itself. So now we've got that. And now over here, I can fine tune some more of my macro mappings. And we even get a title that this is the macro mappings view that we're seeing. So what I like to do is, first of all, instead of having my device on be 64 to 127, which are the range of controls that you're going to see, I'd like it to be 1 to 127. And I'll explain why in a moment, so please bear with me. This is a little bit of a more advanced part, but one thing that I do like sharing about. So what does this mean? Anytime you see a minimum and a maximum value from something to 127 on any kind of knob, that's telling you the extent of values that you can use this knob on for. So what does this mean? It means that if just now when I had 64 as my default, this meant that any kind of knob value that's beyond the halfway mark means my device will be on. And any kind of value that's before the halfway mark, which is 64, is going to be less, because 64 is approximately half of 127. It's a little bit more, and for reasons that we won't go too in-depth into today. But yeah, 64 is kind of like that middle point that you're going back and forth in between. That said, I do want my downsampling to kick in immediately when I turn on the knob. I still want to have that range of values. So because of that, I'm going to have the minimum value be 1. This means that the moment I twist my knob just a tiny bit, the downsampling will already start. And because of that, I'll be able to get my full range of downsampling. So here, let's do a bit of a comparison. Let's set this back to 64 and come out of mapping mode and try to listen for what this sounds like. So here is the downsampling. I'm just going to twist the knob from left to right, and you can see it move, and you can see now you can hear the downsampling kick in when I go a bit farther. Here's the downsampling. But it kicks in almost immediately. So let's do a comparison. That was starting at 64. Now let's start at 1. So now let's head back out of here and start moving this knob. So we get some small downsampling and slowly increasing. Woo! Cool. So that's exactly what I wanted. A little bit more control. So that's what I tend to do for a lot of these devices that are a bit more aggressive as well. And hi, greetings to the people who just joined in. I just saw the numbers bump up as well. And yeah, the link that I put in the chat was a link to a video of me talking about Macs for Live devices. And that's an intro to Macs for Live on my own channel. You're most welcome. TWD Industries, would you recommend an APC40 Mark I user with Live 10 Suite upgrade to push? Asking for a friend who is me. That's a great question, TWD. I will say, though, that one part I love about the Mark I of the APC40 are the faders. Unfortunately, you don't have that on push. If, though, you feel that you are very passionate about using Live, let's say for more production-related type things, I think push is definitely worth the upgrade, even for performance stuff as well. But I would also say that a really great benefit of push or the Mark II of the APC are the different kinds of LEDs and the different colors. I feel like that's, some people think it's a small thing, but yeah, so for me, it's actually pretty big. I feel like color coding is a big part of my workflow. So to have that show up on push, or even, like I said, the Mark II of the APC 40 is really big for me, and it helps me navigate my set a lot better as well. But yeah, also hi to Regine. Thanks for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Let's see what we can do over here. I think we had one more audio effect, maybe? Oh yeah, we were talking about a filter. So let's see if we can do this super quickly. Let's do one more of this. We've got our delay, our reverb. Let's do a auto filter. And let's also do the same thing. Let's map this again. We've got auto filter hanging out over here. And we've got this. kind of filtering off. And what I like to do is map my filter frequency to macro number 4. So that's going to be my filter. Now if I'm over here, I have the 4th filter kind of filtering out. And right now it's pretty flat. So maybe what we'll do is head over here and give this a little bit of resonance. Maybe about, let's do 30% for now. So now we can hear it a little bit more. Great. So now we've got all of these different sorts of controls. We got some delay, reverb, downsampling, and autofocus. So we got that too. Let's see if we can put this into practice though, and maybe do a little bit of a quick run through of our song with the different kinds of effects. So let's see. Let's start off with our intro. And off the bat, maybe we'll start off with reverb. Let's see if we can do a quick performance of this in the next few minutes before we do our giveaway. This is your last chance to enter the giveaway, everyone. So while I'm doing this performance, if you do want to enter the giveaway, please head over to that link that Thomas posted in the chat. Your last chance for the giveaway before we announce the winners for the giveaway. So last chance. Yep, the link is there. Just making sure that the link is there. But yeah, let's see what we can do with this. Let's start off with some reverb and maybe some filter. Yay, cool. So that was a little bit of our performance with all of the audio effects that we had and all of in the rack that we put together like all of us. Yay, cool. So at this stage, maybe we have some information about our giveaway winners. I'm just gonna touch base with Thomas, but thanks everyone for tuning in. This is really fun, and we're actually kind of thinking about extending the 343 TV series. If you would like this, do let us know, because we're only supposed to initially do this in June, but maybe we'll do it for July. So this is actually my last stream for now, but maybe we'll come back next week. We'll see how things go. But we do have a giveaway winner. So at this stage, I'm also going to head over into my drum rack and do a little bit of a drum roll. We have a drum roll for our giveaway winner. And congratulations to Shintaro Kawakami. Shintaro, if you're watching, congratulations. Shintaro Kawakami is the winner of our track. Shintaro Kawakami is the winner of our track. Yay! Congratulations, Shintaro, on your win. You have won the Arturia Pigments license. Hi, Max. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like most people would like this series to continue, Max. So we're still kind of like, chatting about it. But now I love to continue this as well, share more tips and tricks. And I only got really scratched the surface of the stuff I do for live performance stuff. I love to share more things about this too. Oh, yay! Congratulations! Shintaro's here! Yay! Congratulations, Shintaro. We will be in touch with you. Yay! Great. See, we love giving away stuff too. And I also, this kind of is a big throwback for me to the very first week where we gave away some stuff from Sensol, which was great as well. So yay, awesome. Congratulations. Give some applauses to Shintaro. We're very happy that you participated in our giveaway. We love giving away stuff. It's like all the stuff that we've given away and that we gave to the winners has been really great. I think other things we've given away have been Ableton vouchers as well. So lots of really cool stuff. But yay, thanks so much again, everyone, for tuning. I'm feeling a little bit nostalgic now that we're kind of at the end of the road. But this is really cool, building like audio effect racks with y'all. Maybe in the future we can do like a gigantic audio effect rack, and I'll share some more tips and tricks about building live performance rigs and using controllers. I would love to do more stuff about controllerism. I feel like that's one of my big loves that most people know about me. It's like I love, live electronic performance and controllerism. But that's it. This was really nice. Oh my gosh, Dave, debut performance of your morph tomorrow. Yes, Dave won the morph in our very first giveaway of 343 TV ever a couple of weeks ago. So yay, congrats, Dave, too. I'm so glad that you're using your morph. The Sensol morph, everyone, is one that we got from our dear friends at Sensol. We love the Sensol folks, and they've been super supportive of 343 TV as well. So yay! On that note, though, thanks so much again, everyone, for tuning in. Please tune in to Techno Tuesday tomorrow with the amazing legend John Selway, who always brings lots of really good vibes for us. And we also appreciate everyone, tuning in for the rest of all the streams we have, like the whole week. But yes, we have John tomorrow, and we have daily programming all the way until the end of the week, and recaps on Sunday too. So there's lots of stuff going on. And yeah, I guess this is it for now. Hopefully, if you do want to check more of our lessons out, please head over to 343labs.com and please subscribe. We do stream, more than the usual 343 TV stuff, and we also host a lot of other videos on our channel. So feel free to subscribe. You can also hit the red button to subscribe, but also hit the notification bell in order to be notified of whenever we go live. So there's a little bit of a weird system on YouTube, but there's a couple of steps that you go through to be notified of stuff. So yes, please subscribe, please follow us. We're at 343 Labs pretty much anywhere. My name's Dolltrick, or Claire. My name's Claire, really, but my artist project is Dolltrick. But you can find me at DOLLTRICK in all lowercase letters, or you can find me on Spotify at DOLLTR!CK, again, all lowercase letters with the exclamation point. But that's how I spell my name. Any other spelling of my name is an unauthorized use of the word Dolltrick. It's a trademark now, so yay, register for trademark. But protect yourself, everyone, online. Stay safe. I hope you have a lovely week ahead. It was so wonderful kicking off this Monday with all of you. And we will see you all soon for more 343 TV. Bye. Have a great one.
Broken skin has become my memory. Wounded heart is me falling to my knees. Blinded eyes are in search of reverie. Tell me, do I deserve my dignity? Forgotten shields across the There's a battleground brewing beneath my mind. There's a thunderstorm thirsting to start a fire. Should an avalanche anger the demons deep inside? Still got a battle out of Switchblade threatens to draw its line through me. One more knife in the gut and I can't breathe. Give me strength in my blood to win this fight. Recover my spark, take back my sight, and I need to find my peace in time. Begin again to see the light. There's a battleground brewing beneath my mind. There's a thunderstorm thirsting to start a fire. Should an avalanche anger the demons deep inside? Still got a battle out of There's a battleground brewing beneath my mind. There's a thunderstorm thirsting to start a fire. Should an avalanche anger the demons deep inside? Still got a battle out of With my battle scars, there ain't a flame I can't ignite. My lion heart has won the fight. Broken skin has become my memory. Wounded heart is me falling to my knees. Blinded eyes are in search of reverie. Tell me, do I deserve my dignity? Forgotten shields across the fields, once growing green, now they're running red. But I need to find my peace in time. Can't lose my spirit to my head. There's a battleground brewing beneath my mind. There's a thunderstorm thirsting to start a fire. Should an avalanche anger the demons deep inside? Still got a battle out of become my memory. Wounded heart is me falling to my knees. Blinded eyes are in search of reverie. Tell me, do I deserve my dignity? Forgotten shields across the fields, once growing green, now they're running red. But I need to find my peace in time. Can't lose my spirit to my head. There's a battleground brewing beneath my mind. There's a thunderstorm thirsting to start a fire. Should an avalanche anger the demons deep inside? Still gotta battle out of light. Switchblade threatens to draw its line through me. One more knife in the gut and I can't breathe. Give me strength in my blood to win this fight. Recover my spark, take back my sight. And I need to find my peace in time. Begin again to see the light. There's a battleground brewing beneath my mind. There's a thunderstorm thirsting to start a fire. Should an avalanche anger the demons deep inside? Still gotta battle out of There's a battleground brewing beneath my mind. There's a thunderstorm thirsting to start a fire. Should an avalanche anger the demons deep inside? Still gotta battle out of life. With my battle scars, there ain't a flame I can't ignite. My lion heart has won the fight. Broken skin has become my memory. Wounded heart is me falling to my knees. Blinded eyes are in search of reverie. Tell me, do I deserve my dignity? Forgotten shields across the fields, once growing green, now they're running red. But I need to find my peace in time. Can't lose my spirit to my head. There's a battleground brewing beneath my mind. There's a thunderstorm thirsting to start a fire. Should an avalanche anger the demons deep inside? Still gotta battle out of light. seeds, once growing green, now they're running red. But I need to find my peace in time. Can't lose my spirit to my head. There's a battleground brewing beneath my mind. There's a thunderstorm thirsting to start a fire. Should an avalanche anger the demons deep inside? Still got a battle out of mind. Switchblade threatens to draw its line through me. One more knife in the gut and I
right. I guess we're ready to roll. Hello, everyone. Playing some chords at you. Hi, David Schwartz. Nice to have you here. Welcome to Taco Tuesday. I'm sorry, Techno Tuesday. I'm going to keep doing that. I'm just going to keep saying taco. Or maybe Tortilla Tuesday would be good. I have guacamole here. Hello. Welcome to our stream on 343 Labs. Yet again, every day, 1 o'clock, without fail, right? We're doing 343 Labs TV, and this is my time to hang out with you guys and make techno, etc. I'm John Selway, and I keep saying techno over and over again. It's Techno Tuesday. Techno Tuesday. We're making techno. What that means to you might be different than what that means to me. I like all different kinds of stuff. Hi, Max. Hi, Bug Tank. Serotonin Records. I have something to do with that. Actually, I've been thinking about that. I don't have it set up for that today, but one of these Techno Tuesdays, one of these Taco Tuesdays is going to be actually like an electro day. Maybe next time. I think that would be fun. Hey, Frank. Hey, Scott. Nice that you're here with us. Remember, as always, you guys can ask questions about, well, not anything, but anything related to techno or tacos even. I'm not a taco expert, but I'll try. And as usual, we also have a giveaway. We're still working with Arturia, and let's bring in our friend Thomas from 343 Labs, who is everybody's trusty sidekick nowadays in these streams. Say hi, Thomas.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Excited to be back for another Techno or Taco Tuesday.
I know. It's going to get old, this taco thing, I swear. So what are we giving away today?
Today we have an awesome giveaway. Big thank you to the folks at Arturia. We are going to be giving away a V7 collection, which is a great, collection of analog modeled synths. John, knows quite a bit about them. I'm a huge fan of the entire bundle myself. So one of you lucky viewers out there will be taking that home today at the end of the stream. I'm going to put the link in the description, or in the chat, I should say, in just a moment. So look out for that.
Look out.
Look out.
You better watch out. And yeah, hit the link and enter the contest, and good luck.
Oh, yeah.
To all of you.
Exactly.
Because, yeah, the Arturia synths are pretty cool. And, I've been using them a little bit here and there, and we use them in the synthesis and sound design for producers course that I do for 343 Labs. And, yeah, I have some going on here and what I'm working on today. Let's see what's going on with the chat. Let's make techno. Yes, taco techno. And hey, Andrew Duke. Andrew Duke is old school. He's been around from the beginning. Props to Andrew. And nice to see you hanging around the 343 Labs chat. Bug Tank asked, where do you want to see techno go? Good, interesting question. Forward, always. And there's techno like I said earlier, techno means different things to different people. There's so many styles. And, we have to acknowledge, like, the roots of techno, Detroit, the Belleville 3. We have to acknowledge funk and soul and rhythm and blues and the roots of all popular music, and how techno wouldn't be the same without it. It wouldn't exist without it. I want to see it grow in every direction all at once. I want to see it expand, and whether you're into musical techno or melodic techno, whatever people are calling it, which is like trance, but good. sometimes. And then, or if you're into industrial clanging, cavernous warehouse noise, that's fine. It's, for me, it's all part of the same universe. So I like it when they all get mixed together, you know, and whether you're into like sort of the heavy sort of Beatport top 10 techno, like drum code kind of stuff, you know, that's good for what it is. Or if you're into more underground stuff or more experimental stuff, for me, it all exists. It's the universe I live in. So if that universe is expanding and genres are crossing and cross-pollinating and new sounds are coming, or, you know, techno's always influenced other genres and vice versa. So that's what I like. And that's what's still happening more than ever. Dub techno. I like it. Tips for dub techno. I absolutely, that's sort of relevant here because I have kind of a dubby chord stab going on. And we can look at how we might dub that out a little bit today, maybe. Granular synthesis. We touched on that just a little bit last time. I was thinking about starting to work on the arrangement of what I have from the last couple of times here. Let's switch over and actually make some noise and check out what I have going on here. There's my chord stab. It's not actually, I wouldn't call this like dub techno exactly yet, but it's an element that I could use in that context for sure. And there's a little bit of the subtle motion to the modulation of this sound. This whole thing started out on the first Techno Tuesday where we had all the crazy technical difficulties, and hopefully we will not have those anymore. This all started out as like heavy banging, like distorted. But I've been kind of drifting away from that over the last couple of times I've worked on this. I started with the big distorted old school 909s, and now I'm getting into this. A little more fluid, syncopated, slightly organic feel to the percussion with these floaty chords. And it's kind of going in a dub atmosphere. Although I still have some tough drums to put underneath it. Not quite as blown out. Capel Tapel. That's an interesting username. These are Bayer Dynamic DT880 headphones. And actually use those in conjunction with the SonarWorks Reference 4 software. It does some correction and makes the frequency response more flat, more accurate for mixing. Andrew Duke, yeah, if my kick drums were to sound as good as a Thomas Heckman or Leo Anabaldi distorted kick, then I know I'm on the right track. You are absolutely right. Those guys know what they're doing. All right, so I have that kind of groove with the chord stab, and then one of these elements I had when I was playing around with the synths one time, I got this kind of slightly funk-influenced bass line, kind of rubbery, bouncy thing going on with the Mini V, you know, the Arturia Mini Moog emulation doing its thing. And I realized that I transposed the synth and the new chords that I did to work together, and I kind of like this vibe together. And maybe doing some automation in the arrangement, just playing with the filter. Really simple. That's always just right away. Everybody does that. Plays with the filter. Of course, there's other things we can play around with to shape the sound over time. But I like that. Woo. TWE Industry says woo. I agree. Let's all say woo right now. 1, 2, 3. Woo! All right, so I could just sit here and talk about this loop all day, but I need to get out of the session view now. I've got this interesting. This is about the point where I start thinking about how things are going to change over time. And I can think of it in a live context. If I, were to set up controllers to modulate parameters of the synths, and I can just hit record in the session view and capture all that. I'm not in my full studio setup. This is my living room, stuck at home during COVID setup for streaming, and I don't have everything hooked up. So I'm, just laptop, trackpad, fingers. But I can still do some real-time recording of automation to, especially with this kind of stuff, to start fleshing out the idea for an arrangement. Literally just like a kick drum and a synth can be enough to get started. So, with that in mind, if I were to just, let's turn off the extra percussion, and then I have the kick and the sort of funky bass line. Get rid of that percussion and go in and sort of give myself a starting point for this. So I have the cutoff frequency that I can play with, the amount of contour, the amount that the envelope is modulating the cutoff frequency. That's making it less percussive, smoother sounding. I can even play with the shape of the amp envelope, the loudness contour, and just playing with all those. I mean, ideally MIDI controller for this. Ableton Live MIDI mapping to different parameters. But for now, I'm just gonna wing it. That's going to be my starting point, just kind of low and not too bright. And basically, I'm going to hit record. I'm going to record into the arrangement, and I'm going to perform live, sort of, with the parameters of the synth, just to give myself an idea of a shape, of building up tension and creating release by having the sound change. And that's it. Carlos Palacios asks, usually how many ideas do you record before you go to the arrangement view? I think it's not a definite number of elements. It's when it starts to sound fleshed out and full. Like if it starts getting to the point of busy, like I have a lot of parts now, then definitely I need to start thinking about how to spread them out over time in the arrangement. And sometimes that might be 3 or 4 tracks, and sometimes it might be 10 or 15. I wouldn't go, there's no rule exactly. I'm just following how I feel and how it sounds. All right, in this case, I've just got to, I don't like to have too many layers. I like to have a few elements that sound big and that are expressive rather than many, many layers. But there are, of course, styles of music where you want those layers. For me, I like this approach for this style, more simple. All right, so I'm just going to hit record, and I'm not going to care too much about being perfect because I know I might mess up. And part of this is just being free and letting yourself explore with tweaking the synth in real time and how it sounds and how it feels. So just tweaking the amount of contour right now and just waves up and down. Maybe every now and then it goes a little brighter. And I'm thinking kind of, every 8 bars, every 16 bars, every 32 bars, phrase-wise. But then sometimes not. Sometimes just letting it do what it feels like it needs to do. And it doesn't always have to go up and up and up. There's nothing wrong with just going right back down, and that might be a place in the arrangement where something else happens. So I created tension over however many bars that was, and now it's back down, and then I can be imagining in my mind, all right, if I was performing live, that might be where I trigger another clip to start. It's another section. If I really wanted it to get heavy, I can open up the decay a little bit. It's sounding louder. I feel like I want it to go even heavier now. all the way back down. And again, that could be a place where the kick drum drops out. That could be a place where a new element comes in, or something that was in comes out. I'm creating a frame. And, I might go on and do this for, let's see how much I've recorded. That's only 2 minutes. I'm going to have to go and do this all again. I'll usually do this. I won't maybe do the whole 6 minutes today, but I usually do for a track like this up around 6-7 minutes of just noodling. All right. We talked about noodling last time. All right. Does anyone want to remember? Someone asked what is noodling last time. What's noodling, guys? Aimlessly playing with no direction, I would say. That's what I would say. Hi-hats. Yes, Carlos, there will be hi-hats. But right now, I'm withholding from actually putting in everything all at once. It was all about capturing this, just the automation of this one. Let's call that 81 bars is a good amount. What do I got? Yeah, that's pretty good. It was just capturing the beginnings of an arrangement for this style of music. This doesn't work for every type of arrangement, but for this kind of hypnotic groove that you want for techno, where it's repeating, the melody's repeating, the melody's not changing much, or it's changing to a point and then repeating and repeating and repeating. And what's giving it shape in the arrangement is the expression of the sound, the articulation, the tone of the sound changing. That's what's giving the energy and taking the energy away. And that's going to be the outline for the arrangement. So I can go back in here and like, what if I want to start without the kick drum? All right, move the kick drum over a little bit, and now I have the... All right, so I could do it like that. Maybe I throw in some other percussion, or maybe we start with just the kick drum. So this is a little bit of like just a tiny bit of subtractive arranging now, like taking away from what I did to create a variation. But I like the idea of it just starting straight. And then we have these 32 bars where I kind of built it up. And then you can know where when the filter drops down right there, you can see it. When the cutoff goes down, maybe that's just right where the kick drum drops out. So I'm kind of following the automation, and I can see, oh, that's a place where something needs to change. And I'm not going to do a big, long, crazy build-up or break or something. I'm just going to bring the kick drum right back there after 4 bars. And then Carlos Palacios said hi-hats, so I'll just drop those in. That may be coming a little sooner. Let's see. Bug Tank, he says do the 6 minutes. We might get there. Let's see. What's the next drum pattern I have? Bring it in the clap. So, you know, I already have all these drum variations in the session view. And again, in a live performance situation, I would just be triggering them at will where I want them. All right. All right, here I think I have some decisions to make there after 64 bars. Let's see. What should I do next? Now, I forgot. I got all into this bass line groove, but I also have this deeper chord thing, which is totally going to change the vibe of this. It's going to go from like rocking bass jam to like floaty, dreamy, la la. But maybe that's okay. Let's see what happens if I put that in there from the beginning. I don't want that in the very beginning. Maybe it'll work if I drop it in where the kick drum first drops out. Let's see. There, right at bar 33. It's going to be sort of surprising. It's going to change the vibe, but sometimes that's good. Sometimes I like a little sudden, like, whoa, that's not what I expected. Maybe, we'll see. Just listening right now. Let's see how this works. All right, something's got to change there. I think I want the hi-hats and the clap to stay in, but the kick drum to go away. Let's try that. It's a pretty obvious move to me, but sometimes those things are obvious because they always work and you just do them. Yeah, it's better. It doesn't drop the energy too much. All right, maybe. Has this one got the ride in it? All right. And this is also where I stopped recording my automation. That ride cymbal takes the energy way up, doesn't it? Need more chords. All right, so I'm going to cheat a little bit here. I could go in and overdub some automation, but right now I'm going to let's add lane for each automated envelope. I can just copy what I did and, you know, take like automation from the beginning and drop it in where there isn't any. That's not cheating, that's smart. Just add in a couple of breakpoints to shape it so it's a little bit different in this transition. So yeah, I mean, this is a cool Ableton Live thing you can do where you have all the automation that you recorded on separate lanes and you can cut and paste and put it wherever you want. Just be careful about like start and end so like it follows the phrase, then you know the number of bars. Where's that ride? I always used to like to tweak the pitch of the ride cymbal up and down on a real 909, so I'm going to do that here. I'm going to do, where is that? Tuning. Show automation. think that's a good place for the ride symbol to come out. All right, so I've gotten into, this isn't subtractive arranging anymore. But anyway, the first step was, just to recap before we take a little chat break, to just capture a basic framework using like one element, which was the bass, whatever you want to tweak. It could be any synth you want to tweak. If I had taken this in more of the dub techno direction, I probably would have started with the chord and tweaked the chord and let that be the build up and breakdown element that I was thinking of, you know, tension and release, not necessarily literal build and break, but tension and release, however you want to describe it. Instead of leading with the bass, I led with the bass, and it took me away from the dubby chord thing a little bit. Although then we brought it back. But so anyway, we started with that, right? And then I thought subtractively to make changes in the arrangement. You saw how I took the kick drum away at a point where it felt right according to what I did with the automation of the bass. And then, you know, you might do more or less of that depending on how much you put in and how much was pre-prepared in the clips in the session view. And then now we're at an additive stage where I'm thinking of new things I want to do and variations of parts that I don't have, and I'm adding an automation to parts to create variation. So anyway, we're just about at the halfway mark. I might as well pause and acknowledge all you fine people that have joined us here today. Thank you again. Let's see. Anyone who's joined in, I don't know who's joined in since the beginning, but welcome. If you missed the very beginning, glad you're here now. Come back and watch the video later. And let's see. Questions. TW Industries, were the hi-hats on a velocity LFO? No, so you're hearing something in the hi-hat sweeping up and down. That's a flanger. I think someone asked about that last time. So that's the rising and falling effect. So there it is without, and there it is with. All right. So yeah, that's what's going on with the hi-hat. And there's also, I mean, I didn't program any, I don't think I programmed any, yeah, there's no velocity difference on the hi-hats, but it sounds like it's pumping up and down a little bit because the whole kit is distorted. So whenever the kick drum hits, the hi-hats sound like they're ducking a little bit just because of the distortion and saturation. Everybody say hi to my daughter. She's poking me and distracting me while I'm trying to do this live stream. There's people out there in the world, on the World Wide Web, and they can see you. All right. Anyway, she brought me a piece of cake. I'm not going to eat it now because I won't be. It's sponge cake. I won't be. It's not Taco Tuesday anymore. It's Sponge Cake Tuesday. All right. Sorry. Let's get back to the questions. Where do I donate for the Selway T-shirt fund? I would love to have some T-shirts made. Let's talk. Abe Duque now. Abe Duque. Oh, here's the other one. Say hi, Otto. This is just life now, right? They're so intrigued by this. They want to know, what's Daddy doing? Why is he kicking us out of the living room and telling us not to use the internet right now? Like, Otto wants to be a live streamer. He likes playing Minecraft. Are you going to start a Twitch channel when you're old enough? Okay. You're getting hugs from people. Wow, thanks. All right, let's look at some serious questions. Let's get back on track now. When arrangement and structure are finished, would you export and mix in a separate session? Usually not. Sometimes, but usually not. It depends. I feel like I'm able to get Ableton Live to sound good enough for me. Just using, you know, even sometimes just using the built-in plugins, the native devices, but also lots of third-party stuff like FabFilter, etc. And I think the most important thing is your ears and your skills and good monitors, good monitoring, or headphones, and just listening. You can get good results out of anything. You don't have to. But then sometimes, if you're, I have taken audio stems and mixed them in other programs. Usually if I wanted some kind of like console emulation, like the Harrison Mix Bus has a really nice, rich, warm analog console emulation. So if you want your mix to sound like that, then it makes sense. But I feel like, you know, for this kind of music, I'm using distortion and saturation all the time, and good quality compression to give it that glue and that richness and thickness. Anyway, I caught Thomas sleeping. How's it going? You're back on.
Good. Active chat today. A lot of people in here on the stream, which is awesome to see. Good to see Abe in here, Max, Satney, a couple people from the 343 team, and then a bunch of people who've been tuning into all these live streams. Glad to see you guys back.
We got a good crew.
Yeah, you've been nailing it. You've been keeping up with the chat and getting through all the material. Took a break at the exact right time. So kudos to you.
Yeah, I got to say, TAETRO gave us the nice guide on how to be a good streamer, and it's working. So props to TAETRO for leading the way and showing us how it's done. And also, one thing that helped a lot for me this time, which I fixed since last time, is I had the little chat I've got going, the embedded chat that I'm looking at. It was hiding questions. It was hiding chat after like a few seconds, so I was missing them. And now it was set wrong. And now it's just, I can go back and see what someone said a little while ago, and
amazing.
It's working. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems to be working good. So why don't we talk into everything? And
that's exactly what I wanted to do. You go right ahead.
Perfect. So, we've been doing these 343 TV live streams, and, the big host behind it all is this electronic music school called 343 Labs, which is, this is being hosted on their YouTube channel, but besides providing all this great content
at the end of it, both directions are totally good and valid. And I mean, I know even though I do a lot of my own sound design, I also almost as much use whatever presets are in the synth and just play and make music because I'm a musician first. So that's it's like a synthesis course with music first, and knowing what your options are and using these instruments better. That's kind of the philosophy. So if any of that sounds interesting to you, if you want to get a little deeper and have more understanding of possibilities in synthesis and sound design, check out the course. All right. Let's acknowledge the chat one more time and look for some questions. Where can I find resource? I can't read very well on the screen. Lightning Tree. That's awesome. Nice name. Where can I find resources on making electronic music in iOS? So I'll be honest, I haven't done a lot with iOS. I'm curious about it myself. Maybe we can look this up. There's a couple of YouTube channels. There's a couple of guys that do videos on YouTube that I've been watching. I'm blanking on the names right now. Maybe I can get a link to you somehow. That are really good at looking at all the different possibilities, and they do like reviews of software and things like that run on iOS. So we'll have to research that one and get back to you. But I'll tell you what my favorite app is for iOS, and that's Borderlands. It's a granular synth sampler that's just incredible. So look at that just for a start, just to play with sounds. It's really amazing. What else have we got? What does less is more mean? How many elements in a track is good enough? Well, for me, less is more is going to be fewer instruments, not too many layers, and having each of those instruments, each of those sounds that I'm using, be strong and fill up what I need in terms of, the musicality or the tone, or, so, I mean, one kick drum could be enough if that's what you want. So if someone knows anything about hardcore techno and Mark Acardapane and like some classics from the 90s, there's this track, it's like under the name of Pill Driver, and the whole thing is one 909 kick drum through distortion and a filter and nothing else. And it is incredible. One kick drum completely rocks the party. One. So that's less is more. And, in my case, I don't usually just make a track out of one kick drum, but I don't go crazy on layering a lot. I like to have one sound that fits. And then the other thing about being sort of limited in terms of numbers of instruments is there's less to keep track of. If you're doing stuff like automating, and then when having lots of parameters changing over time, if I've only got one or two instruments to take care of as opposed to 8, it's easier. It's simplifying my workflow, and that's another good reason to sort of think less is more in terms of your composition and the structure. So Andrew Duke, Terrence Dixon has an early techno track that is literally just a kick. Yeah, exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. And basic channel, absolutely. Actually, let's go that way a little bit. All right, I've got this, kind of pumping, funky techno groove going on here, but let's approach it in a different way and unsolo my hi-hat so we can actually hear something. All right. I'm actually just, I don't know, I'm tempted to wipe all this out. I don't know, let's save it first. Save as Techno Tuesday 2. All right, and then I'm going to erase everything and go back to the session view. And let's concentrate on these chords. And I'm going to try to make this go in a more kind of dub techno direction.
Hey, John.
Do you see what's going on behind me here?
No, not
my children are now stars of Techno Taco Tuesday.
Oh.
They are in it. They might as well just be dancing in here. I should turn the music on and they should just dance around because, like,
Techno Dance Party Tuesdays.
That's right, with kids.
Yes.
All right, so let's. Were you going to say something?
I was just gonna say, if you're hopping back into live, let's switch over so everybody can see what's going on there.
Well, thanks for the reminder.
Yeah, no worries. That's why I'm here, man.
They don't want to look at you. They want to look at my screen.
Yeah, exactly.
Actually, I should turn my camera off. No one wants to look at me either. All right, so here we are. I'm going to kind of start over again. Let's reset, and let's focus on these chords. And, it's already got this kind of classic deep chord stab thing going on. And there's some variation. If you were around for the last one, you might have seen how I was using the LFOs to kind of sweep things up and down. So every time you play a chord, you'd hear a little bit different tone because you can see that, it's moving through this wavetable, and every time it's at a different wavetable position, we're hearing different sounds. It's also being modulated by an envelope. All right. Let's go and give this sound a little bit more. I'm going to make it darker. I need a wider range to play with here. I don't want to. It's already pretty bright and shiny sounding. Let's keep it darker. Just like I did with the synth, with the bass. All right, so we have envelope 2. It's going to take me a second here to remember what envelope's doing what. I think it might be envelope 2 that's doing. Envelope 2 or envelope 3? Come on, Arturia interface. Yeah. And then we have our second filter. That's nice. Now we're getting like deep and aquatic. Give it a little more. So that seems to be like a nice starting point. And I've got kind of a deep, softer 808 kick. But it's real long. It's got a long decay on it. I want like a, gosh, the hard wax term would be reduced. Anybody know what I'm talking about? I want a kick drum that's not too long and bassy. I want to kind of have it just be more of a subtle. So I can I'm not going to bother going through my kicks right now. Let's just shape this one to be like, I like the tone of it. Let's just make the articulation, make the shape different. I'm going to switch over to classic so I get the ADSR. I also want to slow it down a little bit. I feel like it's a little... I want to be groovier, so I'm going to bring it down into the 120s. And let's... Oops, that's not exactly what I wanted to do. I also tuned it down a little bit, so it's subbier. And And I have some toms here. I wonder... All right. I'm going to try to turn this into something. All right. Now, just this, just as a starting point could be enough, and then I go back and play with the chord stabs and automate those and have them change over time. I kind of want a little more richness in here, and I want some more depth, and I think I need bass. I mean, we're talking about dub. We need some more bass. So, what should we do? A lot of times I go for an FM synth to do sub bass lines, like Operator or something like that. That's the fast way. But actually, I'm just going to use, since we're using Arturia plugins, let's use an Arturia plugin today. And I'll just go in for another mini V because it's simple and fast and it sounds good. You can see we've kind of calmed down a little bit now, which is good. The vibe, going deep like this, I feel different. My kids are also gone, so they're not like attacking me with cuteness. I just know I'm going to start with a filtered square wave just for now. All right, so we're kind of, it's dubby, but we're also kind of on this sort of housey vibe with the rhythm like that. Come on, get your act together. 2-bar loop. Let's play with the sound a little bit. And right now it's simple. It's just filtered. Square wave. And I'm doing something a little bit kind of subtle now. So the cutoff frequency is pretty low, and I'm emphasizing it, and we're only hearing it boost certain frequencies when the note I play is close to the cutoff filter. So it's kind of bringing out some overtones. Let's play with the chords. So just like I did, it's the same as with the tweaking the bass before, is I've got a couple of different parameters that I'm playing with. And then, So there's that for motion. There's the motion with the LFOs modulating the wavetable. And then I also have my performance kind of motion of tweaking the knobs. And, you know, again, with a MIDI controller, you're going to get a lot out of, you know, having two hands on some knobs as opposed to one, switching back and forth with the cursor. And let's play around with echo as well. I mean, obviously, anyone who likes dub knows that echo is basically like an instrument. Like just the delay itself is played and performed to create rhythm and texture and even musical parts. So this would be usually something you want to put on a return so you can, you can send to it when you want it and then take it away when you don't want it. Let's make another return track. And I generally go to echo because it does a pretty knockout analog, tape style delay. It's got all the character that you would want. Speaking of, sometimes I just use the echo just to do like tape saturation, emulation, and noise, and that actually, that's another thing. If you talk about basic channels, so much that they have this incredible detailed atmosphere. Like all their sounds sound they're like in another world, and a lot of it is very careful effects processing and working with delays and noise and distortion. And so it can be interesting to just like run your whole mix through something that gives it a character. Let's try that. I'm going to put an echo. All right. That's on the whole mix. All the way wet. And I'm going to set it to time and turn the feedback down. The echoes, it's 1 millisecond. We're not going to really hear a delay. I can saturate the input. I can filter the whole mix, kind of bandpass the whole mix, makes it sound, there's that hard wax term again, reduced. That's for those who know. Do stereo width. And I can add a little noise. So this is kind of doing tape emulation now. There's noise, there's wobble. All right, we don't want to do feedback that's going to cause crazy phase cancellation or not phase cancellation, but phase issues. And then let's do some rhythmic dubbed out delay on those chords. All right, so we're 100% wet. I'm actually going to keep the delays unsynced and unchained. Let your delays be free. And just to keep things clear and simple, let's go. I'm going to temporarily for now turn off the effects that are in Pigment so we really only hear what's going on with the delay that I've got this sent to. Oop. Right, so I'm deliberately not syncing my delay. I want it to be floaty and offbeat and kind of in between and not quite in time. I like that it feels like it's sort of, dizzy. And then let's play with the filter a little bit. So doing that like more drastic filtering on the echo, it really separates it. You hear the chord stab and then you hear the echo is like another thing. and you're kind of tuning it, and it's a different resonance, and you're hearing different, almost like different notes in the chord. And that's a subtlety that, you know, when you hear really good techno, it's like it's a chord stab and it's modulating, but when it modulates, even though the notes aren't changing that you're playing on the keyboard, you're hearing different frequencies coming out over time, and it sounds like there's a melody or a chord progression, but actually it's just the filters and the modulation of the sound and maybe of the effects. You could play with the feedback a little bit every now and then. Just make it too much and it kind of jumps out and gets shiny. So, you know, your delay, like I said, in dub music is an instrument as well. It's not just an effect you put on and leave. You tweak it. Play with the delay times. Play with the feedback. Play with if there's a filter, play with it. Have the delay evolve. You know, you might even use shorter delays. So definitely, you know, that this is the dub weapon. Delays like this, that you can modulate the tone and that have character and that have real feedback so that you can make it, you know, echo into a new sound, into distortion and back. Let your delays be free. I like that. Good one, El Cochino. Thank you very much. Let's do it. And we're winding down now. I feel like we covered what we wanted to cover today. I got like 2 tracks out of this, or at least 2 mixes of a track out of this session. That I saved the other one with the arrangement with the bass line, and now I've got this deep version with the echo and the modulating chords and the new bass line. So yeah, this is great. Let's bring Thomas back on the scene and chat a little bit and acknowledge all of you guys again before we are out for the day. What's up, Thomas?
Not much, but don't forget one of the most important parts at the end of the show is going to be announcing our giveaway winner for the Arturia collection, which I do have a winner for if we're ready to do that, or you want to do some questions beforehand, John?
Now let's wind them up. Let's take a couple more. I'll look for a couple more questions here before, you know, it's 1:58. We're down to the wire, but let's see. Yep. Great Mononoke. Oh yeah, my daughter's Halloween costume from last year. Yeah, thanks. Mom did a really good job making that costume. Is everything ascend to the echo? Says Paul Gomez. Asks Paul. Is everything? I just did the chords. Only the chords are going to the echo. I think if that's what you mean. And then what? David asked about what reverb do you like to use? I like Valhalla reverbs. The only one I have installed on this machine right now is that new free one that they just released lately. The Supermassive. It's got a lot of character. It's basically a delay, a delay with diffusion, and you can diffuse the delays so much that it becomes a reverb. So this is a great one. But any of the Valhallas are good. I also very much like the Fab Filter reverb. It's really nice. And then as native, or, you know, the live reverb is good. It's solid. You can make it sound good if you tweak it. The convolution reverb, I'm just a fan of convolution reverb in general. I use convolution a lot. I'll run like kick drums and everything through convolution just to give it a different sense of space. So, but yeah, any convolution reverb is interesting, but the one that comes with Ableton Live as part of Max for Live is awesome. I use that all the time. And yeah, I think that's about it. I like that people are into the Selway t-shirt idea. I'm going to have to investigate that. And I'm not going to forget about that iOS music question, because I'm also curious about that. So maybe like for next stream, we'll keep that in mind, or yeah, I'll do my research and see where we should look for more info on that. And I don't know, maybe even get into doing some of that in a stream if it's feasible someday. Paul also asked, do I use Serum? Yes, I do. in what situations am I inspired to use it? Honestly, I've been using it more for teaching because so many students want to know about it. But anytime I want to do very precise wavetable synthesis and have a really sharp modern edge to my sound, I would look to Serum because that's what it has. And wow, Restream just gave us a pat on the back. We have received 100 messages today with Restream chat. It's some kind of a record. And let us now get back to Thomas and announce the winner of our giveaway before we are totally out of time.
All right, everybody. So today's winner for the Arturia V Collection 7 is going to be Michael Williams.
Congratulations, Michael Williams. That is excellent.
Yes, so congratulations to Michael. We'll be reaching out via email with the details shortly. And thanks again to everybody for tuning in. Super active chat today. Love to see that.
Yeah, this was a good one. This just flowed nicely. I hopefully you guys didn't have any hiccups, any lag with the video so much. I upgraded my internet speed just for you. So we're doing so much more of this. And of course my kids are happy about it too because they're online gaming now. So they love the reduced lag. It's a big deal. And thanks to all of you for joining us. We'll be back again next Tuesday with more tacos. I'm sorry, with more techno. Actually, no. Next one, electro. Jason Shostak, you're on here, I think. We're going to do it. You're going to help me out, right? Maybe. We'll see. We got the Serotonin Records thing. We have the Synapse project. It's kind of like weird nerd funk electro stuff, and it might be fun to get into that. So
for sure.
Adios. And
thanks, everybody.
We'll see you next time.
Freedom. 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 Freedom.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for your patience. Really sorry about that. My computer decided it didn't like me anymore, and so I had to restart it. It was just freaking out. All right, well, welcome to the final week of this installment of Stuck in the House with myself, Lewis Beck, also known as Sylvan Paul, also known as just Justin Beck, which is my given name. I know, very, very confusing. I apologize. Anyway, for those of you who are returning, welcome back. For those of you who are tuning in just for the first time, welcome. So, as many of you know, 343 Labs is a music production school in New York City, and we also offer tons of courses online, and especially with what's been going on in the world recently, we've been entirely online. Fingers crossed we're going to be able to start being able to do in-person classes again soon. But, for those of you that aren't familiar with us, we offer classes in Logic, Ableton, mixing, mastering, songwriting, and a newly formed class that I had helped develop called vocal production. So today we are going to be, and also if you don't know, we actually have giveaways every week if you tune in. So that means that even if you hate what I'm saying, you maybe should stick around so that you can get some free stuff. Anyway, so today the giveaway is the Arturia OBXA plugin, which is a really cool synth plugin. The Arturia stuff is very, very powerful, and there are a lot of producers who swear by it. So, it's a really cool thing if you happen to be the person to win. And as always, if you dig the content that we're giving you and you've been tuning into a bunch of these, please subscribe to our channel so you can see all the content that we have. There are tons of tutorial videos from all of our instructors, including, of course, myself. There's a more abbreviated version of a house music tutorial. And, of course, what we're doing today and what we have been doing for the past 3 weeks is working on producing, arranging a house music track. All right? So for those of you that may not know, I've been working on this track for the past 3 weeks. And so the first week, what we did was we just talked about some of the basic principles of house music production and composition. We looked at, just the idea of making sure that, you're functioning within the 8-bar, 16-bar structure. We looked at how to apply groove, how to apply swing, how to, make your bass line work with your groove, how to create synchronicity in the entire project, things like that. Of course, then what we did was we arranged it out and started talking about some production tricks. And now today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing a kind of like crash course, mixing thing with it. I'll still show you some production tricks because at the end of the day, when you're working on your own music, the line between production and mixing is hazy at best. Now, I should also tell you that I currently cannot physically respond to anything coming into the chat. So if you want me to address something, please just drop it in there, and I'm going to do my best to address it verbally. And if I don't address it within like 5 minutes of you dropping it in, just drop it in again. And let's just go ahead and get started. Last thing I'll say is because we, or I was having technical difficulties with this. What we're actually going to do is we're going to go until 2:15. We normally would go until 2, but we're going to go a little bit later. So I want to give you guys that extra time. All right. So first of all, I just want to talk about like what is mixing. A lot of people kind of freak out about it and think that like maybe the reason that their music isn't being signed or the reason that they're not famous is that their mixing and their mastering isn't good enough. And I'm here today to tell you that that is complete bullshit and complete nonsense. At the end of the day, a great musical idea is a great musical idea, right? Yes, it needs to be presented in such a way that makes it feel professional and polished. But bottom line is, if you're shopping around demos and your music is incredible, but your mixes are not that good, you will still get signed. So don't think that mixing is some like magical cure-all or mastering. It's not, right? It's really about creating a cohesive project, musical idea, right? Where the production decisions that you're making are logical and complement one another. And basically what mixing is trying to fix any time where that is not happening, right? Or to try to ensure that that happens in a more effective way. So when it comes to mixing house music or just electronic music in general, or actually I should say dance floor oriented electronic music, right? The most important place to start is the low end. Right? In fact, I would even argue that if you get your low end completely right, the rest of the mix almost doesn't matter in dance music, because that's what people are there for in the club, right? They're there for like that pounding, tight, powerful low end. And anything else, I think, is just a plus. Now, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't try to make the rest of your mix good, but that's just to say that you should definitely give the most amount of attention and detail to making sure that your low end, meaning your kick and your bass and anything else that inhabits those lower frequencies, is working well. So there are tons of artists that never get to the point of mixing their own music. So I'm just I'm seeing what you're saying in the chat here, Chroma Beats, and like if you are a musician but you don't mix and master your own stuff, that has absolutely no bearing on your level. There are plenty of amazing artists that don't mix their own music. It's a difficult skill, and the thing is that it's a completely separate skill from producing. Right? It really relies more on your ears than anything. And so until you start understanding what music is supposed to sound like, which I realize might sound like a weird thing. So like, well, I've been listening to music all my life. Of course I know what music's supposed to sound like. Well, what it really is it's more about the balance between frequencies and how, wide the project is, the stereo width, and also just the balance of the instruments in terms of volume. So I'm not entirely sure what you mean, TWD Industries. Mixing and mastering, I do mixing and mastering work for labels and other artists. So yes, it's extremely important. But what I'm saying to you is that if you think your music isn't being signed or isn't getting attention because it's poorly mixed, that's not the reason. So obviously, if it doesn't feel professional, that will be a little bit of an issue. But if the music itself isn't compelling, it doesn't matter how good the mix or master is. So that's the point that I'm trying to make to you, is if you think that that mixing and mastering is what is holding you back, I hate to break it to you. It's not. It's your music, and you need to work more on production and producing. And the bottom line is that if you're producing your own work, right, then it should already be a really good mix if you're a good producer. Because what that means is, what a mix is, okay, is it's literally just taking the elements that are there and making sure that they function together in a logical, cohesive way. If you're a really good producer, that means you're already doing that from the get-go. So that means selecting good samples if you're doing that. That means designing good sounds if you're doing that, right? That means also actually arranging your project in such a way that it's not too busy at any given moment in time, and that whatever is happening allows the listener to be able to focus on the thing that's most important at that particular part. So, the three most important things in mixing are going to be volume, EQing, and then we'll say tonal balance, really. Volume, tonal balance, and spatial dynamics. So if you can get those three things really down, then you'll have great mixes. So the idea that like EQing and compression is mixing is incorrect. They are important aspects of mixing, but in an ideal world, you actually really shouldn't even have to EQ or compress. You chose your sounds so perfectly, you produced your project so well that you designed each sound in such a way that it complements every single other one that it's just perfect. Now that usually doesn't happen. You're usually gonna have to do some mixing. Sometimes you have to do a lot of mixing, right? But the bottom line is that if you produce the song well, you're already halfway there. So what I'm gonna show you guys is some tricks for how to take your house tracks specifically and make them more powerful, right? And more dynamic and more alive. Anyway, let's get going. So let's take a listen to this track.
Tapes, electronic sounds. Tapes, electronic sounds. Tapes, electronic sounds.
Got you, TW Industries. Sorry, made me feel like I had to go on the defensive.
Generations music would be a synthesis of those two elements and some third thing. It might rely heavily on electronics, tapes, using machines.
All right, so the first thing that I want to talk about that's going on in this track is that it seemed like the bass kick was powerful enough at the start of the track, and then the bass line came in, right? Which is overpowering it a little bit. So a lot of people think, right, that it's mandatory to what you would call sidechain your bass line off of your kick drum, right? And so for those of you that aren't familiar with sidechaining, what sidechaining simply is it's a way of using a compressor where the input source that triggers the compression is a different instrument as opposed to the instrument that's on the channel. So it causes it to duck out of the way of whatever triggers
The
it.
new generations music would be a synthesis of those two.
So what we're gonna do is I'm first actually, before I do anything like sidechaining or anything like that, I'm actually gonna see if I can get it to be punchy and coming through without using sidechaining. I'll explain why. Okay, so sidechaining, as useful as it is, if it's overdone, and usually it's incorrectly done as well, so that in and of itself is a huge problem. If it's overdone, what you're actually doing is you're completely throwing off the natural dynamics of the track. Now, a lot of the times in dance music, right, we specifically want to create the pumping sensation, and we will explore sidechaining in a moment. But I honestly am a big proponent in that if you're using sidechain to fix something, that's not the best thing to do. It's awesome to use it as a functional tool, meaning to create something to pump. But if you're using it to fix a problem, you're just kind of disguising the problem and not really addressing it. So the number one way to make your kick drum more powerful is to apply what we call parallel compression. And so I'd like to, when I'm working on a full drum rack, I like to do it in this view just so I can really get a bigger breakdown of like what's going on in here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag on, I'm actually going to use some external plugins for this because I want to show you guys the power of some of this stuff. So I'll drag on this plugin called the Plus 10 dB compressor. This is based off a famous compressor called the 760 Compex. I forget the name of the company specifically that makes it, but basically what it is a compressor and expander all in one thing. I don't know what you mean, Lightning Tree, by using a volume utility to sidechain. You definitely should use a compressor to physically sidechain. Yeah, and Chroma Beats, you 100% can get someone else to mix and master your songs. You just have to pay them, because people who do that, myself included, make a living doing it. All right. So, all right. So the way that parallel compression works is you basically want to over-compress the signal, like really aggressively. Now, depending on your signal source, you're either going to want to allow the transient through or kill it. So the transient, right, is the start of the sound. It's actually this like first peak that we have here. So I'm going to keep the attack slow. I only have actually 3 options here, right? So there's 0.25 milliseconds, which is a crazy fast attack, okay? Then we have 2.5 milliseconds, and then we have 25 milliseconds, which is also fairly fast. It's leaning more towards medium, right? But it's still a little bit faster than I would do if I was to throw this directly on the channel. Like, I wouldn't use this for a kick drum directly on the channel. Especially with like a 909 kick, there's a lot of body that comes through there. And you can actually read on this view the number of milliseconds that are occurring across the length of this sample. So if you look right here, it says 100, right? So look how much of the kick happens before 100 milliseconds. That's actually like a lot. So I would say probably if you were going to compress this directly on the channel, you know, to just try to tighten it up, you would probably want to do like 50 milliseconds, maybe 40, 45 or something like that. And believe it or not, those 5 milliseconds can make a huge difference. But when you're working in parallel, it's actually not an issue, because all I'm trying to do is allow the punchiness of it through this first big hit. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to slam this, all right? Now, you may be thinking, what do you mean parallel compression, dude? You put this directly on the channel. Well, one of the cool things about Ableton is that you don't necessarily need to use sends and returns to create parallel processing. So if I hit Command G on anything that I drag on, I can create an audio effects rack, right? I open up the chain, I create a new chain, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to label these. Labeling is very important. I probably have already been preaching that, but if you don't remember that, I'm going to say it again. Labeling is so important, okay? You need to be able to quickly find what is happening and where it is happening, all right? It's nothing to do with being OCD and being, oh, I have to be organized. No, it's because if you're on a deadline, right, you will waste 20 to 30 to 45 minutes potentially being like, oh, where did I put the kick drum? Not literally taking 40 minutes to find the kick drum, but, you know, it compounds over the course of the project of not being able to remember what is what and where is what, right? I'm a big proponent of organization. I tell it to my students all the time. So I'm going to call this dry signal, and I'm just going to call this wet, right? I know what the wet is. It's just the compression. So first I'm going to solo the wet signal. Well, actually solo this sound, and then solo the kick, and solo the wet signal. All right, cool. So with parallel compression, we're looking for super aggressive compression, right? And yeah, I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about, Lightning Tree. Maybe if you give it a little more context, I might be able to figure it out. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to crank my ratio to 20. So I believe in doing really aggressive parallel compression. Like, the whole point is that you're blending in something to the sound. It's not the actual sound itself. It's not like your main source, right? So I like to do at least 10 decibels. I prefer to go higher. I want to slam this shit, right? So what I'm also going to do is I'm going to have to figure out what I want my release time to be, right? And again, I can actually use a little bit of like math to figure this out, what might be a decent release time based on what I want to accomplish. So if you type in the number 60,000 and divide your BPM, divide 60,000 by your BPM, which in this case is 120. Now, I just happen to know off the top of my head, not because I'm a math genius, because I've done this a million times though, that 60,000 divided by 120 is 500. So the reason you do that is because this actually gives you your what would you call it? Your BPM, your quarter note value in milliseconds, right? Because your BPM is measured in quarter notes, 120 quarter notes per minute. So if you divide a minute, right, in using milliseconds, 60,000 milliseconds in a minute, if you divide that by 120, which is the number of quarter notes in your minute, right? Then you get your quarter note value in milliseconds, which is going to be 500, right? So in theory, what I could do is I could say, all right, well, my attack is 25 milliseconds, so I'm going to subtract that from 500. And what I would get would be 475 milliseconds would be the ideal or perfect release time, meaning that it's going to push it down and pop right back up and actually exaggerate the pumping effect, the attack of the kick. So what I'll do is I'll set this to 0.4, which is 400, which honestly is close enough. Like that level of fine tooth comb is not going to actually make a difference on the parallel send necessarily. Now, something to keep in mind is there's a very simple way that I think about applying parallel compression, okay? So basically, if you want to increase what I would say is like transient energy, if you want to exaggerate or bring energy out in a production, you should use a fast release. The reason for that is it makes the dynamics wobble, right? So literally what a compressor is doing is it's taking anything that is crossing a threshold, right, or we call a peak that is crossing a threshold and pushing it down. It's reducing it to level it out, right? So the whole concept behind compression is simply to make things that are too loud quieter so that the whole signal is level and easier to broadcast, easier to listen to, all those types of things, easier to fit into a mix, okay? But what you can do is you can also use a compressor to actually exaggerate dynamics and make them worse. So if you misuse a compressor, you actually can increase a problem. But if you know how to use it in a cool way, what you can do is you can inject life into something. So I don't need to do that on a kick drum. There's enough life on the kick drum. But when it's really fast, when it's a really fast release, what it literally does is it causes the compression to go like this, right? Compress, release, compress, release, compress, release, really fast, and so it makes it seem like it's breathing and more alive. Anyway, that's a very long-winded explanation. Let's just keep moving. So I want to get at least 10 decibels of gain reduction when I'm doing parallel compression. And I have my release set, I have my attack set, I have my ratio set, and now I'm just going to drag the threshold down until I get a lot of compression. And it looks like I don't even need to. That's beautiful. I'm getting tons of compression. Perfect. All right. So what I could do is I could take my release, right, and set it like that so the transient comes through. So what I'm hearing when I do this is that the grit of the transient is being reduced because the release time is too long, right? So it's literally not recovering close enough to 0 for the transient to come through. So it's compressing so much constantly, which I actually don't want. So that's what I want. That works. Perfect. So what I did is I took out the low end of the sound, and I'm literally just giving the body and the transient. I'm glad to hear that, Nefertiti. Okay, Tristan, this is a great question. Does the dry-wet mix knob on any VST in effect create parallel processing? So, short answer, yes. Long answer, no. So, the reason I say no is because the idea of parallel processing, okay, is that you're taking a signal and not adjusting it at all. And then taking a wet signal and blending it back in, okay? So the thing is that when you reduce the dry-wet knob, right, from dry towards wet, what ends up happening is you're losing more of the dry signal, right? Every percentage that you move towards wet, you're losing the dry signal. Now, you could argue, oh, well, you can just get this back in makeup gain, right? But the fact of the matter is you're actually going to change the profile of the sound slightly if you do that. So if you don't mind having what you might say is like a non-transparent parallel and you just use the makeup gain, okay, you could do that. I don't think anyone's going to necessarily say that like that is incorrect. I simply believe that you can get a more effective parallel, like true to form parallel processing if you create the actual send, return, or in this case, audio effect track setup. So that was a really great question, man. All right. So what I'm going to do now is, the most important part is I'm going to unsolo this, and I'm going to take this this wet part, and drag it all the way to 0. And what I'll do is I will blend it back in the context of the track until it feels like the kick reinforces and starts cutting through the bass. So it's... All right, so what you're looking for with parallel compression is you don't necessarily want the sound to get louder, but you want it to sound like when you turn it off, like something's missing in the mix. So what we can hear is that the kick drum moves forward in the mix significantly with the parallel compression on, and it feels like it just gets really weak with it off. But now it's right there at the front of the mix, coming through.
Singing or speaking.
So one thing I can also do to make the kick drum cut through is to actually, weirdly, increase some high frequencies. Now this is one of the most counterintuitive things about mixing low end, is that you actually can manipulate high frequency content to affect the way that we perceive low end. So I'm going to use this EQ right here after this compressor. It's the same company. I like the way this EQ sounds. It's also low CPU. I'm not trying to explode my computer right now since we're streaming. So what I'll do is I'm actually just going to set a notch, the band, to 8,000 roughly. The only thing I don't like about this compressor is you can't get exact, but that's okay. I set this to 8,000. And I'm just going to increase a little bit of 8,000. So 8,000 is basically a presence frequency. Don't overuse it, because if everything's in your face, nothing's in your face. But it's really good for elements that you need to just get a little bit of extra clarity in the mix. Perfect. So if I turn this off, so if we solo in here, you hear we just get that little bit of snap on top of the kick, a little bit more of that snap. And what's crazy is because there's barely anything there anyway, if we go open up Spectrum for a second, and we put it before the EQ, what you can see is that there's barely any high frequency content on this kick drum compared to how much low frequency content there is, right? So if I boost at 8,000, I literally, and let's look at this for a second. It's like 36 decibels quieter than what's going on up here. So me boosting 17 decibels is not even remotely crazy. All that it's actually doing is just bringing out a little bit of that snap. So there we go. Really the definition on the transient. So now that kick drum is really tightened in there. So just to review, literally the only thing I did was I did some parallel compression and I did a little bit of EQing where I boosted the high end, right? That's all I needed to do. Now, what I also could do is I could come down to 60 hertz and just give it a little notch. that just makes it a little bit juicier. And it makes the kind of boxiness of the kick, which is very common in a 909, unfortunately, as much as I love them, especially if it's a sample and not directly from a real 909. What it does is it actually relaxes that boxiness by adjusting the tonal balance a little bit. And it makes it sit a little bit more, like we're sitting on top of it, which is a warmer sound, which I prefer. Okay, so again, just 60 hertz, 8K, you do a little bit of boost at both those places, you're probably good to go on your kick. Well, actually a lot of boost at 8K depending on your sample. If you have a really sharp digital sample, I don't recommend doing that. It's going to sound really awful. Okay, so the next thing I might do is I actually would now come to my bass and I say, okay, you know what? The bass isn't jacking enough off of the kick. So what I would do is I would take my compressor, right? Just use the Ableton compressor for this. You don't need to get all fancy. And I'll put this is important, before the gain utility, okay? So if you remember, I use the gain utility to adjust volume, right? And the reason for that is so I can still access this volume knob most easily if I want to adjust level, right? So this is a little pro tip. I highly recommend you do this. Now, anyway, what I want to do is I want to set up my sidechain input for my compressor. Now, the problem is that all my drums are in one track. Now, because I was demonstrating how to create a drum loop for this project, what I did was, right, is that I, I did it all in one track, all the drums. So I normally do not recommend doing that. I actually hate doing that, and I think it causes more problems than it solves, specifically because it makes it more difficult to get a really more like intricate and effective, you know, detailing of compression, of side chaining and imaging and all sorts of texturization things that you just can, if you have each track on an individual thing, you can get a little bit more effective with. So what I can do though is I can use a little bit of witchcraft. And so the Ableton compressor has something cool built into it. So I'm going to sidechain it off the drums, right? Can't select the kick. So what that means is that the entire drum kit is going to make the bass line sidechain, which I do not want, okay? I just want the kick to make it duck, right? So again, sidechaining, all it is it's setting up a compressor so that the signal which triggers the compression is from another instrument, so that when that instrument plays, this instrument gets pushed down and ducks out of the way. Now, what I can do is I can turn on this EQ function in the compressor in Ableton. What this allows me to do is it actually allows me to choose what frequencies the compressor is going to target. So, for instance, if I want to target only the kick drum frequencies in my drum kit, I can actually turn this down to like 150, maybe even, let's try 150 at first. Now, the problem is that I probably will catch a little bit of my snares in there, but maybe a little bit of my clap, but hopefully that won't be the case, and if it is, we'll figure that out in a second. So what this allows me to do, right, is I can pick a low-pass filter, meaning that it's going to ignore everything above 153 hertz. So I can now make only the low end of my kick make the bass pump. Now the other thing that's cool about that is that I can allow the transient energy of my bass line to actually remain intact, right? And the transient energy is coming from the higher frequencies, the place where we're feeling like feeling the impact and the articulation, right? So the clickiness and the place where the plucks are coming from. And that's actually a good thing, right? I want to have that stuff remain intact. If that stuff's constantly ducking and jumping out of the way, it's actually harder to track the activity of the bass line. So Krovo Beats, to answer your question, no, a compressor does not change frequencies. What it does is it controls volume. So it makes it, if something gets too loud, it pushes it down. However, what you can do is you can set up a compressor so that it is triggered by a different instrument than the source channel that's on. So I have a very basic setup that I do literally every time for sidechain compression. Ratio of 6, attack of 0.5, and then just drag the threshold basically halfway into the signal. So let's do that. increase. Yeah, it's basically a really complicated volume switch that has time constants in it. So what that means is that it is able to dictate how you turn the volume down over periods of time without having to manually do it. That's literally what it is. However, there are side effects which you can use to your advantage. So I ended up opening up the side. The ironic thing is that this is called a sidechain filter. So there's so much. This whole like technique has completely screwed up the nomenclature for this particular situation. This is technically called a sidechain EQ, sidechain filter. So anyway, I'll just call this the EQ filter though. So I had to open up the EQ filter a little bit because I thought that the body of the kick was not triggering the bass enough. So we now have a pretty... We can actually see into the record a little bit more now with this compression. So what this does is it subtly adds a little bit of life to the bass line, right? A little bit of pop. Yeah, so it's sidechaining off the kick, right? Even though it technically says drums, it's the kick that's triggering it. All right, so let's actually focus on the bass for a sec now. Now I have a simple rule for using sidechain compression, which is you have to use it at the very end of your chain. If you're using a volume utility, then the utility goes after it. But you want to make sure that you are taking the whole idea of the signal and making it change, right? So if I do this and then start doing, plugins after it again, I just am undoing what I just did. I'm making it not work as well. So once it's set, it's set. I can adjust this sound as much as I want. It's not going to change the way this is behaving because the whole point is that it's being triggered by something else. So what I will do is I actually want to make this bass, I want to bring out what we call the articulation, right? Which is like the rhythmic plucking. By the way, you can hear now when we solo it, the artifacts of the side chaining, right? It's being pushed down. Now, in isolation, it sounds terrible, but in the context of the mix, it sounds great. And that's the most important thing to remember, is that it doesn't matter what it sounds like in isolation. It matters what it sounds like in the mix. In fact, a lot of things that you do to make something sound good in the mix makes it sound bad on its own. It's kind of a weird catch-22, or paradox, I guess you could say. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put a transient shaper on the kick. This is from iZotope. Not the kick, the bass line. I'm just going to target that area. What I can do is I can turn up the attack. Now I should be doing this in the context of the mix, so I'll undo that. And I'm gonna all that I'm looking to do is bring out some of the kind of plickety plocky pluck things on top. So, all right, let's check that out. That sounds pretty good right there. Now, again, you might be noticing that I'm like going really aggressive with a lot of these settings. And so I actually, I don't know if Neutron Elements has the transient shaper. If you just go on to iZotope.com, you can check and see if it's included in the bundle. I think this is the top 3 most useful plugins from iZotope. I use it constantly, especially because it's multi-band. So it's really nice. Now, again, because there's barely anything happening in this frequency range relative to how much content there is down here, I really can drive this super aggressively. So one of the secrets to mixing bass is actually targeting frequency ranges that it's barely in. I know it's kind of counterintuitive. So now we got the bass sounding nice, but I still want to round it off a little on the bottom. So I might come back to this EQ that I was using before. And I'm going to put it before the transient shaper. And I'll just set a peak at about 100. So one thing that you can do is to understand better what is happening with your EQ is you can aggressively boost to see where you're actually targeting. That's exactly what I want.
The new generation's music would be a synthesis of those two elements and some third.
So this just rounds it off a little bit more.
Heavily on electronics, tapes. I can kind of envision maybe one person with a lot of machines, tape.
Okay, so there's one problem that you have to be aware of when you use sidechain compression. So, yeah, no, that is very correct. Capel Tapel. I hope I pronounced that right. Dynamic EQs are insanely used. Yeah. All right, so, or insanely useful, sorry. We will be using a dynamic EQ momentarily, most likely. Excuse me. So one of the problems is that the bass sounds great when the kick is in. I can even turn it down a little. It sounds great when the kick is in, but when the kick comes out, it gets too loud because I use this makeup gain, right?
The new generation's music would be.
So basically what I'll do is I'm just going to adjust the gain utility for this moment where the bass drops out, where the kick drops out. And so I'll literally just solo the track so I can hear it most clearly. So it seems like that's probably a pretty solid number, 4.7. And so all that I'm looking to do here is not hear a change in volume when it transitions. Yeah, that works for me. So all I'm going to do is I'm going to go to every single spot in the track where the kick pulls out. And I'm just going to put it to negative 4.7. And the great thing about Ableton is it's actually pretty smart. And it'll remember that value because it's like it sees that I'm doing it over and over again. So this is also one of the benefits of using what you would call a ghost kick. So a ghost kick is literally just a duplicate version of your kick drum that you put on its own track and then you just mute it. And the thing is that it will still trigger the side chaining even if it's muted. And so the benefit of doing this is that you don't have to do what I'm doing right now, which is honestly a pain in the ass. So whatever way that you can make your life easier as a producer, you should do that. Anyway, I just fixed this problem, so now we won't hear the bass getting too loud at certain points. All right, so again, add a transient shaper right here, and then I just did a little teensy-weensy bit of boosting right here on at the kind of whoop range, right, for the kick drum. I'm sorry, the bass line. I think the bass can come down a little. Why do you do automation with the draw mode enabled? Oh, that's the best question. I'm so glad that you asked that. Okay, so the reason is that you can, with draw mode enabled, you can lift sections without having to draw dots. All you do is you just draw in there and it creates this perfect lift. So whenever you want to just create a tabletop automation, instead of going click, click, and then zooming in and being like, oh shit, click, click, okay, but then I was like, oh no, right? That's not perfect. That doesn't actually do what you want it to do. So using draw mode automation, using the draw mode with automation, I can just target specific sections really, really easily. So, yeah, there we go. All right. All right. Now, the other thing I might do actually on this bass line is I want to give it a little more color, a little more character, a little more vibe. So I'm going to use a return track. And I have this plugin, which is a really weird one, from this company called Positive Grid. Anybody who has ever taken classes with me before or seen some tutorials may have seen me talk about this and have it come up. Basically what this is it models a tube compressor, but it also allows you to create I'm glad that you found that helpful, Paul Gomez. What it allows you to do is actually choose the components, like the analog modeled components, so you can get a more kind of custom and interesting sound. Now, the reason I like this plugin is because it's made by a company that models guitar amplifiers, and guitar amplifiers are usually, they use tubes, so they obviously have their tube modeling on lock. So all I'm going to do is, this is what's called parallel saturation. I'm going to send this to this return. Perfect. Can even get a little parallel compression in while we're on here. So it's just the top. We can make it smoother, soft knee. Cool. So what I'm actually going to do with this is I'm just going to blend this in a little bit with the bass, just to make it a little bit crunchier, make it a little bit more colorful. That's it. All right, so now it makes it really pop through the mix. Now the only thing that's happening here that's a little bit problematic is that we have some of this little snapping coming through, which is a result of the actual side chaining that we did. So what I could do is actually the same configuration that we did on the audio effects rack. So I'll just drag this onto the channel instead, put it before, right, because I want to make sure that it is still being sidechained. I'll just turn this off. I don't need that anymore. Create the parallel setup, and so I'll call this saturation. Call this dry, and now I'll just blend it in from here. So it's still the same signal. But now it's not actually creating artifacts on the phenomenon of the side chaining, and rather just the artifacts are being side chained, which is definitely ideal. All right, so I'm gonna turn this all the way down and just blend it back in the context of the mix again. Now this is also a trick that will allow it to cut through on a laptop. So that's something to keep in mind. You also could use the plugin Saturn from FabFilter, which is really, really useful for this particular trick. What I love is that this grit is really like grouping in with the bass line grit as well. I'm sorry, with the kick drum grit. So now what I'll go do is I'm going to focus on getting my kit to just sound really tight. So this little guy, I can get it to snap a little bit more. Now, I remember someone asked before, what about using the dry wet knob on a compressor, right? This is exactly where I'm going to do that because I want to shape the sound a little bit. So there's this weird plugin that I have from this company called Corniff Audio. It's a pretty fun one, but it has a really realistic sounding compression artifact. So I'm going to just do this on a closed hi-hat. I'm going to do it in context first and see if I can get it to do what I want it to do. So I'm going to use a fairly fast attack here. Because what I actually am looking to do is I'm looking to snap down on the transient and actually create more of a transient. Because there isn't much of a transient. This is just a compressor. So I'll use 6. And I want my release time to be fast so I can add more life. And let's try this. So, right? We hear that snappiness.
The new generation's music will be a synthesis of those two elements and some third thing. It might rely heavily on electronics, tapes, using machines.
What I'll do now is I'll come in here
Tapes, electronic sounds.
and I'll roll back the dry wet and just literally just blend in the compressed signals so that I get a little bit of poke to them.
Tapes, electronic sounds.
Then I have to do what's called gain staging, right? So gain staging is where I want to make sure that the compressor doesn't make it louder.
Tapes, electronic sounds.
That's a lot louder. Perfect. All that it's doing is adding a little bit of snap. I think it's not a matter of is it common, it's a matter of is it effective. So in this particular case, I want the beat to just pop through, right? The hi-hats just felt a little bit dull. Like they just didn't have any rhythmic activity to them.
Tapes, electronic sounds.
Right? They're so like fuzzy and blurry right now. And they're a little bit more rhythmic with the compressor on. Yeah, I definitely recommend putting the compressor on hi-hats and using the wet dry knob. Wet dry knob. I don't know. That sounded weird to my mouth.
Tapes, electronic sounds.
Yeah, perfect. Yes, that sounds cool. All right, great. Moving on. So let's come over here and see how the kit's sounding. Maybe what I'll do now also is I'll open up this chain and I will pan my hi-hats. Oops. A little bit to the left. Not letting me pan it. Okay, sick. I'm not going to do anything then.
The new generation's music will be heavily on electronics, tapes, using machines.
Now, some of you are going to laugh at what I'm going to do next because this is such a hilariously old plugin that is from the EDM era. But this is the sausage fattener, and I actually use this every once in a while when it seems right. If I just want to add a little bit of like punch and dynamics without having to do too much work, so I just throw this on the clap just to make the clap a little bit more juicy.
Electronic setups.
That sounds really nice. Now, of course, it got way too loud. So, fun fact about this plugin, if you have ever used this plugin or if you use this plugin, it's the only plugin in the world you're not supposed to gain stage. It actually undoes what it does. Part of what it really is supposed to do is overdrive the output. So you want to where are my plugins? Well, you actually want to do is you want to drag on a utility after it, and then group the two, and then use the utility as the output gain for the plugin itself. So when I turn it on and off, I shouldn't hear a difference in volume because
Tapes, electronic setups.
so I like that.
Tapes, electronic setups.
Do you recommend using the same hat chain? Okay, great question. Absolutely not. You shouldn't compress the open hi-hats. You want to allow them to roam free. So like, I'm not going to touch these. Because then you like lose the gliding feeling that they give you. Something that I will do though to these hi-hats is I'm going to create a return track, and I'm going to call this small room. And I'm going to put a reverb on there. I like using this reverb from Slate Digital. And I'm just gonna go find a small dark room. All right. I'm gonna set these hi-hats to this room. So it just adds spatial dimension to the track, right? Actually makes them wider sounding too. Maybe I'll turn down the decay a little bit. So that synth string comes in very awkwardly loud. So I'll drag on the utility. Now, some of you might be realizing that we supposedly only have 5 minutes left, but honestly, I don't really have anything else to do today, so I'm down to go for another 15, and I'm really into what we're doing right now. So it's your lucky day. All right. Now they don't sound so damn fake. So I'm taking the strings and sending them to this return track as well. So what you hear is this. So you can actually use a short release reverb, which is what this is, right, to make your track a little bit wider. Fun fact. I'm going to turn the pre-delay up too, because that's important. So the pre-delay, the most simple way to explain it is it just decouples the reverb from the actual sound that's triggering it. It's just the amount of time until you hear the reverb after the sound triggers it. So 10 milliseconds might not seem like a lot, but that could actually be a problem for drums. But for something that has a sustain on it, like this hi-hat, it's not really that big of an issue. All right, so I'm just going to real quick go through this track and make it so that these strings don't get too damn loud like they've been doing. there's just a little bit of like,
The new,
these are a little thin sounding. So all these sounds that I made in here, right, are coming from Ableton. The tracks, the instruments in Ableton. And the bottom line is they can be a little thin and harsh sounding sometimes, even if you design them decently, which I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I did. So that's where universal audio really comes in handy. Their plugins just warm things up. This is like, you might as well call this plugin the warmifier. I literally, in all circumstances, unless I'm passing it through my outboard gear, which I'm clearly not going to do right now, I don't have time for that. This is what I use to make things sound warmer. So I'm going to come up to 400 and create 4,000, create a dip.
tapes, electronic setups.
Do a little bit of a wider dip at 10K. And that should actually even boost to 100.
The new generation's
sound.
music will be a synthesis of those two elements and some third thing. It might rely heavily on
Now there's a resonant frequency in here that is part of the sound itself, which you don't want to just get rid of, because then the sound will sound empty and weird. But it is a little problematic and annoying to me. So I'm going to show you how I'm going to deal with it. First, I'll point it out to you. Right there. So that thing's driving me crazy. I'll just turn it down until it's...
synthesis of those two elements and some third thing. It might rely heavily on electronics, tapes, using machines.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to group all my drums. I'm actually going to group my bass line with my drums, which is a very classic thing to do. Like that's what they used to do in rock music and stuff like that. Just makes them gel together when I apply a little bit of group processing, which is what I'm about to do.
The new generation's music will be a synthesis of those two elements and some
So I'm going to
third
take this
thing.
plugin from Universal Audio. It's called Fairchild. Yeah, that's the case with resonant frequencies, right? It's like you can't hear it, but then once you hear it, you can't unhear it. That just takes time, you know. I wouldn't even. That's going to take you a little while to start getting decent with. So I'm going to put this about halfway up. Seems like maybe like right about there. So again, sidechain filter, right? So that doesn't mean I'm making something sidechain. It just means that I'm not compressing things below whatever that number is. The one thing I hate about Universal Audio is they're like, oh, we're vintage. We don't have exact numbers. It's just like, come on, man, get with the program. Let's put some numbers on this thing. I'm getting it for the sound, not for the look. All right. So what I'm looking to do here is I'm going to do just a teeniest bit of compression. This plugin is pretty magical. Just by putting it on, it makes things sound better. And then I might take the tape plugin from Slate Digital. Actually, you know what? This thing's super fun. Let's try this. There's another great plugin from Slate Digital called the Virtual Mix Rack, which is taking forever to load for some reason. Okay, cool. And it has this guy on it, which is this virtual channel. Basically what it does is it emulates console saturation, which I love. And so there's a particular style of saturation that sounds great in house music, which is this one. It's called USA, and what it's referring to is the company API. So what I'm going to do with this I'm gonna roll the input back. So it's just about kissing the limit. I turn up the drive. So what it does is it just kind of lifts. It's almost like you EQ the mids without EQing them, because that's just the way that the transformer that's built into the outboard gear actually works. And if you've ever worked with API, you know it has this very forward sound that is very ideal for dance music. So I got that part of my track sounding fuego now. What I might do is, I hate things that are really bright and shiny, so I might just ever so briefly use this guy again, the Pultec EQP, the Pro Legacy, and simply attenuate it. Let's try 10K, might need a 12K. Wide band. And then maybe. Cool. Now I'm pretty sure that we are, yeah. Oh, we have a limiter on. I forgot about that.
The new generation's music will be a synthesis of those two elements.
I'm not gonna get into that right now. Oh yeah, so this is sounding pretty good. Last thing I want to do is get these guys. These guys sound a little juicier, so let's see if we can just use this. Actually makes it distort. So I'll just grab this again. Peak it at 200, make it chubbier.
The new generation's music will be a synthesis of those two elements and some
Dip at
third
500.
thing. It might rely heavily on
Just a little bit.
Electronics, tapes. I can kind of envision maybe
Give it again.
one
That
person,
boost at 8K at presence
machines,
frequency.
tapes, electronic setups,
We tighten up the bottom a tad.
singing or speaking and using machines.
All right, so even though we have a limiter on, I can hear us crunching into it in a horrible way. So I'm just gonna turn everything down. There we go. And what I might do here with the Jim Morrison thing,
The new generation's
quite a bit of
music will be
low
a
gook in
synthesis
here.
of those two elements and some third thing. It might rely heavily on
and you can see that happening down there, so I'm just gonna cut this out.
the new generation's music will be a synthesis of those two elements and some third thing. It might rely heavily on
It's also leaning to the left, which is weird. I don't think I realized that last time, so I wasn't working the headphones. So I'm just gonna mono this out before I even do anything, actually.
new generation's music will be a synthesis of those two elements and some third thing. It might rely heavily on electronics, tapes. I can kind of envision maybe one person with a lot of machines, tapes, electronic setups.
Too loud again.
Singing or speaking and using machines.
So the last thing. Where is this distorting? Coming from here? Might be. Yeah, there's a little bit of distortion there. So I'm gonna use a little bit. I'm gonna kind of apply that same principle that I did to the hi-hats. I'm gonna do it with these chords where I'm gonna hit them with a little bit of compression to make them snap, and then roll it back so it's not fully that. So I will use a. That should do the trick. I'm gonna do a pretty high ratio. Perfect. So this is like parallel compression. No, you do not have to put them in mono, Chris. The only reason I put them in mono was because the left part of the sound, there was too much low end, which was just like awkward. So I wanted to just mono it out so I wouldn't even have to deal with that.
Tapes, electronic sounds.
I'm gonna put this compressor before the EQ,
Tapes, electronic
so I get a
sounds.
fatter sound. And maybe I'll actually put this out wide now.
The new generation's music will be a synthesis of those two elements and some third thing. It might rely heavily on electronics, tapes, using machines.
Dig that. I'll turn the chords up a little. I'm gonna put them into this reverb too. Yeah. Not too much.
The new generation's music will be a synthesis of those two elements.
I just made them in
It might rely heavily
analog.
on electronics, tapes. I can kind of envision maybe one person with a lot of machines, tapes, electronic setups, singing or speaking and using machines.
Alright, so if you remember, we did this little fun thing last time.
Singing or speaking and tapes, electronic setups. Singing or speaking and tapes, electronic setups. Singing or speaking singing or speaking singing or speaking singing or speaking.
So I'm gonna send the bass line with that acid sound to this small room reverb, literally only for this part of the song. So it also feels a little bit different. Now, the one thing I'm going to have to do here is I'm actually going to use, this is the last thing we're going to do, and then we're going to stop, and I'm going to announce the winner. Is I'm going to use, I use isotope plugin, a multiband compressor. Is there a hip-hop double kick in the beat? No, there's just a cool double kick thing I did. McGee 4420. Yes, we are trying to get funky with the kicks, my dude. Gotta keep it funky all across the spectrum. All right, so all that I'm gonna do is target the area that gets louder. When the acid situation starts. Yep. So starting right here, setting a very long release. I want to let that really high stuff actually play out.
Singing, speaking, singing, speaking, tapes of ourselves. Singing, speaking, tapes of ourselves. Singing, speaking, tapes of ourselves.
I don't need that. Okay. Yeah. So that's gonna be my mix pretty much. I think the last thing I might do just to control that last section would be to give a. There's a little bit of craziness that goes on the low end, like the low mid resonance. So what I could do is actually put on something similar to a multiband compressor, but it acid fry my cerebellum. I like you, McGee 440 or 4420. It also fries my cerebellum. All right, so there's just this part over here when it swoops down. So this is just a what we call a dynamic EQ, which basically allows me to compress, but with an EQ curve to target frequency areas. So it's very smooth. So cool. So I'm going to show you the last trick in the book today, at least, for mixing house music. It's very, very simple. So every single time that a drop happens, right, we want to feel like the track is punching into us. Now, because of, the bass being there and other things that are happening, it may be that even though the kick is powerful enough on its own, sometimes it feels as though the kick is not powerful enough right on the drop. So there's this trick that someone taught me many years ago, who's a legendary mix engineer named Dave Darlington. You can look him up. He's a dude that he's like one of the spokespeople for Waves, where you just boost the first kick drum every time the kick drum comes out. All right, so and wherever there's a drop. So literally all I'm going to do is I'm going to turn up the volume on the first kick drum. Every single spot I see that the kick drum falls out and then comes back in. So right here. And what this does is it actually draws our attention to the kick drum just for a moment so that it reminds us, hey, this is here. And it actually makes us hear it as being louder after the drop as well. Really, really cool trick. One of the ways that you can kind of manipulate people's perception, which is a big part of what mixing actually is about. All right, then of course on the first drop, we got to make sure it happens. Now, I did choose an arbitrary value. Normally I would listen closely, but we don't have that much time. And I've done this a lot, if I'm being completely honest. So I'm guessing that $1.50 should get us where we need to go. All right, and it looks like I also didn't reduce the bass line later in the track before we, or did I? Okay. All right, so let's listen to what that does now. So we're just gonna look through at this spot and hear how it helps it. Right, so the kick just punches. All right, so now that kick is really there when it comes back in. We'll check it right here too.
Singing or speaking and using machines.
Now, a couple of things that are important to point out before we wrap up here is that I didn't do anything to these bongos. Like, that's okay. You don't have to do something to everything. If it sounds good, don't touch it. Maybe like literally the one tiniest thing I could do would just put the sausage fattener on there. That's even just a matter of taste. I don't even necessarily think it makes it sound better. And maybe just send it to that reverb. Now the important thing is that when you use a return track, you need to make sure that you cut out any low frequencies that are going to interfere with the track, unless you specifically are using the return to create like a techno style kick or something, in which case you definitely don't want to cut out the lows on the reverb because that's what it's supposed to be doing. So I'm just going to cut it off so that none of the bass frequencies muddy up the mix. That's it.
Singing, speaking,
So I want to put a crash right there. All right, that sounded pretty tight. I'm satisfied with that. So the last thing that I would do, I will chew off my hand to take your courses these next years. Please don't chew off your hand. I would love for you to keep your hand, but but you should definitely take some courses, man. All right, so the last thing I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a little bit of mix bus processing. I'm going to be very, very quick about this. So there's this free plugin from Tokyo Dawn Labs called the Kotelnikov. It's a compressor. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. I don't do any digital mix bus compression. I have a bunch of expensive analog gear sitting in front of me that I pass everything through, but that doesn't mean you can't get really good results with this stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the attack and make it slow. I'm gonna take. This gives me a really cool thing. I have a release time for my peaks and a release time for my RMS. Right. So my peaks I want to control a little bit more, so maybe I have a longer release time. My RMS though, I want that to be poppy and funky. All right. So I'm going to have that be fast. And these are just vague settings. Like I'm going to have to adjust them probably a little bit. And then, yeah, my threshold is at 0. My ratio is at 2. That's fine. This has a cool thing called the low end relax. I don't want that really to happen too much. I like how the low end's working. So maybe I'll set that to 80. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the loudest part of my track, which actually is probably right here. And this is actually working because you can see it pushing down more when the acid thing is getting too loud. So all I'm really looking to do is get like 1 decibel of gain reduction. I'm not even joking. So it just gives it a nice tightness and color. The last thing I'm gonna do. Sorry, I'll stop saying it. I get really into this stuff. That sounds great. And then maybe just to warm the entire thing up, I wouldn't typically do this because since I made the whole thing in the box, literally, this is the closest I can come to being able to use my tube EQ. So I'm gonna drag on the Pultec, and this I potentially am not even gonna have to touch this. I'm gonna be honest. That sounds great. Just fills out the low end immediately. It's so crazy. I'm just gonna do a little dip at 500, a little boost at 300, 2000, a wideband boost at 8.
The new generation's music would be a synthesis of those two elements and some third thing. It might rely heavily on electronics, tapes. I can kind of envision maybe one person with a lot of machines, tapes, electronic setups, singing or speaking and using machines.
I'm just gonna attenuate the low end a little, tighten it up. So without it. With it, woo, just opens it up, brings it to life. Hell yeah, Becky Locke. Supposed to sound massive. All right, and then the last thing I'm gonna do in this chain, not the last thing I'm gonna do all day. So now you got me on my semantics. Is I'm gonna use the isotope imager, and this is the last thing that you do in this chain. Actually, you know what? That might be a lie. Might use some tape after this. I'm sorry. I'm just lying all left and right. So I'm going to just create 4 bands. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some interesting little, maybe some counterintuitive things you might think about. I'm going to tighten the low end. So first I'm going to solo the low end and hear what is going on. So that information I'm going to solo. So what I can do with this is I'm going to mono it out. So that allows me to tighten up the bottom. Then this really high stuff, I'm going to spread a little bit.
Singing or speaking.
that. And then the high mids.
Tapes, drive sounds.
So we'll really hear this start happening over here.
Singing, speaking.
Now we're coming out in and out really hot. I'm gonna turn that down.
Speaking. Tapes, drive sounds. Singing, speaking. Tapes, drive sounds. Singing, speaking.
That's super dope. That sounds great. And then just to polish it off. Thank you for the usage. Thank you, Roller 8. It's very useful. Yeah, I mean, if you have an actual pair of Pultecs, stack a pair of Pultecs. Huh. Yeah, it can give it a lot more meat. I use a fairly expensive boutique tube EQ called the Michelangelo from Hendy Amps. It's custom built in Texas by this one dude. It's absolutely incredible. And so I don't really need to use the Pultec stuff, but if you don't have access to that, then yeah, the Pultecs are basically, in my opinion, the closest you can get. So I'll just drag on this virtual tape machine from Slate, which usually does really nice stuff. Might not be the right move, but I'm gonna test it out on here, and we're gonna see if it works, because now my computer is beach balling. Oh wow, super exciting. Okay, here we go. So literally just by turning it on, it should make the whole track fatter. But it can get a little crunchy. Yep.
The new generation's music will be a synthesis of those two elements and some third thing. It might rely heavily
Yeah, so
on
that's the most transparent.
electronics.
Thank you, Boulder.
Tapes. I can kind of envision maybe one person with a lot of machines, tapes, electronic setups.
So that's without this stupid limiter on. Let's see what this sounds like. Yeah, that sounds like a mix. Woo! Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll discuss this with the parties, the powers that be, but maybe we could like give this project out or something. I'm not attached to it emotionally in any way. All right, cool. So that is going to wrap up today's lesson. I hope that that was enjoyable and helpful for you guys. I certainly had a good time. Now it is time for me to announce today's winner. Thanks for sticking around as well. I know we're supposed to end at 2 o'clock, or 2:15, but I just got the bug and I was really into it, and I wanted to give you guys as much information as possible. So the winner today for the Arturia OBXA plugin is Paul Vanderwerf. Sick name as well. Again, Paul Vanderwerf, you are the winner for today, the Arturia OBXA plugin. Thank you guys so much for tuning in for the past few weeks. I've recognized a bunch of your names in there that have been recurring, throughout these weeks. I've noticed TW Industries. I know Chroma Beats, Nefertiti, of course. You're my girl. And yeah, there are a lot of people, a few other people I'm probably forgetting to mention that I'm remembering. But I would highly encourage you guys, to subscribe to our channel if you like the content. There's so many amazing videos from all of our different instructors who all are so knowledgeable. Of course, if you have tuned in late and this is the first time tuning in, this was 343 Labs TV, and we will be continuing to broadcast, and just stay tuned because we will, shortly let you guys know what the new schedule is going to look like, but assume that you'll be seeing more of me. And I'm really excited to be working on this stuff and interfacing with you guys. This is like a really great time. I really have a great time doing this, and fielding your guys' questions. it also helps me as a teacher, you know, to kind of see like what stuff I'm maybe not explaining well enough or enough detail. And you asked some great questions today. So again, this is 343 Labs TV. My name is Louis Beck. 343 Labs is a music production school based in New York City, and we have a strong presence online, as you can of course see. We're continuing to build that presence. So please subscribe. And, you know, as the country is opening back up right now, please make sure you stay safe and healthy and just use music to stay happy. So with that being said, peace.
Freedom.
Te encontrar, menina que vem de lá, sonhando com esse lugar, o sol em seu coração. Eu corro pra te encontrar, menina que vem de lá, sonhando com esse lugar, o sol em seu coração. Eu corro pra te encontrar. Ele
Hello, everyone. What's up? And welcome to another episode of Theory Thursdays. So nice to be back and see you all again. Let's see who's in the chat. Okay. Some nice familiar faces. What's up, Andrew? What's up, Mike? Nice to see you here again. For those of you that are new to the channel or new to 343 TV, we do live streaming every day at 1 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central European Time. That would be 10 a.m. if you're on the West Coast. Yeah, my name is Max Weil. I have been nominated to be the theory specialist, and I've been teaching you guys about music theory every Thursday at 1 o'clock. So looking forward to another great episode. I do have a couple announcements, I guess. First of all, the school in New York City has been closed, and we are now getting ready to reopen the school, obviously within taking all the necessary precautions. Classes are going to be really small to make sure that everything is super safe, but we're really excited. We're probably going to reopen in a couple weeks, so keep your eyes open for that. I'm in Berlin right now, and we are opening our second location here, which is also really exciting. So if you ever want to come out to Berlin, it's an amazing city, amazing music industry here. Obviously, all the clubs, the legendary clubs, the music here, the producers. Type in the chat where you guys are at. Okay, so I'm in Berlin, and let's see. Andrew, I forget where you're at, and Mike, where are you watching from? Then also, right after this, we have, well, not right after, but at 7 p.m. we've got TAETRO Talks. Creative director and YouTuber, dope producer, TAETRO, bringing a different artist every week. And I forget who he's bringing tonight. She's really, really cool, though. I'll have to look it up. But definitely stick around for 7 o'clock. Really dope producer. Her name just slipped my mind, but she's got a YouTube channel. Really cool. I think her name's Sarah something. Okay, and what else? So we're actually in week 4 of 343 TV, and originally we were only planning on doing 4 weeks, but the reception, Deliria, what's up from India? Hello, cool, thanks for joining us. And Andrew is in Halifax. Okay, that's right. Canadian. Okay, cool. So we're literally all over the world. One of the cool things that came out of this actually is that we are now everywhere, but we're all connected through like this kind of thing, live streaming and such. So I was saying that 343 TV was supposed to be 4 weeks, but the reception's been so great that we're actually thinking about extending it. Type in the chat if you give me an exclamation point or an emoji in the chat if you want us to continue with 343 TV, and that way I think we definitely want to extend it, and we also want to improve it. So if you have any suggestions or anything we could do better, just let us know. That said, our giveaway today, we have a giveaway, of course, like every day in this 4-week period. Our giveaway today, there are 2 giveaways. The first giveaway is another $200 Ableton voucher. Okay, that's a $200 voucher to buy anything on the Ableton store. That could be go towards a live license. I could go towards an Ableton Push. It could go towards the sample packs, any kind of merch you find on the store. And then the second giveaway is going to be another 343 giveaway. It's going to be $343 off anything on the 343 site. Okay, so those are the two giveaways for today. And also, I just wanted to know if you guys had any questions about anything we covered last week. If you have any questions that we haven't covered yet, theory, as I'm a firm believer that, there are a lot of producers out there that are really, really cool that are not really big on theory, but I'm a firm believer that theory is always going to help you. Okay, it's never going to hurt you, and it'll really kind of speed up your process, and especially like finding the right notes, making sure that your melodies and your chords, bass lines, and everything is kind of meshed together in the right key. So I know for me, theory really helped me. But yeah, type in the chat if you have any specific questions, or there's anything you want me to cover. I think last week, I know last week we started covering chord progressions, and we're focusing on triads. Okay, let's just see who else just joined. Brolio Soto, what's up? And Rubal. Would love to see us continue. That's good to know. Nice. And Delirium's a fan. Cool. Thank you so much. Andrew is liking what we're doing. Cool. Thank you, Andrew. Delirium, it's 10:35 p.m. here. Okay. So I guess you are like 3 hours ahead. Is that? Of where I am, at least. Okay, so Thomas just typed in the chat. It's Sarah Too Ill for TAETRO Talks tonight. So Sarah Too Ill, definitely check her out with TAETRO. She is super dope. I checked out some of her music. Misbah Mayan, hey, what's up? TWD is back. How's it going? Naseem Ali, how's it going? Cool. So last week we covered, we were focusing on triads, okay? So just to kind of recap some of the stuff we did, we've got our C major triad here, and then we've got a C minor triad by just lowering the third by a half step. So major, minor, and then we started making chord progressions, right? So we learned that a lot of songs have a bunch of chords kind of strung together. So if you're in a major key, maybe something like that's a really famous chord progression, right? That's kind of every song kind of sounds like that. It's the 4-chord song. That's the 1. There's the 5 chord. There's the 6 in minor, and there's the 4 chord in major. And we talked about inversions, right? So you've got root position here. Then if you make this note the lowest note, so I'm going to take this note up an octave, that would be considered first inversion. Alright, if I take this note up, and now the 5th is the lowest note, still a C major triad, but now we're in second inversion, okay? Sounds slightly different. And the main reason, or the main difference, is just that now some of the notes are higher, so it doesn't sound as low, which maybe this is too low. You want like a brighter sound. See how that's quite a dark sound. If you put it up here, same notes, right? But second inversion in this case is going to be a lot brighter. All right. So we talked about inversions. And chord progressions. And we also actually, this other cool thing. I showed you was the open position. So if I take these three notes and I take the middle note and I put it up an octave, that is called open position. Okay, so now the notes are spread out. It's still the same three notes, but they're spread out. And if I went to, let's say, E minor, see how that's like much richer, much thicker. All right, Carl Hudson. He's a friend of ours from New York, by the way of England. What's up, Carl? Got to practice those intervals. That's right. Practice your intervals. So that, just for those of you that don't know, an interval is a distance between two notes. Okay. So an interval would be, this would be an interval. That's a half step. This is a whole step. This is a minor third. This is a major third. This is a perfect fourth. That's an augmented fourth or diminished fifth. That's a perfect fifth, minor sixth, major sixth, minor seventh, major seventh, and that's an octave. So knowing your intervals is actually really important. It's like knowing your alphabet, okay? In fact, why don't we just start the lesson by going over the intervals? Because I feel like if you know your intervals, you can make any scale, and you can also make any chord. Because at the end of the day, scales and chords are just a combination of different intervals. All right, just like we saw that the major triad is just a major third and a minor third. And the minor triad is just a minor third and a major third. Okay. Let's see who we have in the chat. Misbah, and is there a way to figure out how the chords in a key? Yes. So Misbah, great question. Of course, it is really important to know what the chords are in a key. So when we talk about chords in a key, we talk about diatonic or non-diatonic. And diatonic means in the key. So if you're asking what are the chords in a key, those would be the diatonic chords. But you don't always have to be in the key. So for example, a lot of house music or a lot of electronic music which uses samples is just sampling one chord and then transposing that exact chord. And if you transpose a chord to another, like either higher or lower, it's not necessarily going to be in key. So that's this kind of sound, right? So like, wait, let me get like a minor sound. And then going to like, right, so that is, in fact, that's the seventh chord. We're going to cover seventh chords today, but that's just transposing that, this was the C minor to a B flat minor. It's the exact same chord, just transposed, but that would be an example of something that's not in key, okay? That's not in key. Let's see, can we do, let's do, no, that's not the view I want. Okay, let's go back to this. So if you want to figure out the going back to what Miss was asking about, how do you know the chords in a key? If you're in C major, right? This is just an example because C major is all the white keys, so it's fairly straightforward. So C major is my key, okay? And it's also home to the C major scale. So the C major scale is going to sound good in the key of C major. Now, a key, by definition, is made up of a root and then either a major triad, which makes the key major, or a minor triad, which makes the key minor. So major being more uplifting, minor being darker. Okay, let's just stick to C major because everyone knows that scale, right? Now, Mispa, to answer your question, the chords in C major are only going to use notes from the C major scale. All right, so they're only going to use white notes. So the chords in C major would be C major, D minor, E minor, F major, G major, A minor, and B diminished. Back to C major. All right, so if I wanted to make a chord progression in let's say C major, I would let me just make a beat real quick. I'm gonna make I was gonna do some lo-fi hip hop with you guys, so all right, that sounds good. No, I don't like that. Let's just slow it down a bit to like 92. Oh, that was off. Let's try that again. That was off too. I'm just going to quantize that real quick, which I don't normally like to do, but here it goes. And let me just quantize it, not by 100%, but by, oh, sorry. I was not sharing my screen, my bad. Hopefully that's better. Okay. So basically I just made this beat. My controller level is a bit hot. It's slight distortion. Thanks for letting me know. I will fix that. So actually quantize that a bit more. Okay, let's also quantize the bottom a bit. Command Shift U. Okay, so let's say we have this, right? And now, let's bring some chords in, right? So I could go. Alright, this beat is bothering me. Let's just fix that real quick. There we go. It just didn't quantize correctly. Try that again. So I'm going to show you the chord progression in C major. Here we go. And this is using only chords. It's only going to use these chords. Okay, I do see that my piano might be distorting a bit. So thanks for pointing that out. Here we go. All right, so we've got, let me just pull these down a bit more. The chords there are C major. We've got, next chord is G major, A minor, and then F major. And those are all in the key of C major. So, Misbah, I hope that kind of answered your question about figuring out what the keys to the chords are in a certain key. Cool. All right, so what I wanted to get into right now is some seventh chords, okay? We are going to all right, let's talk about seventh chords, right? So I'm gonna switch over to the piano. A seventh chord. Let's talk about seventh chords. A seventh chord is when you take the first note. Let's say you have C major. You have the first note, the third note, and the fifth, which would be a triad, and then you add the seventh note. All right. So this is the seventh chord. Another way of thinking about it is you've got a third, you've got a fifth. This is a fifth interval. And then this is a seventh interval. And in this case, it's a major seventh interval. Oh, you know what? Before we go into that, I wanted to talk to you guys about intervals. So, hey, what's up, Regine? Nice to see you. It really helps to understand intervals, actually, also for these seventh chords. So let's just talk about intervals. So the smallest interval is the minor second, or the half step, otherwise known as the semitone. Now, the best way to think about intervals is actually to think of a song name. That's how I learned them, at least, and that's also how I teach it. Like, every interval has a certain sound. Like, this is a very dissonant sound. And I like to think of Jaws, right? Then we've got the major second, which sounds like, also dissonant, but right, so it reminds me of Happy Birthday. Then we've got the minor third, which kind of gives you that melancholy, dark sound, right? Reminds me of this song. Right, Green Sleeves. So that's a minor third. Then we've got a major third. So what's up, Chroma Beats? Not even gonna say anything because you gave up. Don't give up. Never give up. Small steps, okay? Yeah, you can do it. All right. Major third is "Oh When the Saints." Right. Then we've got the fourth. Perfect fourth. You can hear that it sounds perfect. It sounds clean. So that is Wedding Song. Then we've got the diminished fifth. Alright, that's the most really dissonant interval. Used a lot in jazz. And there I think of, you can think of The Simpsons. The Simpsons, right? Then you've got the perfect fifth, and I think it's Star Wars. Cool. Then I have the minor sixth, And another way that you can think of these is you can just count half steps. So here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 half steps is a minor sixth. And that would be right, that song theme from Love Story. I don't know if you know it. Everyone knows different songs, so if there's a song that reminds you of a certain interval, then, or an interval that reminds you of a certain song, then you should go with that. Major sixth, NBC, or My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean. Then the minor seventh. Minor seventh is, what do I think of there? Star Wars, I think. Or otherwise, the West Side Story, There's a Place for Us. There's a place for us. Oh. So. I don't know, some obscure songs, I guess. And then you've got the major seventh. And I just think of Over the Rainbow, the third note. And then the octave is also Over the Rainbow. TWD is saying, most of us who know a theme from Love Story because they were taught it as part of this exact lesson. Yes, TWD, you're absolutely right. If you ever took ear training or anything like that in school or in music class, then you would have been taught this song. Anyway, we are digressing, but it's a good digression because you do need to know your intervals. So let's get back to seventh chords. Okay, so as I said, let's start with the major seventh. So it's going to take the root. I'm going to use the root, third, fifth, and seventh. And here I have my major seventh chord. Now let's just focus on that. It's a very bright sound. Right? Let's play it with a beat. Let's get rid of that. Actually, just get rid of it. So. In fact, I don't even need these hi-hats. Let me just get rid of them. Cool, so the major seventh to me sounds really kind of mellow, okay? It's just like very spacey, very airy. And the intervals here are a major third, so 4 half steps, 1, 2, 3, 4. A minor third, so 1, 2, 3 half steps, and then another major third, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's a major seventh chord. Now let's try to make a progression with that, right? So I'm gonna record something here that I like. You know what? Let me do it again. fix my mistakes here. Alright, cool. So let's analyze these. By the way, if you have any questions about anything that I'm doing, just give me a holler. Boulder Voice Lessons, what's up? Yeah! My good friend Josh is in the chat. Boulder Voice Lessons. If anyone needs a singing lesson, Josh is a super dope vocalist living in Colorado right now, in Boulder, I guess. We went to school together at Manhattan School of Music, which is actually where a lot of this theory comes from. So, hey Josh, thanks for joining. TWD, this is more instrumental than I know to play. It's definitely instrumental, okay? So if you're into making instrumental tracks, you're definitely gonna need some chords. Don't you dare fix those. Okay, TWD, I'm sorry, I fixed a couple of those notes. Yeah, I'll put them back in for you. There you go. What button, Regina's asking, what button did I push to transfer the piano chords to Ableton? Oh, I just recorded them in real time, Regine. So, you know, I have my piano here, and then, you know, I just hit the record button here in Ableton, and it just records it in real time. So I'll do it again. TWD, if you want some dissonance, you got some dissonance right here. I'll leave it in for you, okay? Hey, what's up, Nefertiti? Okay, cool. Now, so this is our these are our seventh chords, and let's analyze it. I said that seventh chord is 4 half steps, 3 half steps, and then 4 half steps. Now the next chord, so this is C major 7. The next chord is G major 7, sorry, G sharp major 7. And you can see it's got exactly the same intervals, right? You've got 4 half steps, 3 half steps, and 4 half steps. That gives you that major 7 sound. Then you've got E major 7. So E, G sharp, B, and D sharp. And then you've got F sharp, major 7. All right, so. Now you know what? I kind of feel inspired by our man Justin Beck, and give an emoji in the chat if you saw Justin's stream yesterday. It was super dope, talking about house music. Justin's one of our really cool instructors, and he did a video tutorial on lo-fi hip hop, and I'm gonna use some tricks that he showed us in the tutorial. So number one, for lo-fi, what you want to do is you want to kind of filter out some of the lows and the highs to give it that lo-fi sound, and I'm going to do that with an EQ8. So let me find that EQ8, drop it in there, and I'm going to roll off the lows, and then I'm gonna roll off the highs. Let's see what sound we get. Without that, it sounds like this. next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put a bit crusher in there to give it, to kind of break up the sound and bring out some of those artifacts. So, wait, where is it? It is Redux, right? And I'm going to turn this to soft, bring this up a bit, and turn on the bit reduction. There we go. Now we get towards that lo-fi sound. What's up, Jeffrey? Yeah, Delirium Justin's session was really cool. And now, finally, what we're going to do is put a phaser on there. At least that was what Justin's chain is. By the way, for those of you joining, this is 343 TV. Today's Theory Thursdays. And for those of you that joined late, we wanted to know whether we should continue with the stream. So it was supposed to be 4 weeks, but we got such a good response that we're thinking about continuing. So if you want us to continue, please give us an exclamation point in the chat, okay? Or let us know somehow that you want us to continue. Also wanted to mention we've got some really dope classes coming up. We have, in fact, speaking about Justin Beck, Lewis Beck, he's got a vocal production class starting next Monday. So I really, really encourage you to sign up for that. It's a really popular class. You learn all about like how to process your vocals, or if you don't sing, working with a vocalist is always going to be a big part of a production. So you want to know how to mix those vocals. So you're going to be learning that in vocal production. Also, we have a songwriting class starting on Sunday. Really encourage you to sign up for that. You're going to be covering all the things that we learned here in Theory Thursdays and much deeper. So everything from music theory to writing lyrics to arranging your song, just kind of like really talking about focusing on the musical elements as opposed to the production, because quite often I find that people will be really good technicians and good at the production part of a song, but then when it comes to the musical, like what notes to use, what chords to use, etc., they get stuck, right? So the songwriting course teaches you all that. So those are starting up. Also really excited to let you know that the New York school is going to be opening in the next couple of weeks. So keep your eyes open for that. And if you're in Berlin, or if you want to can travel to Berlin, I don't know if it's possible yet. We're opening our school here in Berlin next week. We're really, really excited about it. I'm actually here to make that happen. So yeah. Really pumped. Spread the word. 343 Labs Berlin coming up, starting next week. Let's see. What else is? Oh, Vinny's in the chat. What's up, dude? Vocal production class was great. Glad you liked it, Vinny. Yeah, Vinny's one of our star students, and he took a bunch of our classes. So definitely a good person to talk to if you want to know what is covered. Okay, we're getting a lot of exclamation points. That's really cool. Yes. Hey Scott. Hey Manuel. Nice to see you back. Hey Roller 8. Hey Juliana. Getting a lot of exclamation points. Okay, it looks like we're gonna have to continue. Okay, cool. So let's get back to the lo-fi and the major seventh chords, right? So finally, what Justin had in his chain was a phaser. So let's see what that sounds like now. major 7. There is our so it's again C major 7 going to A flat or G sharp major 7, going to E major 7, going to F sharp major 7. Now, the only tricky part with this is, well, you know what? Let's add a bass line first. So, what I'm gonna do now to get a bass line, I always recommend playing. Well, yeah, for the most part, you always want to play the root of the chord. So what I like to do is I like to just, let's call this chords. And let's just what I like to do is I just like to duplicate the track. I'm going to call that bass, and then I'm going to grab a bass instrument. Let's find a bass real quick. I think there's a hip hop bass in here which we could use. Hip hop. That's a kit. Let's use that. Actually, we want something more jazzy, right? Jazz bass. Let's see if we have anything. Nope. All right, we're in the deep vortex of. Oh, that's okay. Or dust funk. Nope. Alright, I'm just gonna go with this. Not spend too much time. But what I wanted to show you is that the bass is gonna play the roots of the chords. So you're gonna get rid of these notes, the notes that are not the root. And then you're gonna drop these notes down at least 1 or 2 octaves. Just see what that sounds like. Even lower. And let me just bring the velocity up. Alright, let's check it out. Okay, so now, what's hard is you've got all these chords, right? And we had the question like, are you in key? Are you not in key? What are the chords in the key? Well, guess what? We actually modulated like 4 times. Modulation is when you change key. So none of these chords are actually in the same key or scale, right? Which is a very common for lo-fi, but it's also very common for anything jazzy where there's a lot of chords moving around, a lot of modulation going on. Now, if you were in the same key if the whole chord progression was in the same key, it would make it a lot easier to play a melody over it. But if you're changing keys, it's going to make it much harder. So let's see what we can come up with. And my recommendation is try to find a note that works over all the chords, okay? So what I like to do is I kind of like to noodle. I'm going to use that John Selway phrase. I like to noodle around the chords. And first of all, I'm just going to play each scale for that particular chord. So I'm going to play a C major scale, then I'm going to go to A flat major scale, E major scale, and then F sharp major scale if I can manage that. And then I'll try to find some melodic ideas that I like. And then if I really want to play like a more of a simple melody, then I'll probably go with a note that'll work over every chord or almost every chord. So for this, I'm going to make another track. So let's call this melody or lead, and let's pull up the grand piano. And oh yeah, before I forget, don't forget about the giveaway, guys. The giveaway today. I think you need to enter your. I think Thomas dropped the link in the chat. The giveaway today is $200 Ableton voucher and a $343 343 Labs voucher to go towards any class. Also, please subscribe if you aren't subscribed to us. Just hit the red button and the bell notification. That way you'll always know when we're live, and we'll always bring out cool content, hopefully. So if you're subscribed, you won't miss a beat. Please subscribe. Let's go for the lead, grand piano, and let's see what melodies we can come up with. Where is the grand piano? Alright, I'm going to use the Cymatics grand piano. Oh, it's got samples missing. Here we go. I'm going to... Alright, so I don't even know what the chords are, so I need to look at them. So here we go. And I'm just going to noodle, so here we go. Alright, so there's my noodling. Noodle. Let me know what you think of my noodling. Let's take a listen. Some of the notes sound better than others. We're not gonna listen to the whole thing. Oh, and I totally wasn't sharing my screen. My bad. There's my screen. We got a question in the chat. Regine is asking, are the classes in Berlin gonna be in English or German? They're going to be in English, okay? So it's crazy. Berlin is really cosmopolitan, and it's changing so quickly. You hear a lot of English spoken everywhere, so we've got a lot of internationals, and the other thing is that all Germans speak English, so I think for the most part it's going to be in English, unless there's a class that really wants to speak German, but I think it's going to be in English. Chroma beats some interesting sounds, thank you. Yeah, so basically what you saw there, and I'll just play it to you again, is it's kind of hard to find a melody that works over the whole thing because you're changing key, right? You notice that? So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to try to play a melody with just stay in the same range, or I'm going to actually try to play almost the same note but change it so that I'm adjusting it as the chords move by. I'll just demonstrate to show you what I mean. Alright, so let me just show you what I did there, and that actually worked. I'm in the key of, or sorry, my chords are, and I'll just pull up my chords. And if I select both of them, I can show you exactly what's going on. I've got my C major 7 chord here, right, which is, and my melody is playing a G, which is in the chord of C major 7, so it's going to work. Then I'm going to change chords to G sharp major 7, and the G again works because it's the 7th. Okay, and then we came to the E major 7, and we had to change the G. If we'd played a G there, it would have sounded terrible. If I kept playing the G, just for the sake of it, let's see what that sounds like. Okay, so to my ear, that sounded like it was not in key, okay? So I like the G sharp, and then here we have the F sharp major 7, and we need the G sharp is actually the 9, so that works. All right, let's try another note for the melody. Alright, so I actually played 2 notes here. So again, I'm going to just show you what the chords are doing. Again, with Live 10, you can do that where you're showing the MIDI from 2 clips. I've got C major 7, and I'm playing an E and a C in the melody, right? So E, that's the 3rd and the root. And then I'm going to G sharp major 7, and I'm playing the 5th and the 3rd. Then I'm going to E major 7, and I'm playing the D sharp, the 7th and the 5th. And then I'm going to F sharp major 7, and I'm playing the what would that be, the 6th or the 13th and the 3rd. So I think, let's see if we have, if we already have announced the winners. Let me check my phone. All right. So I think we're getting ready to announce the winners for the giveaway. Before I do that, though, just to recap real quick, what we covered today was seventh chords. Okay, seventh chords are going to give you that jazzy, lo-fi, hip hop, mellow sound. Okay, it's adding more color to your chords. Okay, quite often in a lot of, especially in pop music, we have triads, and the seventh is just the extension of that. Okay, and we covered major seventh chords. Okay, there's also dominant seventh chords, and there's also minor seventh chords, which hopefully we can cover next week. And they have a different color or sound. Okay, and so when you're coming up with these chords, you've got to think of it like a color palette, right? It's like a painter is like looking for this color, and it's not just red, right? It might be like this, like red mixed with blue, mixed with yellow, right? So you can kind of mix different sounds and kind of embellish them and make them give them more definition or make them more blurry, right? And that's what seventh chords allow you to do. There's actually, well, we call a seventh as an extension of the chord, right? There's even more extensions than that. There's a ninth, there's an 11th, and there's a 13th. I'll just show you real quick. So if I have there's a triad, here's the 7th, here's the 9th, here's the sharp 11, and here's the 13th. So you can, that's really taking it to another extreme with the extensions. Okay, that's all the extensions. Maybe we'll get there someday. But for now, we were just working with the 7th, and that's cool because that already adds a lot of color. So that's that, and yeah, just want to thank you guys all for watching again. Okay, please subscribe to our channel. That way we can keep you updated. Just hit the red subscribe button and the bell button, which will kind of give you a notification when we go live. Again, we've got a load of courses coming up. Justin Beck is teaching a vocal production course starting on Monday, and we've got a songwriting course on Sunday. New York School is opening in a couple weeks, and then we've got Berlin. Let's see if there are any last minute questions, and then we will announce the winners for the giveaway. So TWD, what songs are running through everyone's head right now? Let me know. Chord Progressions has me at Midnight Juggernaut's Shadows. Okay, I actually don't know that song. Chroma Beats, yeah, I think the workflow is a bit more easy on Ableton compared to FL. Yeah, I hear that a lot. I hear that the Ableton workflow is really kind of intuitive. So I agree with that. Carl, keep it up. All right, thanks for joining, dude. And did I miss anything else? Mike, I generally have trouble with melodies. You're not the only one. It takes time and it takes practice to get melodies done. Delirium, I find it difficult to form good melody phrasing when I play over 7th chords. 100%. Okay, that's why hopefully some of the tips I gave you today helped you with that. All right, cool. I think we're ready to announce the giveaway winners. So again, a $200 voucher, and then a $343 voucher for 343. So the first prize, the $200 Ableton voucher, goes to Misbah Maya. Misbah Mayan. All right, congratulations, you have won a $200 voucher to Ableton. Anything on the Ableton store for $200 is yours. And then the other prize, $343 voucher to the 343 store, goes to Naseem Ali. Naseem Ali, congratulations, you've won a $343 voucher towards any of our courses on our website. So congratulations. And let's see what else. And I forgot to announce, we have an open house in Berlin. So I mentioned that we're opening in Berlin. We're opening next week, July 1st. Please spread the word. Berlin, here we come. 343 Labs Berlin, July 1st and July 2nd. In fact, we had to open a second open house because the first one was fully booked. So we have 2 open houses on July 1st and 2nd in Berlin next week. Spread the word. We want to spread the 343 love over here across the Atlantic. So we really appreciate your support. But that's it for now. Thank you all for watching, and I will see you next week. Bye.
Te encontrar, menina que vem de lá, sonhando com esse lugar, o sol e seu coração. Eu corro pra te encontrar, menina que vem de lá, sonhando com esse lugar, o sol e seu coração. Eu corro pra te encontrar.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome to another episode of TAETRO Talks. A little bit later than usual today, so I hope you all were able to tune in. I see a few people in the chat already. What is going on? Jeff, Jermaine, Almighty, Perkyman, Jonathan, Diane, Bueno, Seon. If I miss you, I'm sorry. D. Marin. Hello. Welcome. We have Sarah the Instrumentalist today. What is up, Sarah? Thank you for being on.
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm stoked that you were able to be here, and we a little bit later today, and we pushed back a little bit because you were doing stuff at work at your really cool job, which I don't want to give away yet. We'll talk about that later. But guys, Sarah, aside from being a really dope YouTuber, beat maker, producer, has a really dope day job. You do so many things. Can you just, for anybody in the chat that maybe doesn't know you, can you give me the elevator pitch? Who is Sarah the Instrumentalist?
I'm pretty much a creator, content creator. I pretty much don't limit myself, so if I want to create something, I do it. So, a lot of people know me for like making music, instrumentals, and of course, I create YouTube videos to kind of just share my process and my journey since I've been making music. And so after creating, that YouTube channel, I was able to kind of even think of what our audience needs. And for me personally, I started creating like clothing for music producers, or just like a branding for music producers called No Quantize. And so I run that business, and I also help produce the Zane Lowe Show on Apple Music,
So dope.
which is interesting. So yeah, so I do a lot of stuff. I'm pretty sure I'm forgetting something, but yeah, I create music videos.
Yeah.
I actually help my girlfriend. She has a podcast called Wellness Wednesday, and I help her produce that content. So I'm just trying to do anything, art. I paint.
Yeah.
Anything I can that makes me happy. Honestly, I really just try not to limit myself to do anything.
It's super inspiring, and I want to dive deeper into like all those things because there's so much, it goes so much deeper than how you just said it. So I want to really unpack everything and have the audience kind of really understand how many pots you have your hands in, because it's kind of crazy and super inspirational and very entrepreneurial, and something that a lot of people, I think,
And psycho.
it's a little bit psycho, but hey, that's what we do as creatives, right?
Yeah.
Before we get too deep in the interview today, guys, I want to let you all know we are brought to you by 343 Labs today. For those of you who don't know, 343 Labs is an electronic music production school based in New York, opening soon in Berlin, but also online. So anybody can take classes at 343 Labs. If you can go to 343labs.com, you can check out all the different classes we have: Ableton, Logic, full summer immersives, mixing and mastering, all that. Check the link. I believe it's in the description. Not only do we have courses, but we're streaming live every single day. So if you tune to the 343 Labs YouTube channel, we have 343 TV. Mondays, we do an Ableton show. Tuesdays is Techno Tuesday. Wednesdays is a house music show. Thursdays is Music Theory with Max and TAETRO Talks. Fridays, Bitwig Basics with Abe. And then Saturdays is Saturday Showcase. So tune in every single day. Same time, I believe 1 p.m. EST. We're live. Educational content for you, totally free. And then if you want to go deeper, check out the courses on 343labs.com. That said, we have a couple giveaways today, so keep your eye on the chat, because Thomas from 343 Labs is going to be dipping in and sending you all a link to enter the giveaway for a 3-month Splice subscription, and then another prize of an Arturia plugin, the OBXA. So stay tuned for that. Keep your eyes on the chat. Also, if you have questions for our guest, Sarah, please let me know. Drop them in the chat. I will go ahead and read them. Seems like a lot of people are stoked that you're here. Sarah Diane says, hey. Perkyman says, hey. Question right off the bat. Seon says, I gotta ask Sarah, where do you get your voice tags from? They're awesome.
My voice tags? What do you mean
I'm not
specifically?
sure.
Like just like in general?
Probably the vocal samples.
Anywhere, honestly, depends on on what I'm making and what part of my journey I was in. If like there's a point where I was just sampling from anything, it could be like a Netflix show.
Yeah.
or like YouTube, or like honestly people outside, like my friends, or it could be like an actual sound library. I encourage people to share with other producers. I had someone give me like a huge collection of their sounds, like maybe like 8 years ago.
Wow.
And then someone else gave me their collection of sounds like 2 years after that, and then we just exchanged sounds and have this collection of sounds I could kind of just get from. So it just depends on how I'm feeling. If I heard something, I could have been watching a movie and like, ooh, I want to sample that.
Yeah.
Or it could be like honestly like a interview or podcast that like someone says something really cool, and I'll just take that snippet out.
I love that.
But if it's something, it just depends, what I'm creating. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Since there are the many sides of Sarah, the instrumentalist, I want to focus in on, for the beginning part, like the music producer / like YouTuber side, because I think that's how I first became familiar with you and what you do. I think maybe some of the first videos I saw of you were the Artifact Instrument 1, because we were both kind of doing content with that.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And I thought, like, I found your channel from there. And back then, like, you were recording in like what was much, I think, smaller space than you do now. Like, you're like a smaller bedroom. Like, you were just like this smaller channel, and then over the next couple of years, like watching your channel grow and grow, and you kind of grow and eventually move, and that was super inspiring to watch. You've done music for the YouTube, the audio library, right?
Yeah, I did make some beats for them.
That's really great.
Cool.
But you're super prolific, and you've done work with Epidemic Sound too, as well.
Yes, I compose for their catalog. It's pretty dope because like their music is made for content creators. As a content creator, I know how important it is to have really good music for your YouTube videos. So it's really nice that's always been a goal for me to when I would watch a video, I'm like, wait, where did they get their music from? Or like, I wish I can give them beats.
Yeah.
And it's just really nice that it automatically kind of happens now, and like, I'm like, wow, that's my beat.
Like a Will Smith video, like I think I saw that.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah, and because the stuff on there, because for some like client work that I do or whatever, they do YouTube videos, and if they don't have an original score, I dig through the audio library, and your stuff is so dope and fits so well in a lot of different projects. But that must be so crazy to just be watching a video, like a Will Smith YouTube video, and your beat pops up.
Just any video, honestly, could be like, I mean, honestly, as a person, I watch YouTube videos. So when I'm watching something I clicked on naturally, and I'm actually enjoying the content, and then like my song pops up, I'm like, wow, like I'm a part of this person's journey. And like sometimes they'll use it a bunch of times, and it just makes me feel really good that I can help. Can you take me? Oh, go ahead. Yeah. Can you take me from the story of, like, I'm sure you were making music before you had a YouTube channel. I'm sure before you had like this big audience that you already have. Now, can you take me, like, tell me the story of like that transition from like you just like making beats, doing your thing, to all of a sudden starting to build an audience and do all this crazy stuff, like make beats for Epidemic Sound and the YouTube audio library, and your channel kind of blowing up over time. Tell me the story. Where did that all begin? Honestly, well, growing up, I would I'm the only child to my mom, so like I would just have a lot of time and have different instruments been given to me over the years. I wasn't really good at playing any of them. I would just play a couple of songs here and there. But I think when I got older, I had decided to like spend my own money on a machine, and when I spent that money on it, I kind of felt bad that I wasn't using it. So I kind of made the decision to like, because like I said, I never really was good at playing instruments, because my mom would buy me stuff, but then I would never really take the time to really focus. So when I spent my money on something like the machine, when I didn't actually use it, I felt bad, and I decided to do like a 30-day beat challenge. So like I would make beats 30 days in a row, and like I would force myself to post it on SoundCloud to hold myself accountable, and like finish old beats that I would make new ones, and not get attached to them. just kind of like make them and let them go. Because there would be a lot of the times I would make songs and then would never finish them or would never release them because I would feel some type of way like it's not finished or, that insecurity. So after doing a 30-day beat challenge, it just created a habit of me creating content every day. And then from that point, I would just make stuff just naturally because it wasn't like me. It wasn't a forced thing. Like when you do something after 28 days, you're training your brain to be you're programming your brain to do that. So
Absolutely.
So that's what happened. After making beats consistently for 30 days. I used to work at the Apple Store. So when I worked at the Apple Store, I would have these 15-minute breaks, and at work, I would make beats. And eventually, like, it would get to a point where, like, I would make beats on my break, and some people would come up to me, and they're like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm making beats." And then at first, I was kind of annoyed because I'm like, of course you see me making music. Like, why would you like ask me what I'm doing? But then I was like, you know what? It's okay. They want to just know what I'm doing. So let me just make a YouTube channel. So next time someone comes up to me, I can just be like, hey, go to my YouTube channel and just watch me on there if you're super curious. So I started making videos of my journey, and consistently making like videos every week. So during work, like I said, I would work, but my prize or my reward for going to work would to be on a break and like hide and like make a beat or like edit a video. And it just became to a point where like, certain things happen. Like I had a coworker that she quit her job to do YouTube full time, and that was the first time I ever like wow, someone can quit their job.
Like you only ever hear about that. You never actually see somebody doing that.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it was someone I was close to, and she actually at the time needed music for her YouTube channel, and she would I would give her music and she would exchange it like in exchange for like helping me understand like what it was to be a YouTuber, and like we would create content together. Her name is Tech Me Out, and she helped me, gain confidence, understand you could quit your job to make content, but also like she just helped me, have the confidence to start reaching out to others, like companies. I would start it at that point because she does reviews on tech
Right.
stuff. So like she was like, you have an audience, your YouTube channel, you could reach out to music companies and they'll love to collaborate with you. And at first I was like, no, they're not going to want to work
It's
with
hard
me.
to even
It's small.
imagine that. It's hard to imagine
Right.
that you could reach out to somebody and say, hey, I'd love to check this out. Will you send me a piece of gear for free? And that they would say yes. It's hard
Right.
to even imagine that.
Exactly. So I think I reached out to like a couple of companies, and like surprisingly people were very supportive, and it kind of just gave me that confidence to like, well, let me reach out to other people and see what they're gonna do. And then the more you kind of put yourself out there, the more other people see you, and then they start reaching out to you. So that's kind of what happened with my YouTube channel. It's like there was a point where I didn't have to reach out to anyone. Now people are reaching out to me, and as far as the YouTube channel goes, it's like now I have sponsorships, and I have like, these. I could, if we weren't in coronavirus,
Right.
I'd just be traveling.
For sure.
It's
I had a big
lot of
trip that just like fell through.
Yeah.
And it was so sad. It was probably like the same one, if not a similar one, that we were probably supposed to be in the same place. And can you imagine that the last time we saw each other was at a massive gathering at the NAMM show?
Right.
Like, imagine how much the world has changed in, when was that? That was not
in January.
That was in January. Oh my gosh, like 6 months ago, less than that.
Right.
I want to go back and mention that 30-day beat challenge that you just mentioned, because I did a very similar thing last October. I called it Beattober, where I made a beat every single day. But it's an important thing that you said, and I think for the audience to understand, it's not just about making a beat every day, because you can lie to yourself and say, yeah, I'm making a beat every day. But you need that level of accountability, which for you, I guess, was posting on SoundCloud. for me, what I ended up doing was posting a video on Instagram. Like that was the accountability every day. So it had to get posted somewhere. People had to see it, so people knew that I was keeping up with the thing that I said I was going to do for 30 days. And it's so, you described it perfectly. You're training your brain to literally be a computer. Like my beat making process became so refined after that 30 days that actually that opened up career opportunities and, well, just like income opportunities for me, because I could trust that before it was like, oh, could I make a beat in this amount of time or whatever. It's like, no, like I'm just a machine now. Like I know my process. I know how to do it.
Exactly.
That,
but yeah, that's the most important thing. That's where it started for me, is creating a habit. And then also other things outside of music, just, you know, a lot of my life changed outside of music. Just like, you know, you gaining understanding that you're a computer, that's one thing. And that didn't just come out of nowhere. It's a lot of like, I meditate, I do yoga, I started to eat a lot better. And because I started to treat myself better, like the universe provides for me a lot easier and faster than it has ever been. So, you know, a lot of stuff outside of music or just, you know, has helped me out tremendously. So like, but as far as like, you know, my story, as far as like continuing what I was saying, when I was creating these beats, these instrumentals in my YouTube channel, I was kind of in this really weird phase where like a lot of rappers would kind of contact me and ask me to be on my beats. And I kind of felt weird about it because I always felt like I never really wanted that. So
like those are like your beats. Like, do you really want to, like, this are not what they were meant for? Like, do you want to just give them to anybody? Because I know that feeling too. Like, everybody reaches out and says, can I get on this? Can I get on this? It's like, well, that's not really what it was made for.
Right. And I kind of went on this, like, I kind of started to believe, like, I don't have to do that. Like, why can't I just make instrumentals and like be a good musician or an artist as a producer? Why aren't producers like artists?
Like, so, why are producers in service to other artists rather than just the artists?
Yeah, so like I made my first beat tape. I stopped putting stuff on SoundCloud, started, you know, publishing it on you know, all the streaming services. And the minute my first beat tape Conversations came out, I had got like Epidemic, someone from Epidemic reached out to me, and at first I didn't really know who they were, but come to find out, my friend teched me out, the girl that does YouTube, YouTuber. She, when I talked to her about kind of much all the stuff that happens to me, like, because she's the only person that at least I know that can relate to what I'm going through. I can't really speak to like my mom, like, hey mom, got this like email from this A&R.
It's just different from people who are used to like 9-to-5 like situations. It's just totally different.
Yeah, so like when I told her about Epidemic, she's like, oh yeah, I use them for like music, and she's like, if they don't have music in their library, I reach out to you, and it would just make sense for you to get paid for me to use your music. And you know, they should, you know, you should definitely like work with them. So like kind of gave me like reassurance that they're dope, because after that I started to notice them everywhere, and we started to build a relationship, and then I get signed to them, and then it's because I'm making instrumentals. It's not me getting signed to a traditional record label where I'm making music for rappers. So like everything that I had kind of believed kind of came true, to where like I'm able to kind of do what I love to do without having to compromise like who I am. So it was really dope, and it kind of, at the same time, at work, like, because I was working at the Apple store.
Yeah, let's stress that, because everything you just said like sounded like a dream. I'm sure people in the chat are like, yes, that's what I want. Yes. But then you just jump in and say, right, oh, I was also at work, still working at the Apple store. Like sometimes people think it means like you just like went ahead and quit your job right off the bat and you know, started doing your thing. But like, talk about that, like how that process, how it took time, even though you were seeing a lot of success.
Well, yeah, so before even like my YouTube channel before me even making music, like seriously, I was working at the moment I graduated from college, which was back in 2012. Like, I had graduated. I went to St. John's University in New York City, and I immediately came back home to North Carolina after college. And my first job was like working at Verizon Wireless, and then afterwards, I would start working at the Apple store, and I kind of told myself like, hey, like, you don't have to settle for working in the store. Apple's really big, and you can go work in corporate. But not only just corporate, they have a music side. Like, go over there to the music side. And at first, this was like way before Beats One or Apple Music. This is like the iTunes era.
Yeah.
And I kind of told myself to just apply to be like an administrative assistant, just to kind of get myself out to California. But in the middle of this journey, I actually met like one of the creators of iTunes, and she kind of I was being interviewed for like a really small role. And when I had this interview with her, she kind of stopped the interview and she was like, "Yeah, you don't deserve this role. You deserve to do much more."
Oh wow.
And I was like, "Wait a minute." And then she was like, and I was like, "Well, since we're being honest here, I think you're right. I just don't know what to do, you know." So she kind of like.
Oh. I think we lost Sarah for a moment. Oh, can you say that one more time? Go back to that epic moment where you're like, all right, we're being honest.
Can you
And yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I had like I said, had this interview with one of the creators of iTunes, and like I said during the interview, she kind of stopped it, and she was like, "Yeah, you deserve to do something much more than just be like."
That's an amazing interview moment. That's crazy.
Yeah, I remember it's crazy because like the thing is, so like in my head, I'm like, ooh, I'm about to be this administrative assistant. I'm about to get people coffee. I'm about to do like the best faxing.
Right.
You know?
But just start working your way up. Like that's that's the mindset.
Right. And she was very honest. She was just like, if you get in this role, it's going to be hard for you to get out. It's going to be hard for anyone to like want to take you serious. And she was just like, you deserve to do something else. And like Apple has these programs where they allow retail employees to do career experiences for like a couple of months, where Apple takes care of that employee. So basically, it's like an internship, but for retail employees. So
Cool.
she created this program for me to be mentored by her for 4 months. So I got to leave North Carolina for 4 months, and I got to spend 4 months kind of just being mentored by her, understanding what her department does. But it wasn't like the creative side. It was iTunes. So when I came back to it was in like the business analytics side, more like project coordinating, like a lot of
like just businessy business stuff. Yeah.
like numbers, and which is cool. Like I was good at it, but at the same time, I deep down inside just knew that there was I knew I needed to be creative. So like when I was honest with myself, this is kind of when like, outside of work, when the beat tape, like I started creating the beat tape, I decided to reapply for another career experience at the Apple retail, because they have a bunch of other, career experiences or roles you can apply for. And they had one where you could be a production assistant at Beats One. And I kind of just told myself like, hey, that's probably where I want to be.
For sure.
And so long story short, like it took years to get this position, but like I had finally got the ability to like get this career experience, like these couple of months where I was basically flown out to California and just taking care of it, but also working in the role of this particular role or person.
And was that internship like a little bit more, were you feeling better about that one than the previous one, like a little more creative?
Yes, and that's why my day job's what it is now is because it started like last January. I came out to LA, and I was working on like a bunch of different Beats One shows, and the Zane Lowe show at the time, like they have this their own team, and they had one of their assistants like left for a couple of days, and they needed some help. So I kind of just stepped on in, and
That's great.
and then literally gave them my best, and I've never left the team ever since. So like,
So you must have made an impression in that 2 days. You had that 2-day window to really make an impression and like
yeah,
just
I wasn't
be there.
playing around. I
Yeah.
wanted to be on their team, and you know, that experience, it ended. So like I said, these experiences, you're supposed to go back to the retail store after a couple of months. So like, I knew I had to go back home to North Carolina. So this was all around the time like when I got signed, and it was actually, I got signed a long time before. I didn't quit my job because I actually really wanted to have this experience with Beats One, and so when the career experience ended and I had to go back to the store, that's when I quit my job.
Right.
So I had went back to the store. I made the decision to take a couple of months off from working to travel and to focus on making music. And you know, the people at the store, they're very supportive. It was really nice to have that support, because they know that I would actually I would be working, and then I would take a break and make beats, and then
Yeah.
and it's a very creative environment. So like, they're very supportive. And after a couple of months of taking a break from work, Beats One called me back to work for Zane Lowe.
Wow.
So that's what I'm doing right now.
That's a huge call.
Yeah, so it's been pretty cool. It's been interesting. It's a lot of work, but
I see your Instagram stories and you are like right up in there with all these crazy artists. Like, do you want to just talk about some of the people that you've met like through this job so people can get a real idea for those who are not familiar with Zane Lowe and the show?
Well, Zane Lowe, he interviews everyone, your top artists.
He's huge.
I mean, he's interviewed people like, Selena Gomez, Taylor, Justin, all the Justins,
all the huge artists.
all the
Grimes,
huge
I
artists.
saw.
Yeah. My favorite always will be Thundercat.
Oh, wow, yeah.
He's the man. Shout out to Thundercat. But yeah, I don't, as far as, the experience, it's amazing. It's kind of unbelievable because it's kind of numbing because it's like I'm used to it. I do it so much to where it's like
Used to the revolving door of stars.
I'm not realizing like, wow,
Yeah.
you just did that.
Wild.
But we do it so much, so it's just like it is a lot. But it's really cool. Like I probably have like one of the coolest jobs, so it is pretty cool.
And how's the balance? Because we just kind of went through the journey of your career, like your employment, like who's like a traditional job, like you're maintaining that, but then at the same time you're building your channel and like doing the music thing and doing. So how were you balancing that while still like excelling at work at like day job world, and then also excelling at building your own brand and your own, online persona?
I think it's kind of like doing the same thing I've always done. Like I said, during my breaks, I would take advantage of them. I wouldn't just sit there and like scroll on like Twitter and something like that. I would like, if I'm like, now that we're at home, it's a lot easier because I'm at home. I can like literally have two computers open and
you jump from producing Zane Lowe's show to making a beat and then jump back over.
Yeah, it just depends. If something's done, I can like, okay, let me go take a walk, or let me go spend time with my family, or let me go make dinner, or let me go make a beat, or let me finish the show. I try to have like a decent balance. Like today, like wake up super early, try to do things work related, like try to walk, try to go do yoga, get some fresh air, and then
I'm
start
loving,
working.
if you guys are not following Sarah on Instagram, you guys should, at Sarah number 2 ill, right? Sarah
Yes.
2 ill. You guys should, because I'm loving your daily affirmations, like on your stories.
Oh, thank
Like
you.
those are great. I love the like the balance you seem to have of like spirituality and like just being a monster at being able to get work done. Like you
Yes.
seem like you have a real keen balance on all that.
Yeah, it's important. I think you have to take time for yourself. You can't always work. You know, I work a lot, but like I try to like get up a little earlier to not do work. So if I know I have to do a lot during the day, I've already made time for myself, and it's just a balance of trying to do everything. And I have a family too. I have like a girlfriend. We were raising a 5-year-old, and we definitely like very mindful of our time and making sure that everyone gets a right amount of attention. So we have a calendar, and we literally write down like what we're gonna do each night and like what we're gonna eat, and just like have like a routine for ourselves. And like we're all content creators, even our child. Like we're all like creating content.
I believe the 5-year-old is also a content creator.
Yeah. So we try to like communicate a lot. Let each person know like, hey, this is the project I'm working on, or like, hey, I may need your help, or hey, I may need you to leave, or like be quiet. So but like as far as like on a daily, like with work, like I already know like with Zane stuff is Monday through Friday for the most part, and usually I have my weekends free to kind of just create content. So like right now, as far as my YouTube channel goes, I have like I'm trying to get on a cadence of doing stuff, releasing content every Sunday, and not kind of overwhelm myself. There was points where I would create a lot of YouTube content, and then just like it's okay to just maybe do it like a channel, have like an actual like set date where you do stuff. But it just depends. Like everything is different. Everyone's different. Because I am working on Zane Show, I don't have the time, the amount of time I would like to have to create as much content as I would like to. Trust me. But I make time. I make time for everything. I think if anything is important to me, I make time for it. So if I have an idea, I'm going to make sure I, spend an hour recording it, and another hour later on editing it, and try to move forward. So
tell me about your philosophy around like the financial aspect of being an artist, because you have a bunch of different revenue streams. I mean, you've got your day job, the Zane Lowe Show. You've got the channel, which I'm sure generates income in a number of ways, all the ways that we know. And then you've got your brand, No Quantize. So how are you looking at have you always just been entrepreneurial minded and like having multiple streams of income and making sure you secure that way?
It's crazy. Probably like probably this time 2 years ago, I would only have one source of income, and now there's so many. And it just became over time just learning about, like I said, stuff outside of music, like trying to understand energy and like your mindset, and your mind creates your reality. I have an understanding that everything is pretty much fake as hell, and everything is created by your mind. Like if you actually know how to control your mind or your thoughts, then like things will, like your reality will reflect it. And as far as money, like I finally started to have a different relationship with money. A lot of people have a negative relationship with money. A lot of people think they're broke, and you can't think that way. You have to really train yourself to believe that you deserve, or that you have it all. Like you don't need anything. Like stop wanting or stop needing something and start believing that you already have it. And once you start believing that it's already yours, it starts to align up with you. So like I remember like learning that every time I would spend money, that instead of me feeling like, oh, I'm losing $20, I start to remember like I'm circulating this money and it's going to come back to me 100 times more. And you have to believe that, because at first you're like, no, this money isn't coming back, I'm spending it, So just like having a different relationship with money, like a positive relationship with money, and but also like stepping outside of the tradition, like working 9 to 5, is whack. I would work so hard, and then like the amount of money I would get just doesn't add up. So I just feel like after learning the quote from Warren Buffett, he said, "If you're not making money while you're sleeping, you're gonna die broke." So it kind of just made me realize, like, wow, if I'm not making like money while I'm sleeping, I'm gonna just be broke. So like that just means like I need to learn how to make passive income. Like, what can I do, like, to sit here and not do anything, but like money comes to me. So like, I'm really grateful that we live in the technology or the internet era, because it's amazing. Like, one of the biggest things that has helped me, I created a course on the machine, and it's just one course, but that one course has helped me out so much, where I know I don't have to work anymore at all I have to do is put the work up front. Passive income isn't just like, it just happening all of a sudden. You have to put the work in up front.
Yeah, passive income is not so passive at a certain point.
Right. You have to, you have to put some action into it at
up
first.
Front, yeah.
And then over time, it starts to, like, it's like a seed. You have to plant it first, and then you have to take care of it, and it'll start to grow, So just kind of like thinking of creative ways of earning money. So like one is, making music, when you, not just like for Epidemic, just creating music. Once you've released music on streaming services, you can actually collect revenue, and then you can get placed on playlists easily with Spotify now. And if you get placed on a playlist, your streams go up, and you're going to get a check from whoever your distributor is every 3 months. There's Stolen Drums. Like, he would release a single every week. And he didn't realize how much money he had in his account.
I love that interview. And he's like, and then I checked the number, and then
exactly.
He was like, bands.
Exactly. And I remember he would release music every week, just a single, and that's all you really have to do is be consistent, like create music. You can have a YouTube channel and generate, AdSense, which is like how many ads are people watching with your YouTube channel, as well as automatically you can sign up for like Amazon affiliate links, where if someone decides to purchase your item or anything from Amazon within 24 hours, you get a percentage. You don't have to do anything but create the content. Once you create a video, it's up there, and it'll be there forever, and it'll generate income over time. So, just figuring out different ways to plant a seed and just letting it grow over time. Having a website with merchandise, or creating sound packs. Like my sound packs, they're selling every day, and like I haven't created one in like months, and people are still purchasing it every single day. I'm always getting notifications about stuff like that, and it's just, instead of working a set amount of time for someone else, think of ways of how you can make money from things you already enjoy. With the sound pack situation, I had a bunch of sounds I created over time that I never used, and now people are using them. I don't have no attachment to them, but now people are paying me to have them. So it's kind of just thinking of ways of helping other people to benefit everyone, but also help you out at the same time. A lot of people want to know how to learn how to use Machine. Not only do they want to learn how to use Machine, they want to learn how I know how to use it.
Right, you specifically, like they found your channel, whatever. They're like, she's a dope teacher. I want to learn, like, from her specifically.
Right, exactly. And everyone has a unique way of doing things. So I really encourage others to find what they love and not be afraid to embrace it and share it with others, because people do want to learn. Like, I would love, like, before we got on here, I would love to learn your setup, like how you film, like, and we talked about stuff like that. So everyone has something that, but you're already doing YouTube videos, but like, like if you weren't, like, I would be like, hey, you should like share your information.
I tell people that all the time, like people who do really cool stuff but don't make content. I'm like, just tell people how you do what you do, because it's worth something to somebody.
Exactly. And you can create a whole career after it, and you don't even have to work, of a traditional job, and I see it all the time. And sometimes I just have to realize that I can encourage people and tell people what I see or have a vision for them, but they have they have to have the vision for themselves as well as put the time and effort to kind of just become that version of themselves. But I see it all the time. So many people have so much potential to not really have to work all the time. They have so much
Exactly.
talent, but a lot of that they just have to have drive, and I think that's some people have it and some people don't, and I really encourage people to just to find that drive to do what you love to do.
And I think for people to be able to see that it is possible, so hopefully like folks watching can learn from this conversation and hear you saying this and saying, oh shit, like this is possible. But also like you talked about having those mentors or those people that saw something in you saying like, hey, you can do like much bigger things. Like you can do really amazing stuff. So
Right.
I think everybody kind of needs that push. So what if folks at home listening, like if you're just kind of like taking this all in, like don't wait for that person to push you, because Sarah just told you. Sarah just told you can literally do what you love right now,
Yes.
and start taking steps to making a career out of it. And real quick, guys, I believe the giveaway is going to close soon. It's in the chat. Thomas, why don't you just close that in 2 minutes? So guys, you can take a look at the link, just scroll up in the chat, enter the giveaway. You can either win a Splice subscription or a Arturia plugin, the OBXA. Thomas is going to text me the name of the winners probably at the top of the hour. So make sure you enter. It's the last moments. Hopefully it's not closed before you get there. Really nice people in the chat saying really cool things. TV Lala says, you both are awesome. Thank you so much. Perky Man says, your mind creates your reality. So true. So like people are really just vibing with a lot of the things you were saying, which is cool. My mom's even in the chat. It's crazy.
Hey, Mom.
Yeah, people are super nice. Yeah, cool. A lot of really kind words. Thank you all. Almighty Otto says, Sarah, drop in a lot of gems. That's true. This podcast is filled with gems. Hopefully people can go back and watch it and consume. I want to shine a little bit of a light on like jumping off that passive income discussion, is talk about like No Quantize a little bit, because that's a brand that you created, and I love the idea of like it's like a merch, is like a clothing brand, but it's kind of separate from you as an artist. Like it's not the Sarah the Instrumentalist merch. It's No Quantize. It's its own thing. You want to talk a little bit about like your thinking behind that? Because I think a lot of artists usually just throw their name on stuff.
Right. I think for me, like I would go shopping at like Forever 21 or Urban Outfitters and like look at those graphic T-shirts and be like, wow, why don't they have vinyl or like a cassette tape on them, or like
a machine,
or a machine, or J Dilla, or like stuff I like.
Yeah.
So I was just like, well, why don't you make it? And I wanted to make my own stuff, like my own like producer gear, clothing, and make it myself. And I'm at a point where I'm gonna start collaborating with other people, but I really just love creating my own like artwork, and just kind of challenge myself to just think of something creative. And there was a point where I guess after like meditating a lot, like there was a point I was like even washing dishes, and I remember listening to Ninth Wonder, and I could just remember like thinking to myself like, wow, I love how he has No Quantize on this beat. And then like I was like, oh shit,
No Quantize.
Yeah, let me look this up real quick. And like, okay, I think this would be a cool brand name. Like and I think for me, like you said, currently I think now a lot of artists put a lot of their own names on their merch and like their faces and stuff like that. But like I grew up like looking at Rockaware and looking at like Baby Fat, and seeing like like Russell Simmons or like Jay-Z being separate from their brands, and then selling their brands and then moving forward. So like I see No Quantize as a brand, and it's separate for me because it is a producer, beat maker, lifestyle brand. And if you know, when it blows, as it blows up,
Yeah.
and becomes the mega brand that it is, like, I do look forward to, like, moving forward. So, like, I would love to, like, sell it one day. So
For sure.
I just like have those future goals set for myself, and like know that it is separate from myself, and I don't want people to not necessarily have to always like have to represent me. That they can represent themselves, and I just wanted to make gear for producers, not a shirt with my name on it, or my that's kind of weird for me. Like, the only thing I would have with my face, like, currently, is like my beat tape that has like my baby pictures, or something like that. So, like, other than that, because like I only make stuff that I would wear, and I wouldn't really wear a shirt with my face on it, or my name.
I think it makes sense.
Yeah.
Not even your name. I don't know about that. Sometimes when I'm just hanging around the house, I would wear whatever TAETRO merch I might have.
It just depends. Like, my name's long, So
Yep.
I'm just like, but it's just like for sure, like, my face. It'd just be weird if I was like, yeah, I got this hoodie with like a giant.
Oh, look, it's me.
Yeah. Like, who's that? Yeah,
that's dope.
Yeah. So.
All right, we're coming to the top of the hour. I have some winners in my WhatsApp. I need some clarity from Thomas about if this is 2 people. I believe so. But real quick, guys, the reason we're able to do these giveaways and bring you this programming every single day is because, 343 Labs is a school, and we have courses where you can learn all about music production, mixing, mastering, Ableton Live, Logic, all levels too, like beginner all the way to advanced. We have summer immersive courses where you can take all summer and learn. There's 4-week summer immersives. There's a 6-week, I believe, as well. Just really dive deep into stuff. Focus on learning and like leveling up your music production skills. So 343labs.com if that sounds interesting to you. I'm sure there's an instructor or a course that you might find interesting. And our instructors are live every single day here on 343 TV. So without further ado, we have 2 winners here. I just got clarity from Thomas. So the first winner, so we'll do first, is the winner of the 3-month Splice subscription, is Diane Parker. So congrats, Diane Parker, for the Splice, the 3-month Splice subscription. I use Splice a lot, so that is really dope. And for 3 months with Splice, like, if you really use it, like, you get enough to get a ton of samples, and then you get to keep the samples anyway. Like, they don't go away. I also have a ton of credits just building up in my Splice. So, like, I'm sure with 3 months, you won't even use all the credits you get. And then the winner of the OBXA, which is an Arturia plugin, which is a really cool synth, is Delirium5459. So Delirium, congratulations. You have won that cool Arturia plugin. Congratulations to those 2 winners. If you didn't win, no worries. We do giveaways pretty much every day on 343 TV. So tune in tomorrow during the Bitwig stream, Bitwig Basics with Abe Duque at 1 p.m. EST, and you could win on there as well. But congrats to the winners. Let's hype up the winners if you can in chat. Thank you all so much.
Congratulations.
Sarah, this talk was super inspiring.
Oh, thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Is there anything we didn't talk about that maybe we should have? Anything you want to shout out, direct people anywhere they should go to check you out? I have your link in the description, anyway, your YouTube link, but tell people where else they can find you and where you want them to go.
If anyone's listening or watching, I appreciate you guys taking the time to, spend time with me. And if you guys want to check me out anytime, like, you can find me on any social platform at Sarah2ill, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. If you're looking to learn how to use the machine, I have a machine course out, noquantize.com. Check it out. But yeah, I love you guys, and I appreciate you guys. And like, stay inspired, stay safe, wash your hands,
For sure.
wear a mask.
Absolutely. And, if you guys need that creative push or whatever, go back, rewind, listen to everything Sarah already said in this podcast, because you don't need that person in real life telling you what you can do and what you can manifest, because Sarah already told you. Go back and listen to it. Make sure you guys check out 343labs.com. Check out some courses. Tune into 343 TV every single day. YouTube.com/343labs. Giveaways every day. Free content every day. Big immersive courses on 343labs.com if you want to level up your music production skills. This has been another episode of TAETRO Talks. Sarah, thank you so much for being on today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
All right, everybody. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. This has been TAETRO. Have a good one.
and we're live, everybody. We are back. Fourth Friday of this. We have Thomas in the background. Hold on, Thomas, a second. Let me just get you in the mix. Thomas, are you there?
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
All right, hold on. Let me
Welcome
put you
back
on
to
the.
Bitwig Basics.
Let me put you in the view here. Yeah, welcome back, everybody, to Bitwig Basics. I'm here. My name is Abe Duque. I am an instructor at 343 Labs, and I guess one of your streaming people here at 343 TV. Thomas is my counterpart, guy in the background, keeping everything going. He's the fire beneath the flame, if you will. We are here every Friday. Well, actually, 343 TV is here every day from Monday through Saturday, I believe, or Sunday as well. We do reruns on Sundays at 1 p.m. Is that right? Is that right,
Yep.
Thomas?
So occasional we'll have another show at 7 or something. The interviews with TAETRO, which are cool, but we're doing educational stuff every day at 1.
That's right. 1 o'clock, and we have. Let's run down the shows. Let's get you in here early, doing your thing. Go ahead, run down every show every day.
Got it. So we've got Tips and Tricks on Mondays with dolltr, aka Claire Lim, which is an Ableton-oriented show. It's been really popular and fun. We got Techno Tuesdays with John Selway, self-explanatory show about techno. On Wednesdays, we've got Stuck in the House with Lewis Beck, which has been a really fun show as well, focusing on house production. Thursdays, we got Theory Thursdays with the one and only Max Wild. And then we also have on Thursday nights, TAETRO Talks, which is an interview series with TAETRO, our creative director here at 343 Labs. Fridays, we got this show, Bitwig Basics with Abe. And then Saturdays, we have what we call the Saturday Showcase, which is features performances from all different instructors and community members here at the school. And as Abe mentioned before, we got the recaps going on Sundays.
Right, and I hear some things are going to be coming down the pipeline that, some things might change a little bit. Some things might stay the same. Sundays, there's some rumor about something happening with Sundays. Not sure if we should talk about anything yet. But lots stuff happening here at 343 TV. And here we are Fridays. Today our show is called Bitwig Basics. And again, I'm Abe Duque. I am a Bitwig Certified Trainer. One of the two that we have at our school, Claire is the second one, and she's amazing. She's certified at every single piece of software on the internet. Actually, Claire's amazing. She's one to keep up with for sure. Let's see. Let's look into the chat. I see Chroma Beats is back again. I see Andrew Duke there again. I see Josh from Colorado is there, from Boulder Voice Lessons. He's there. Max Wild, of course, couldn't be a stream without Max trolling us in the chat. Get your questions going. We'll be monitoring these questions. We'll be monitoring your comments. We'll just talk about anything really that's pertaining to the subject matter. And today we're going to continue with a little bit of talk about Bitwig. Now, I have that session that we have had since the first day. Here, I haven't really even listened to what we got going on. I know that we're running out of time last time, and let's see. Let's go to the arrange page here. Let's hold on a second. Just grabbing something over here. Here we go. So here we have our arrangement, well, hasty arrangement, if you will. Let's just listen to what we have just to refresh our memories. So here we go. Wow, that's pretty techno. Well, that kind of jumped in. A little bit of a glitch, I guess. Lower that a little bit so I don't have to compete with it. Okay, pretty nuts the stuff that's going on here. Let's get back to our mix view here. And let's just, again, recap of what we have in each track and how we're making things happening here. Let's see, we have a poly synth here doing this. And we're actually not even using that right now. Did we even put that into the... Yeah, we didn't even drop that in there. We can drop that in there at one point. The poly synth, of course, very, very amazing synth. Doesn't look like much at a glance, but when you start to really realize how efficient the layout is, you're really knocks your socks off. Of course, we have some modulation happening here. You know that modulation is what Bitwig is really all about. Well, not really, but it is one of the top things on the priority list for Bitwig. And we have some an LFO and some randomizer action happening here. Let's see what we have in the next track. Let's go here. This is our kick. This is our crazy kick. And how did we get that going? Well, we use this amp device. And I guess we added a reverb into this effect section here. Is that what we did? Yeah, we had it. So let's turn off the amp device. We have this reverb that went after this distortion device. So let's kind of refresh everybody's memory as to what it sounded like before. And that distortion, quite lovely.
Hey, Abe.
Yes?
Could you show what's going on in Bitwig, please?
Oh, here we go. I already did that in the early part of the show. Look at that.
No worries.
What would I do without you? I always say that. So let's see. Bitwig and Abe. Are we there? Okay, so we're looking at these parts here, and right now I have a chain of sounds on my kick drum, and just showing you that kick drum generator is going into the distortion, making it a bit techno already. And then this is going into a reverb, which there was no particular reason for me doing that except that I'm just experimenting. And then I threw that into that amp, and that made it super crazy. And then a little bit of that boost with that new EQ Plus, which is a super nice EQ. One of the nicest EQs I've ever played with, actually, going on in there. Let's go to the next sound. Let's see what we have in the next sound. We have a tom part. And that went through, let's see, let's turn off all the devices, making that happen. So that's that. I think it might have a reverb in here. So let's turn off that reverb. Remember, there's like two places to drop effects in a chain. So basically they're the same sort of signal flow, but in this little area here, this nesting area here for effects, I can have whatever effect I want to have, and that's basically going to go into the device. And when I save the device, if I choose to save this device, it'll come with this this effect or a whole effect chain. I could actually drop the whole effect chain in that, so that all you really see in the end is just like this kick generator. But I just wanted to show you guys how you can have different places. So if I close this up or collapse it, you'll see it goes back into its nesting cubby hole there. And I had a little bit of left right going on here, and then I compressed it there. I think then I added dynamics to it, which is Bitwig's way of doing sidechain compression or sidechain action. So, and it's amazing because you can do, right now we're doing the high part, so the loud sounds get pushed down, but we could do the low threshold as well, so that we could do the opposite. So we could have two actual triggers on the low side and the high side to make the sidechain just that much more interesting. It's pretty amazing take on the whole sidechain situation. I remember when I first got Bitwig, I was really confused as to where to do sidechaining, because I went directly to the compressor thinking, oh yeah, that's where I'm going to find the sidechain, and I couldn't find the sidechain in there. And I was like, where is it? What? Bitwig doesn't do sidechain compression? That's kind of lame. Sorry about that. But what you have to do is basically use the dynamics device, which is totally dedicated towards that action, to anything to do with sidechaining, which is okay by me now that I know that it's there. All right, let's keep on going. So we had some hi-hats going on here. So these hi-hats started out, and let me just take away all the devices that made up this hi-hat and go straight to just the first e-hat creator. This is a little module that you get for creating hi-hats in Bitwig. Lots of little nice cool parameters on there. But then I added a comb filter. Comb filtering is really nice. And then I added a frequency shifter and then a rotary. So it kind of just does this kind of side-to-side action and flanging. So it does the side-to-side action with some flanging. And then once again, the dynamics sidechain action going on in there. Let's see, what do we have here? Did we even use this? Yeah, we had that. We just had a straight up polysynth with a dynamics, making it do its thing. And do we have any effects in there? No, don't mess with effects. Nope. Effects. And that's giving us that kind of low end. Let's try that. I was wondering if I move that. Let's move that to another note. I like G notes. Low G notes are really good for. Let's see, where are we? Let's try that note instead. G notes do well in mixes, or at least in rooms. They always cut through that, and maybe I did a really low one now. That's a little too low. Let's go back to there. And let's see what this thing is. This Berlin's firework thing. Oh, that was my chicken scratch last week. Remember, I picked a random drum machine that was already curated, and I just played some stuff at random and quantized it, and then ran it through some effects to get some fun stuff going on. So that's what it sounded like before. Kind of interesting, but with some distortion, which if you're making techno, you should use distortion. So that's where we are so far. And, well, in the meantime, let's talk to Thomas and see what's going on in the chat. Thomas, are you still around?
Hey, yes, I am. And that's, some interesting stuff you're going over there. It looks like we have some new people join in. Don't forget to join the giveaway for anybody that's just popped into the stream. We've got Derillium5459, who was one of the giveaway winners yesterday. TWD Industries, who's been around for a lot of these streams. So we appreciate you guys tuning back in. I don't think there's too many specific questions yet. Somebody mentioned that they like to listen to these when they go on walks and catch up on Bitwig, and they love the polysynths, so keep up the good work. That's a pretty nice comment in there.
Actually, we do have to talk about something, Thomas.
What's that?
We have a giveaway we didn't mention today.
Oh, yes.
We have the big one.
So,
this is the big one.
So the giveaway today is going to be for a full Bitwig Studio license. So in the previous streams, we've been giving away a few 8-track licenses, which is a really fun way to kind of get introduced to the program and, get experimenting with it. But the lucky winner of today's giveaway is going to be taking away the full version of Bitwig. They'll be able to use for free pretty much indefinitely, I'm sure.
How do you, just out of curiosity, how do you choose these winners? Do you just write all the names in a hat and just put your finger in there and then grab something, or Do you
So
have a randomizer, random
yeah,
generator?
I would say it's a bit of a digital version of what you just described. So we use like a random number generator and just put all the names in there, and that lucky person comes out. And we've been really had the pleasure of having some cool sponsors throughout the series, and with Bitwig being a big fan of the show, they've been giving away these licenses. So hopefully somebody out there will really benefit from taking this home and be able to go back and review all the stuff you shared with them and kind of put it into action.
And let me just remind you now, if we haven't said this yet, but let's say it now, please subscribe to the channel. Please subscribe to the
Hmm.
channel. We're trying to build this channel up. We're trying to get it to a place where we have some, I don't know, we're trying to make Max happy, basically. That's all.
Yeah, a bit of that. And if you guys want to continue seeing 343 TV, please let us know. We're in the process of kind of rearranging some things and maybe restructuring it a bit. But we definitely are focused on keeping it running. But we'd love to hear, your thoughts on that, and if there's any other topics or, whether it's Bitwig related or not that you want to see covered going forward, please let us know.
Okay, so let's get back to the Bitwig, and let's just go ahead and directly go to the right screen so that I don't make the same mistake again. All right, let me today being, I mean, today was supposed to be the fourth in a 4-part series of Bitwig Basics. I don't know, maybe we're going to keep going with Bitwig Basics, I'm not sure. But today I was saving today for one thing that I really haven't talked about at all in Bitwig. And now there's actually a lot of things I haven't talked about because it's a vast program. But the one thing I'm talking about is the grid. The grid is, well, it's quite amazing. The idea behind grid is actually the first idea that Bitwig was sort of based on. So when I went to visit Bitwig, I don't know, a few years ago, 3, 4, 5 years ago, they told me about what the whole plan for building the software was. So they went and first built this modular development tool, kind of like what you might think of when you think of Reactor, if you know Reactor, where you can have all these components and then take these components and just kind of put them together and patch them together and create this kind of, big spaghetti situation where now you can make a device and you can build out anything really with it. And they wanted to make it so modular that anything could actually be done with it. That you weren't at the mercy of having to design new things from scratch every time, because you could always use that as a platform to build what you're trying to accomplish. And I guess one of the reasons Bitwig keeps on chugging away with all the new devices that keep on coming and all these updates is because already it's a good foundation for building these devices since they came up with this modular development tool. And they promised in the beginning that the modular development tool would be available soon. And I thought when it first came out, I was a little disappointed that Bitwig 1 didn't have the modular development tool. And it was because I guess it would have been a little too confusing to have it all kind of laid out here. Now you can go behind the magic and see how the sausage is made and make your own sausage even. That would have been a little too kind of maybe changing from the focus of what having this DAW that's been really nicely put together would have been. But as a Bitwig 3, they developed a way to integrate that whole modular development system into the for the user to use. And for those of you that like modular in like I have a lot of modular gear, then you really like the way that Bitwig takes that sort of approach towards it. So without further ado, let me just get something like in the grid going. So again, just look for, there's 2 types of grid. There's the effects grid and there's the poly grid. The poly grid would be more about making some sounds like synth style. And the effects grid, well, it's all about creating effects. There was to be a third at one point. I don't know what the story is, some sort of MIDI grid, but I guess they just decided to stick on the 2. Let's just look at the at the polygrid for today. So this is, I've just grabbed the default polygrid setup in here, and what you get is this little device, and when I click on this, I'll get into the world of what we're talking about here, the modular world. So right here to start with, we get a basic oscillator, and we have an envelope generator, and then we have something to be able to hear it. So if I play it on my keyboard, I should be able to trigger some sound from this guy. And don't know why I can't trigger the sound yet. Maybe I have it muted. Hold on, let me go to this. Yeah, I have solo happening here. So let's put solo just on this track now. And I can just now play it with my little setup here. Okay, so I have this this oscillator. Right now it's a triangle. And I could treat this already just like a synth, and I don't even have to go to this inside of the sausage making factory, let's say. I can go just and use this as a device, write MIDI with it, put it in my track and be good with it. But as it stands right now, we want to kind of demo the rest of the stuff, the sausage factory. So we have a triangle, we have a waveform and envelope, and a way to listen or hear the audio come out of it. So I'm going to erase it all so we can start from the beginning, from scratch. So let's go to get an oscillator. Here's a list of oscillators that we can choose from, including a sampler, a swarm oscillator, which is really nice. Let's grab a pulse oscillator, and we throw that in there, and I'm going to go try to play it, and it's not going to play. The reason it's not playing, it's basically because I need an output device. So I'll go here and I'll add an audio device. Now, when an audio out, I can grab that there, and if I just throw it over here, nothing will happen. I won't be able to hear anything. I'll need to patch it. Now I can go and patch it directly here now. That was pretty loud. Let's get that level down and do that again. So we have patched it. Now let me do that again in a better way, which is just come right here and drop it right in there, and it patches it directly to where it needs to be patched. Okay, so right now it's just a free floating oscillator, an oscillator that just keeps on going. It doesn't do anything but just oscillate that waveform. But we need to kind of use it like a synthesizer. So I'm going to want to use an envelope generator. So we have oscillators, we have filters, we have display, random, shaper, pitch, phase, LFO, delay, envelope. Here we go to our envelopes, and we have different types of envelopes here. We have an ADSR, an AD for like a percussive envelope, an AR, a pluck. We have different types of styles. Let's just drop an ADSR. Now, where are we going to want to put that? We're going to want to put it between these guys here. So let me grab that. And now that we have that there, we have an ADSR that's between that. When that's the case, then it's not free-flowing anymore. The sound is now behaving like a synthesizer. Now I can play it, and I can have a situation where I can use this now as a way to trigger my sounds and over time the way that I want the oscillator to present. There's something called pre-chords, which is interesting. When you drop one of these devices in here, you get these icons on the bottom. These are things that are already kind of patched to the device, because it kind of assumes that you might want to have it. For example, this oscillator is patched to this keyboard, so it knows that I might want to play the notes with that. And this ADSR is already patched in a way that I can have the gate work from my keyboard playing here. This will trigger a gate, open the gate. I can disable that, and then we have another situation. But this is actually how I want it right now. So we have a nice little setup there, really nice. So that's interesting. I can play maybe apart with that and change the sound, do whatever I want with that. However, you need more than that to create a synthesizer. We're gonna need something, maybe, I don't know, maybe like a filter. A filter would be nice. So let's go to our choice of filters here. We have lots of choices here. We have a couple of different types of low pass, a straight variant filter. We have even a comb filter here to choose from. So let's just take a regular low pass ladder type, transistor ladder type filter. And again, if I want to put it between, let's say, this and the output, I'll just drop it right there, and it'll appear just right between those two right there. So yeah. So now I have this ladder filter, which I can control this way, and resonance over here. And lots of fun can ensue. So yeah, we're gonna keep going with this, and I'm gonna show you a little more about what you can do in the grid. However, they have over 140 devices, more like 150, I think, available to you. Lucky for us, they do give you tons and tons and tons of like preset setups with Grid to kind of get you started on what might be an interesting thing to use, and then maybe give you ideas for creating your own setups. Let's though go back to Thomas and see what's going on in the chat, and let's get Thomas. Thomas, are you there?
Hey, going on? So we still got some good comments coming in the chat. Somebody mentioned that this looks like a more user-friendly version of classic Reactor. And I was actually watching your tutorial on the grid that we did on our 343 Labs YouTube page, and I noticed you talked about that a bit, and how Reactor, that part of Reactor isn't super popular, and how maybe Bitwig being more user-friendly is more appealing. Would you say that?
Yeah, I mean, Reactor is super powerful. However, you do need a bit of a PhD in Reactor to really fly with Reactor. A lot of these, the way that they let us set this up is super friendly and super intuitive. Once you understand certain rules about how things work, then you can just keep on going with this stuff.
Gotcha. And another question that I had personally was, how does working in this space in the grid kind of translate to modular synthesis in the hardware form? As you can see probably on these streams, Abe has quite a collection of hardware modular synths going on. But I was just kind of curious, do you ever kind of think about how those tie into each other, or get inspired from one or the other?
Totally. So the thing is, the thing about modular that anybody that's into modular will tell you that is appealing is that you're allowed to really go for an adventure with wires and plug things in that maybe aren't meant to be plugged into each other. Mistakes are welcome, and when mistakes sometimes yield very powerful results with like happy accidents and things you would have never even thought about doing. It's quite fun that way. So anything can be plugged into anything in the modular world, and the same thing happens in this setup in Grid. You can have almost anything plugging into anything. They do have a convention with like coloring, whereas certain things are colored in different ways, like the logic stuff. The logic stuff is just basically going to be like clock dividers and triggers and multipliers and so on. They're colored yellow, and let's see, the envelopes are colored green mostly. Let's see what else. Some other colors here. The pitch device here, stuff here is colored orange, and it doesn't mean that you can't plug these into other colored stuff, but it kind of keeps you kind of thinking, right? Where these things you might want to, it's a sort of a suggestion. Hey, these are red. Maybe these are best to plug into each other. These are blue. Maybe these kind of do a certain function and should be kind of thought of as something that could work well with each other. But you can grab whatever cable and put it anywhere. And as long as there's output going into an input, you can do that.
Very, very interesting. And that, along with the fact that there's those kind of presets you were talking about, seems like it would lend itself really well to somebody who is inexperienced with modular, the modular approach.
Totally, totally. And so it's kind of a really nice way of working modularly, and without having to like buy a million devices or whatever. That's the great thing about Bitwig. Bitwig is one program. You get it, you install it, and everything comes in there, including all this grid stuff, and every device in the grid is there, and everything is just ready for you to like play with and do whatever needs to be done. And if they're going to add something, they're just going to add it. They're not going to be like, and for those that have our special tier, we'll get these and these won't. Sorry. So yeah. All right, we're a little bit past halfway point. Maybe it's about your time to do your little song and dance right now, Thomas. You're
Sure,
midway.
yeah. Yeah, so I guess we'll take a minute or so to talk about the school really quick. Obviously 343 TV has been going on, but behind the scenes, what we typically are doing is offering a lot of really high quality educational music production classes. So they're taught by people like Abe, who is clearly really experienced, and then we also have a bunch of other super experienced instructors that have, both experience in the music industry as well as teaching these topics. So we do have a couple of courses coming up I wanted to mention that will be starting, in July. The first thing I definitely want to mention is our Ableton Summer Immersive, which is a really cool, pretty extensive program. You can take it in a 4-week or 6-week variant. So those are always really cool. Abe might actually be teaching some of those. And then Abe's got a mixing course starting next month. We have a songwriting course starting next weekend. That's going to be really cool. That's a great course for somebody who is kind of new to the world of music production, or even if they're not and they're kind of curious about learning more about music theory and what goes into writing a good song. That can be a really beneficial course, especially because it's taught in the context of electronic music production and in a DAW, which I think is a really unique approach. But otherwise than that, we have a couple events coming up outside of 343 TV. We have the Ableton User Group, which is going to be on July 7th, and that's also a really cool event. But other than that, I think we're just kind of trying to keep it rocking with 343 TV, and we have our Berlin school, which is having a couple open houses, and those are actually on July 1st and 2nd. So in case anybody's tuning in from overseas, you can see the details about those on our websites. But otherwise, we're just kind of keeping it moving with these streams and online classes. We are, considering going back and getting the Manhattan School ready kind of to open back up for classes in person. Obviously, we're going to take all the necessary precautions to do so, but if anybody out there that's interested in that, feel free to reach out to us via email or call us, in regards to all that information. But otherwise, just remind you that we are giving away that Bitwig license for the full version at the end of the stream. I'll drop that link down in this in the chat right now, and I think we're about ready to dive back into some more Bitwig with Abe.
All right, and remember to subscribe to the channel.
Yes, very
Can't
important.
say that enough. I mean, it's we want to grow this. We want to have 100,000 before the end of the summer. That's what Max told us. If not, we're in trouble.
Exactly.
All right, so let's keep it going. So we were at the creating a sound here. So let's see. We got a sound going on. Let's open the filter a little more. So let's go to the actual clip here. let's turn some of these guys off, and let me just get the kick drum going. I just want to get that techno kick drum pumping in there. Now I have my polygrid sound. So I'm just gonna create a part here quickly. Just something to have play for me, that way I don't have to. So let's loop the right area here. Let's take maybe just one bar. And that'll give us enough to play with sound-wise. And let's get back in there. So we have our ADSR, attack, decay, sustain, and release. Pretty nice, but let's just say I want to make this a more complex synthesizer. So let's try doing that. Let me take this kick drum out for a second and just have this going again. And let me drop in some more devices. So right now we have a low pass filter that's just sitting outside of here, and maybe we wanted to join the party. Why not? So let's pull this apart a little bit here, and we'll get the connection. Now, any input can only receive one connection, but any output can give out to as many outputs as you want. You could just drive a cable where you want for that. So now I have another input going into another filter. And then let's take that output and take that to, well, let's add another ADSR for the other one. So we'll go to the envelope and we'll do a ADSR, and we'll put that in between those two guys. Oh, put it between the wrong two guys. Let's put it up here. Sorry. Now it's between these two guys. And now I need to get it to the output here. How do I get that into the output? Now the output only has one input. Sorry. Remember that any input can only receive one thing. So I'll need a device to help me do that. And there's a couple of mixers that I can grab. I'll throw this mixer in here. And that is going to allow me to mix in different things. So I can then take the output from here and add another connection here, both with their level control here, mute and solo. So I have that one and that one. And we have panning control here. Anything you need, really. So now I have two filters with two different envelopes. I'll do that for the top and lower that. And this one will be the bottom. Wait, sorry, that wrong one went up. I could have a layered sound going on in there. More plucky. Open that filter. However, I can continue the game and say I don't like that pulse for both. So let's say I wanted to switch that. So I'll go back to the oscillators, look for one that I like. Let's get a sawtooth, drop that in there. And I'll take that sawtooth now and move that and connect it in here instead of the other one. So now the saw is what's generating that second layer in there. And, well, we're starting to have a little bit of fun with the grid. So let's look at the chat. Let's see if I could see anything. Let me just make sure to bring Thomas back in if he has to. Thomas, anything in the chat that I've been missing? I haven't really been paying attention.
We've got some people saying this is awesome. We did just have a question that came in now saying, does the grid have something that allows LFO shaping? Like cut out the first voice and bring it in later? That's from Michael Grauman.
Right. So LFOs, we could do something like that. We could do anything. Let's go into the LFOs. LFO is a modulation tool, and basically, when we're talking about modulation tools, we're talking about tools or devices that help us take a parameter for for a ride, let's say on a waveform in the case of LFO, but anything to change the parameter over time in a predictable way, or sometimes in a not predictable way. So let's take there's LFOs, and we could use other things as modulation tools like envelopes and so on, even randomizers. But let's take this LFO and just drop this LFO in here, and now we have a LFO who is ready for action. Now, before I forget, anything that you want to really kind of know what is going on in it, just like in all the regular devices outside of Grid, you have a show help button here that will bring you right to all the parameters, and it'll give you an explanation of what you're looking at and what it's going to do. And as with the other devices as well, what you get is a situation where you can tweak it right from the help page, which is amazing. You can do all your changes right from this help page. That is super cool. Okay, so now we have an LFO there. Now, this LFO is doing its thing. It's running musical notes right now, but I can change it to hertz if I want to. And now we're at this rate that we have right here in hertz. Hertz is a cycle per second. Now I'm going to map it to something. So if you'll notice, let's take this filter here. You'll see that this filter has another connection to it. So I'll take the output from this and go right into that. And then I'll add some action there. And that should give me some movement in the... And I haven't done this in a little bit, so it might take a little bit of tweaking here to figure out what's going on. But I already could hear some action there. So that one is this one here. So I'm going to solo this one. So see, this is already moving according to what the LFO is dictating here. Now I could actually take this LFO and like just do this, and then the LFO will control anything. But that takes the fun away from like actually making a connection happen with a little virtual cable here. But it gives you both choices. I mean, it's an LFO modulation tool. So let's say you want that modulation tool to do it the classic Bitwig way, and turn that on. Anything that turns that kind of blue color can now be modulated the way that classically anything in Bitwig can be. So it's kind of well, why do it that way? Why patch a cable if you could just do it this way? Well, that's true, but if you want to stay to that fun cable patching way, we can just do it this way. So every you'll see these extra little patch points here on things. So here you'll have it on this parameter, on the phase modulation, and then on the pitch amount. So if I wanted to modulate the pitch on this, I can do that, and you always have to give it a little bit of an amount, whether it's positive or a negative amount. And let's move that connection somewhere else. Let's do it to this. So that's the phase modulation amount. And just like that, we could do whatever we want, really, whatever we want. So this ADSR has something to kind of change the way that it behaves, any of these little extra connections that are not like red, because the red is like the audio kind of signal, are going to be able to connect and be able to be used as a modulation source. So we have LFOs, but we also have envelopes that can be doing some modulation. We have randomizers that can be doing modulations. Here's a sample and hold LFO. Here's a dice. A noise wave. I could use a noise wave as a modulator. I could just drop that in there and make that a modulator. That's all that. Well, there's so many combinations. This is really another world. It's, in a way, you could actually call this a program or a software, an environment into itself. I think Bitwig calls it a modular development environment or sound design environment, modular sound design environment. That's actually the wording they use. One cool thing, I showed you how to do the help thing on individual ones, but if you click anywhere outside of the, in a blank grid point here, you get the parameters that you can do with everything as one, as a batch, like a group to everything. And really cool things can happen in here. You can have, you can increase the number of voices in here. From mono can go all the way up to well, I don't know. Let's test how many voices. It'll give us 32 voices, 39 voices. Oh my God. I've never done this before. 64 voices. How about that? Anybody ever try 64 voices of unison? This is going to give Serum a run for its money, because one of the coolest things about Serum as a synthesizer is how much unison you can do in Serum. And up until now, I mean, Serum does, I think, 16 voices of unison, and it has this other device that allows for more unison to happen in the effects section. But here, straight out of it, 64 voices, and that's crazy. That's insane. And you could do voice stacking and all sorts of other really cool things. But again, you get to this part of the help or the kind of inspector by clicking on somewhere that isn't an actual device. If I go to this device, then it's going to give me information on this device and what's coming into it and what's coming out. It's really cool the way this is set up. Anyway, I've been rambling for a while. Thomas, how are we doing back there?
We're doing good. Sorry, just making sure that my mic wasn't muted. I'm doing well, and I think we're almost ready to announce the giveaway. Unless you wanted to, hop into anything else. Maybe if we get a couple questions going on in the chat, could be helpful, to end things out. But another thing I did want to mention quick, because this has been coming up on a lot of the streams. If you enter the giveaway multiple times, it does not count towards the next entry. I've been noticing on the last couple of streams, I'm like, seems like we got a lot of entries from this, same person's name. But I do delete those and make sure everybody's getting an equal, chance of winning. So I just wanted to mention that briefly.
Right. Okay. So we have a comment in the chat. It's going to give your CPU a run for its money. Okay. How's it drawing? What's it? TWD Industries says, how draining is the grid on the system? Well, you can imagine that, it is going to be, anything's going to be draining that you put a lot of, lean on it very hard. So it depends also on your system. So far, Bitwig always runs really, really lean. Right now, we can actually let's let me not make the mistake and go back to the overhead so that we can check the CPU action up here, and I don't know if you see what's going on, and everything's pretty much, let's see, as it runs, we're running the polygrid, and we got this CPU graph here, and then I'm working things. Things are not spiking at all. Things are kind of just doing their thing, and it would. So runs really lean is what I'm trying to say. This little DSP performance graph is a super cool thing.
Yeah, it looks sweet.
Yeah. Hello, Gaboo says hello.
Yeah, a little late, I guess, but still some people joining in. We'll have the rerun of the show up so everybody can check that out.
Is Gaboo too late to actually go to get the prize? I mean, I'm not giving him the prize right now. I'm just saying to sign up for the giveaway.
Yeah, he actually unfortunately is. So the giveaway has closed, and the winner has actually been selected.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Oh, well, why don't we just get you to do that right now, Thomas? Why don't we get you
So
to jump in
while I have
there?
you here, for today's giveaway, as we mentioned before, it's going to be for a full Bitwig Studio license. And today's lucky winner is Lewis Hales, who is actually been in the chat. His name is Say Hello Tapes.
Say his name
And,
again because my sound effects were a little bit over it.
oh yeah, so the winner is Lewis Hales. So
All right.
congratulations to Lewis, and we'll be reaching out via email to grant your license for Bitwig.
That's amazing. That's really amazing. That's great. So we've given away quite a lot of licenses here. I mean, this is the only full license that we've given, but we've given every show we've given away at least 2 or 3 in the 8-channel ones, right?
Yep, and even on one of our other interviews, with Dave from Bitwig, we gave away more there. So thanks to Bitwig again for supporting the show and supporting the company. We are, have some talks about actually doing a Bitwig class. So maybe if that's something people are interested in taking with us, please let us know in the chat.
Yeah, that's an important thing too. I mean, part of the reason that we're doing these kind of classes or talks and streams online about this material is just to kind of maybe feel out what you guys would want to have more developed curriculum on a whole class of intro to Bitwig, kind of the same way we do with the Ableton. Is something we've always had in mind, but we've always needed to have enough demand for you guys to from you guys to actually make it happen. And if they build it, and they will come. Maybe we'll do that. I don't know.
Definitely.
Yeah. So do let us know. I mean, really, we really want to know if you're interested more in Bitwig, and checking out the possibilities that this program. Again, we've gotten a little bit past the tip of the iceberg here in the last 4 weeks. We've definitely, checked out a lot of the interesting and important parameters and devices and functionalities that the program will give you, but we still have a lot to show, and yeah, and maybe we could also help you write music with it. All right, so let me get back in there just for a little bit. We have just a few minutes left, and yeah, thank you everybody for coming in these last 4 weeks. This has been an interesting experience for me to do this streaming stuff. I mean, I'm no stranger to the camera. I've done a lot of tutorial videos for you guys throughout the years, both with 343 and with Dubspot before that. But those you can kind of mess up and start again, and we often did many times. And with the streaming, you're just kind of there. But you guys will let me know that it feels like a little family now. I see many of you guys coming back in every time, and it's just kind of comforting to see people like Chromo Beats and stuff like that are kind of just seems to be they live on 343 TV, and I'm glad for that. So yeah, we're here at in the grid. Today we discussed the poly grid. There's another grid, of course, that's the effect grid. It's a little late to start really going deep into the effects grid, but just wanted to kind of let you know that it's there. But anyway, let me just let me go to the poly grid for a second, one more time, and what I want to do then is maybe pull up some of these devices for you guys to check out. So once again, I just kind of go through these lists, inputs and outputs here. These are all sorts of ways of imagining input and output into the grid. Then we have a number of oscillators, again with a sampler, which we haven't even gotten to work with yet. The swarm, oh man, we should have played with the swarm today. And of course pulse, which is square, sawtooth, sine wave, a triangle, a bunch of filters, as we talked about earlier, ways to control level, so attenuators, just the level control altogether, cool stuff, display stuff, which is really nice. You get an oscilloscope, so I can have this right in between these guys here, and then play a note in here and have that, hold on, that might be soloed. So play a note in there and have that kind of show me what it's doing with the oscilloscope as far as waveform, which is really nice to have that. And I can make that as big as I want, kind of giving me more place to do stuff like this with. I mean, really cool stuff. A VU meter, a spectrum device, so I could actually look at it in a way to, well, let's get that. I patched it wrong, but it's basically just a spectrum analyzer, which I can, oh, I patched it wrong again, the same way twice. So let me make a little room here to patch it right. So let's drop it in there. So now we have it between the sound. So again, spectrum analyzer. And once again, I could also make it really big if I wanted to, and take advantage of whatever size I need it to be in order to kind of fit my needs, if you will. And so there's that. Lots of cool stuff, randomizers, wave shapers, distortion devices like Chevy Sev, distortion, quantizer, rectifier, saturator, wave folder, curve. I mean, cool stuff, really cool stuff. Pitch controlling devices, phase controlling devices, LFO, of course, delay. We can add a delay in there. Some math stuff can be taken care of here. So dividers and multipliers and subtractors, some data management for like arpeggiators and step sequencers and stuff of that sort. Envelopes of all sort, mixer possibilities. You remember we used the mixer earlier to like continue to add. And if you have one of these devices thrown in there, every time you every time you patch something to it. So let's say I patch from here to here, I get a new patch point underneath it. So anything that as soon as I patch something in here, you'll see another one pop up, and I can keep on having 20 things plugged into the one mixer. So it keeps on expanding as you need it to. And then Logic, we talked about a little bit about that earlier. So just a little bit of a rundown, really just a scratching the surface type of situation with all the devices in the polygrid. So I think we're running out of time. Thomas, are you still there? Oh, Thomas is exited.
I'm here.
Whoa, there we go.
I had to switch my camera. Actually, the nicer one died on me, but
oh no,
I'm here.
Just
I think
in
we're
time.
coming to an end. Yeah, right on time. I saw it blinking for a moment there.
The thing is, you're such a good-looking guy that it doesn't really matter what camera you use.
Oh man, I appreciate the compliments there. But yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in. It was another fun show with you all, and we'll be having more streams. Tomorrow and Sunday you can catch the recaps, but be sure to obviously check out the website for all those classes we discussed earlier. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to leave them with.
Oh no, just exactly what you said. Just keep on watching the shows, and maybe we'll see each other next Friday and talk a little more about Bitwave.
Yeah, we can dive into the effects grid or something.
All right.
All right. Bye, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Bye bye.